Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crown a new lord of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
我是北京微博的 SUK，
我是北京微博的令。
OK， 现在我和令将玩一个你画我猜的游戏。那么现在就是我先画，然后他来猜。OK， 那就开始吧。噔噔。OK， 噔噔。让我们一起开始画吧。开始画。
你画我猜，你画完不得给我看一下吗？
来猜吧。
枪
什么枪
M4。
啊，他猜中了
啊！
他猜中了 ，good。OK， 第一轮令已经猜中了，来，让我们开始第二轮吧。噔噔噔，哈哈，噔噔。OK，easy。
无人机，
无人机，
空投啊！
我画的这么像
啊！
再猜，
是无人机吗？空投啊！
你看这是什么？
空投啊！
游戏里面的
超级空投啊！
游戏超级空投怎么有腿？
吉普，
换一个，
机器人，
还变形金刚呢？你再猜一个，
提示一下
4个轮子啊
，4个轮子，变形金刚吗？
嘟，
蹦蹦
啊！他猜中了，good。
蹦蹦一点都不像啊！你可以画长一点都行，你画4个一模一样的。
咱们美好的游戏就结束了，然后感谢大家的观看，谢谢大家来观看我们的节目，拜拜，
拜拜。
Welcome back to PMWC at EWC 25. I'm joined by none other than Falag from 4 Thrives, the man that's currently in first place after finishing all your 12 matches in group stages. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great because we finished at first place, but I think we could have done better today and yesterday as well. So let's see, hopefully we will improve it and improve it for finals.
After all these 12 matches that you guys have finished, I'm glad that you, even though you're in first place, I'm really happy to hear that you're still looking to improve certain things, especially going to the grand finals. Now that you're in first place, picture yourself in grand finals. What is something that you guys are more than likely going to be changing or looking to improve on?
We will try to read all the teams who will qualify for finals and make strategies according to it, and let's see how it goes.
And with this amazing performance in group stages, how is the team feeling in regards to any possible surprises that you guys felt in the past 12 matches?
No, not really. Nothing surprised us.
How confident are you feeling that you're going to win the championship now? That you're going to become the PMWC champions?
Yeah, we are very confident right now because we are at #1 and we are very confident about for winning this championship.
Well, you never know what's going to be happening here in the finals, inshallah. Hopefully you guys will end up getting that first place. Thanks so much. Best of luck, brother.
coba tanya-tanya sama di sebelah Windy sekarang ini. Ini adalah analis dari broadcastnya Inggris. Jadi kita bakalan tanya-tanya. And Seven, how are you, Seven?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm also feel great, and I also prepare some question to talk with you right now. So, Alter Ego, what do you think about their performance today?
An amazing performance. I mean, the strategies that they were doing too, the rotations, they were leapfrogging people. On top of that, Rosemary put up one of the best performances we have seen, over 5,000 damage. That's just insane.
Wow, and 78 points in just 6 games. That's insane, Seven.
It is insane. I mean, they already overpassed what Alpha 7 was able to do in day 1. They also overpassed what Fourth Tribes was able to do in day 1. So going into day 3, the final day of group stages, I think if they continue on that performance, they could end up being in that first place.
Wow. And who do you think is the key player of Alter Ego?
Rosemary. It has to be Rosemary. When you put up those numbers, there's just no question about it.
Okay, so which team that have impressed you the most in this PMWC?
Besides
Alter Ego?
Besides Alter Ego, because today definitely was a pop-off performance, it would have to be none other than Fourth Tribes. A lot of people expected them to do well. I had them as a dark horse. I was expecting them to do well. I was not expecting them to do that well. The way they've been able to perform, there is some things here and there that they need to work on, but so far they're looking like a championship team.
Oh, great. And what do you think is the key strategies to win this PMWC?
Consistency. Comes down to that consistency and being able to adjust to what the lobby is giving you. That's what it always comes down, especially at the global events, especially at PMWC at EWC 25.
Yes, and tell me, what is your favorite moment in this PMWC?
That one, it hasn't happened yet. We're waiting for it.
For me, Alter Ego back-to-back chicken dinner. For you?
I'm waiting.
Oh, okay, so...
It's gonna happen in the grand finals.
Oke, jadi kita tunggu aja nanti di grand final seperti apa ya. So, thank you so much, Seven.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Sampai jumpa.
Ever wonder what it feels like for the players to step out onto the stage of the Qiddiya Esports Arena? Come along with us.
That's right, Barney. As the pressure is mounting and heart rates are rising, we're entering the final stage of our group stages here. Only time will tell which one of our teams will be duking it out in the survival stage and which ones will be getting a spot, a direct qualification to the grand finals.
Today is going to be Group Green going up against Group Red in a finals showdown. But you know what? I feel like it's going to be absolutely incredible today. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Can anyone catch Fourth Tribes Esports at the top of the standings? Let's find out.
Jackie, day 3 of group stages is about to get started. The group of death is coming in. On top of that, Alter Ego, can they do it again of what they were able to do yesterday?
7. Yesterday, the smell of rosemary was in the air, filling the arena. Alter Ego out here straight knocking high ground again and again and again. Every single time we see them on this stage, they deliver. But it doesn't stop there. It builds up. Anticipation keeps on going. TT come in from the side. How they doing it? IDA, they're building points. DRX, they're out here giving it. Every team delivers chicken dinners. Oh, the smell is delicious.
I'm ready. Ooh, so let's calm it down a bit.
Let's reset.
Yeah, you know what? Let's start the final day of group stages.
Thank you very much, Jackie and Seven. They were very excited right there, Neptro. Okay, so much hype. But you know what? It is deserved because we are in the last day here of the group stage. And looking at the group stage here, we got to look at our MVP contenders. And if we look at this graphic, we're going to be seeing not just one Alter Ego player.
Surely there's 2.
No, it is going to be 3 Alter Ego players in Krypton, Alpha, and Rosemary. The hype is through the roof for Indonesia. Okay, we've got to...
Hold on.
Jackie's very, very infectious, okay, with that hype right there. But they had an incredibly good day. 78 points in a single day here, just eclipsing everyone in their first 6 matches. Can they keep it going?
I think they can. The way they were looking at day number 1, coming into day number 2 for them, day number 3 overall, I'm super excited to see what they've got going.
Yeah, but of course, because they pretty much secure their spot going into the grand finals, that means that they're going to have a big target on their back in those finals. So, of course, we'll see how that's going to be working out for them.
One of those teams that will be putting a big target on their back, I think, is Alpha Gaming, actually. They didn't look all that good in day number 1, but we know they have it in them. As long as they stick together, I think they could do some really cool stuff today.
Yeah, and I'm personally going to be hoping for the other Alpha team, Alpha 7, to maybe here get a great third day for themselves in the group stage. Because, of course, they currently the cutoff team, then 8th position. And let's keep in mind, in the format, the top 8 teams at this stage will be going directly into the grand finals and avoiding the very annoying survival stage. But with that said, how about we go take a quick look and update on the club championship.
Welcome to your Club Championship update live from the Amazon Esports Arena. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Veracity. So, what's going on?
Well, Taylor, we had an incredible grand finals that took place just yesterday. AGAL had a 1-3 deficit, made an incredible comeback over none other than TT Global, walking away victorious 4-3. Amazing stuff from them, and marking their very first victory here at the ESPORTS World Cup 2025, along with being the 10th unique club to walk away victorious with a championship to their name, you know?
Which is huge, and so is second place, which is what TT Global was able to achieve during their last competition, earning a valuable 750 points towards their club championship trophy race. They're also competing this week in PUBG Mobile's competition, which happens to be their only game title that they're competing in as it currently stands. They need a top 8 finish during PMWC to capitalize on the points they've already earned.
Points mean prizes here, Taylor, and the leaderboard for a club championship. Team Vitality are still reigning the charts with 2,400 points to their names. Closely behind, though, we've got AGAL, followed by Genji Esports and Falcons, the reigning champions, still sitting in at 4th place.
Well, you know what? They are going to also be competing at PMWC, and the Falcons are looking very strong. Look, the championship weekend isn't over yet. In fact, today we crown yet another new champion over at the STC Arena. So stay tuned. Back to you at the studio.
That's right, the final day of PMWC at EWC 25 group stages. Don't calm down a little bit. We've got some surprises yesterday. I'm wondering if we're going to be getting some surprises again today. My name is the 7WG. I couldn't be able to do this by myself, so let me just join along with Niptura and Maxman. And Maxman, I'm going to go with you first because you're looking fresh, my boy.
Thank you.
How are you feeling today?
Thank you. I'm feeling ecstatic today, Seven. Of course, we're going to be finally sending a few of our teams in the survival stage. Not going to be super happy about that, but also we're going to be sending 8 teams right into the finals. We already have a few teams that are pretty much secure to make it to that stage, but at the bottom of the top 8, it is going to be quite risky, and we're going to see a lot of movement throughout these 6 matches.
It is going to be very risky. Nep, how are you feeling?
Yes.
Okay, with that one, you know what? Let's take a look at the top plays from yesterday because we did have some insane plays. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing a little bit of Rosemary there because Alter Ego over and over and over again, it felt like, Neptura.
It sure did. I think we got completely blindsided by them, to be honest. I think we did not. Nobody expected that from them day out. We know they're a good team. Max keeps going on about Rosemary all the time.
Yeah. Well deserved.
Like every minute of every day, honestly, there's a Rosemary reference. If you think I'm bad with Team Spirit, it's this guy with Rosemary. But
at least they're actually here.
Today, hey yo.
Okay, new record. What's that, like a minute 30 seconds?
Yeah. It's the first time I've originated. Anyway, moving on. No. I think nobody really expected this from them, as I said, and today they really showed why they're your favorite, why Rosemary's your favorite, and yeah, it was a really, really good play. I want to see what they got today.
I mean, when you say nobody expected them, we talked to the Indonesian talent. They didn't even expect them, Max.
But actually, I talked to them and I said, like, you guys were not supporting Alter Ego or your home region going into this, and now they get 2 wins. Like, what are you guys on about? They're like, we did it on purpose.
Get out of here.
We're playing 4D chess. We don't predict them. We don't want to curse them. And I was like, okay. And then I said, can I pick them? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, so you got conflicting points you're making if you allow me to predict your home team of Alter Ego. So Indo talent, you got to rethink your strat because I don't think it's going to be good for the long term.
Okay, you know what? If that's the strategy after PMWC is done, when we end up going to fall stage and everything, North America, get ready because I'm not going to be picking you for anything. I'm just going to be super pessimistic. I'm not going to tell reflections as well. Somehow we'll end up with the North American team, maybe at PMGC. But let's take a look here at the Crunchyroll reactions. Regnum Karya, one of the teams that is not going to be playing today, and one of the teams that I feel like maybe they did enough, Max, to be able to make it to the grand finals. Time will tell, though.
Yeah, time will tell. I mean, so far they've had themselves some really good games, some nice circles going on top of them. I do want to see, I know this is a very basic thing to say, I want to see a little bit more.
You want to see the vibes?
You want to see a little bit more vibes coming out from this team. And there's definitely a lot of potential for them to make it go out, of course, going to this last day. But it sets very good expectations of what we could see from this team moving forward. But it's about that consistency overall that we keep hammering down is very important. If they can bring that home, then maybe a trophy could be going their way. Would be hyped to see. Good vibes.
Ooh, another trophy? Going for the Grand Slam of global events?
Hell yeah.
I'm hoping that's going to be the case. But you know what? Let's take a look at the overall so we can see what is going to be looking like today before we even play any matches. For Thrives Esports, they're done with all their 12 matches, 111 points. Honestly, one of the biggest surprise so far out of group stage. Nobody was expecting them to be up there, Neptura. And then you can see the rest of the teams that are going to be playing today.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this, and actually the top 4 are all teams with, I mean, technically the top 6, Alter Ego shouldn't be there. They just had an amazing day yesterday.
Top 9, really?
Top 9.
Yep.
Except for Alter Ego and Alpha 7.
No, what I'm saying is they all have 12 matches already done. What my point being is that to come down, Alter Ego, 78 to 111, we're not going to really see anything from these teams, or rather the top 4 are not going to get dethroned really until kind of midway through today, if at all. So, I mean, I'm just talking about like before the show, I was like, are 4 Thrives going to get taken down a few places? I was like, obviously that's going to happen, right? There's a lot of teams closer to them. But looking at that, actually, it's going to be a lot harder than I thought it would.
I don't know if it's going to be obviously Alter Ego overtaking 4 Thrives. Like, of course, they close was that like a 30-plus point lead they have to try and break, which is doable technically. But the teams that below the bottom, the top 8 are going to be very hungry because we said it. Some teams said, "Oh, we want to make it through survival." I don't believe that. I think that's absolute copium. I think they want to dodge the survival stage. They want to get their spot into the finals. They want the lion's share of that $3 million prize pool here. So you want to try and be on this page at the end of today's 6 matches. And actually, I kind of want to talk about Alpha 7 here. In 8th position, they are playing today. A lot of the teams above them are not playing, so that means they're going to overtake a lot of these positions. But do keep in mind, as we go onto the second page very soon, all the teams trying to catch up. You got, of course, IDA, Thunder Talk, WBG, Alpha Gaming, Horror. All of these teams are trying to chase down Alpha 7 here. So Alpha 7, sure, might look nice and comfortable now, but I think as we go on into today, they might be slowly slipping away if they don't bring their S-tier plus gameplay.
I mean, we already have some teams that are going to be going to our survival stage. Influence Rage, you can see there, they've already played their 12 matches, same as Fireflex Esports. And then it's going to come down to seeing what some of these Chinese teams are going to be doing. Thunder Talk Global, Weibo Gaming, a team that we were expecting a lot of, especially at the start of the tournament. We really haven't gotten a chance to see much out of them. One team that I'm currently looking at, though, Neptura, is going to be none other than RA Esports, the hometown heroes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what they do today because we have seen them before. This squad is a really good squad. They're a solid team, but they were very, very quiet. We did not see hardly anything from them in their first day. So I think everybody, and me in particular, are really looking for more from them. And we say that all the time, right? You were saying, oh, it's a blanket statement. It is a blanket statement, but it's a true blanket statement. We want to see them play how we expect to see them play, and we expect to see them play like R8, a team we've seen before. We just didn't see that in yesterday's matches or the day before.
Unfortunately, we haven't seen them play similar to how they were playing back in PMS Almina. We were covering it right here, 7. And Skuton was stepping up, Ida was playing really well, and especially Marth, the player, the new addition to the team that actually is a very strong support for the entirety of the squad. And unfortunately, that strong synergy and team play that we witnessed in Mina is just not really coming to fruition here at PMWC. So I want to see a bit of that glimmer of hope we saw in PMSL Mina. And if they can do that, top 8 comeback is possible, but it's going to be very hard to execute.
Well, one thing I'm happy about with RA, when we got a chance to see them play already at PMWC, I saw that Marth has some good performances here and there, and that was a player that was starting to step up. We'll see if he's going to continue to step up or if he's going to start crumbling, but we were talking about them earlier. Alter Ego, I feel like we just got to highlight a little bit more some of their performances that they had yesterday, and let's compare, why not, with 4 Thrives performance from day 1 to now Alter Ego's performance from day 1. You can see the average eliminations for Alter Ego, Max, are through the roof.
What? wait, it was 9? Okay, so for context, Usually, we always say in these tournaments, a good average point per game is 10.
Yes.
Including placement points.
Yes.
They're almost there just with eliminations alone over the course of a day. Wow. I do not think they're going to replicate this because that's just kind of a flash in the pan. That's a day that is very, very hard to replicate. But if they do, that would be crazy, Seven.
That would be crazy. And keep in mind, though, Alter Ego yesterday being able to get 2 chicken dinners, 4 thrives on their day 1. They were only able to achieve just 1 chicken dinner. It is a bit of a hit mark there. I feel like if Alter Ego does continue to perform like this, they're going to be maybe heavy favorites to win it all when we go to grand finals.
I would love to see that because I think we've seen them do very well in the past, fall down a little bit, and to have them come back so strongly in such a massive way, I think would actually be really, really fun to see from them.
Yeah, I think the main reason, especially, I mean, it was the whole squad. It wasn't just one player. But one player that I do want to end up highlighting here is none other than Rosemary because of the stats you're seeing right there. Over 5,000 damage being able to be done in just one day. And honestly, Max, you and I were going back and forth talking about this. I feel like that is the most we have seen from a player at a global event in a very long time. If not, that might be a record. I'm pretty sure some of the meme pages might be able to look it up.
Yeah, they'll have to check it out because 5,000 damage over the course of 6 matches, that is absolutely bonkers coming out from Rosemary. And sure, we're talking about Rosemary, hyping him up. The guy is the MVP, current MVP of SCA for PMSL. But we have to look also at his teammates. Krypton,
yes.
Incredible performance. I think he got an 8 elimination game at one point throughout the day on one of their chicken dinners. And Alva, the quintessential setup player for his team, looking for the off angles, trying to set up transition points for his team, trying to claim control of these circles every single time. Those 2 chicken dinners without Alva, chances are, is going to be slipping right through their fingers. So if they can maintain that today, I will be very excited to see if Alva can do similar things to yesterday.
I do want to say as well, though, it's going to be interesting to see if any one individual player has not even as good a day, but maybe even a rough day. If I think in that dynamic that they have, if any one of those players has an off day, we could see a very different Alter Ego because the way we've been talking about them, Alva, Krypton, everybody there, they're so important to each other that if one just has a little bit of a slip up a few games in a row, we could see a very different Alter Ego.
And if I'm not mistaken, if Rosemary becomes MVP of the tournament, I know we're not in finals yet, we're still very early. The last time from memory that we've had an SCA MVP was Tony K here, but when it was PMWI. After that, we had Top. We had, of course, the side of Doc being MVP. We had all these different players. We had Nolbu. We didn't have an SCA players in over 2 years almost.
The Twins back in the day, too, from Bigatron. Yeah, it's been a while. I think it would be nice to see an SCA player, especially the likes of Rosemary. And I mean, I got a chance to talk to him for a little bit, just to kind of put my input there. And he was saying, I know that I have performed really bad in previous global events. I'm looking to change it. And currently, he's doing just that.
He is. I mean, he's been definitely popping off. It's not just a solo performance, right? He is set up by his team. A strong team is needed if you want one solo player to do well, unless your name is Doc. Maybe it'll work out on your own.
Well, let's take a look here at the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. I'm seeing Namshin Red Force. I know you're heavy on this team, Neptura. How do you think they're going to be performing today? Because they are currently down on the leaderboard.
Better, I hope, because I think we've seen a lot from this team before. That we saw them in PMGC 2022, plus or minus a couple of players, right? But we've seen them at Global for quite a while, and to have them come into yet another Global and do nothing is quite surprising to me, quite surprising to a lot of people. So I would like to see just a lot more from them. I want to see them be a bit louder. I think their big thing is how silent they've been. I'm not used to seeing them be so quiet, so invisible. So for me, I want to see a lot more coming in, just taking up more space, being a bit louder with how they play.
Yeah, and it could be a little bit harder, too, considering that some of the other teams are starting to be a little bit louder than usual, too. We'll have to wait and see if that team has what it takes to be able to do that, right? Now, you're not going to have any of the surprise teams in regards to Yangon Galacticos. They were able to perform really, really well. We'll see what they're going to be doing. But let's take a look at the Aramco Power Rankings. The teams that we ended up selecting, I selected Alter Ego, Team Falcons, because, I mean, we need to see what this team is going to be doing, and the special invite team as well, because they did surprise us a little bit. I know they're not in the top 8, and they're currently not the contenders maybe to even be in the top 8, but I was surprised with the aggressiveness that they showed at one point, Max.
Definitely a lot of potential, though. Do you, because you have them in your power rankings, do you think they're making it in top 8?
I don't think they're going to be making it in the top 8. The reason why I actually put them in my power rankings, not to get super analytical here with you guys, I just want to see if they're going to be adjusting certain things that they did in day 1, which was, yeah, they were aggressive, but at times that aggressiveness, it didn't really make sense. They were just willing to take fights outside of the circle.
Yeah, that's going to be super important to consider going into day 3 when teams are going to take this a lot more seriously. This is the only chance now for both groups that they have to actually make that top 8. So those little sort of mistakes, or not even mistakes, just kind of not being very cautious with how they play, not thinking through some of the fights that they're taking, that is definitely going to be a detriment to them in today especially.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes they go with emotions of just like, this is the natural progression of the game. I would like to see a little bit more thought. I think just the snappier rotates would make me a little bit happier because they're kind of comparable to 4Thrives when you think about it. Sometimes it's just a bit hesitant. What do we do? What do we execute? And it just doesn't quite work out. But if they do qualify to the finals, I do think it would be through the survival stage when a lot of the heavy hitters would be just taken out of the picture entirely. So there is a lot of hope. I would say we had got like years ago, unfortunately underperformed severely. I do think this is the most hopeful I've been fortunate from this region in a hot minute now.
Now, I know you also wanted to talk a little bit more about Alpha 7 Max. You're taking pretty much my role, okay? I can't talk about them right now. So with this team, you mentioned they are currently at that cutoff point. They're more than likely going to be passing some of these teams unless we see something crazy from Alpha 7. I don't think it's going to happen. We have seen a 19 elimination chicken dinner out of this team in Miramar. Do we expect them to have a performance like that again or a bit of a slowdown?
I think they are going to be slowing down a little bit just to avoid any confrontations they're not ready for. Like I'm talking possibly hot drops, maybe also teams trying to interact with their rotation path on Erangel and Miramar more specifically because Miramar is one of their best maps, so teams might want to try and ruin their chances over there. But the teams below them, like you got Thundertalk, you got WBG, APG, Aura, like all those teams, I think if you want to try and get rid of the main competition in this lobby while also securing a spot into the finals, I think that would be the team to try and chase down. So they might have a bit of a target on their back here, and the team that a lot of teams want to eliminate as early on as possible.
Yes.
Yeah, I think as well, something to consider is A7 do play edge and spread out, and we saw the same from AXTMG, we saw the same from Hora, we saw the same from Intense Game, I think, as well. So there's a lot of teams now playing the same way as them. They got to be careful with that.
They definitely do when it comes down to not being able to start slow. That was the big question mark for a lot of people in regards to this team. They weren't able to start slow. One thing that I want to ask you guys quickly, and I want a quick answer on it too. Weibo Gaming, are they going to be starting off slow?
No.
Yes.
Oh,
interesting. 50-50.
I like this, and we will end up seeing what's going to happen, and I'm pretty sure maybe we'll get a chance to come back. We'll see what's going to happen, though, because, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the final day of group stages. So let's send it over to this stage.
Eight teams have given it their all, but now all they can do is sit, watch, and wait on the sidelines. But today, 16 teams will step into the Gadia Esports Arena and battle it out for a grand finals spot, while the remainder will duke it out in the survival stage. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host for the PMWC at the 2025 Esports World Cup. And let me tell you, for the final time, let's invite our teams for the last day of the group stage, starting with EDA Esports. Thundertalk Global. Weibo Gaming. AXTMG. Gamax Esports. Alter Ego Eres. R8 Esports. Alpha Gaming. intense game. Kinetro Gaming. Arena. Nongshim Red Force. Power Esports. Team Falcons! They finished in second place after day one. Your reigning PMWC champions, Alpha 7 Esports! In the group stage, success is not final and failure is not fatal. But I tell you what, if you put up big numbers, your journey to the grand final, the $3 million prize pool and the PMWC trophy is that much easier. So get comfortable because today history could be made. So let's do this.
Okay. All right, Barney. History could be made. I mean, we could be finding out which 8 teams are going to be going towards the grand finals, which 16 teams are going to be going to survival stage and possibly end up getting their keys crushed, Max.
I'm thinking, what could make history today? What would be something happening in these matches was like, nobody expected that. That will be remembered for decades, centuries to come.
Alter Ego doubling their points.
Maybe.
I feel like we can even go harder. How about a team getting all the chicken dinners?
Okay, no, that's not happening.
What would be the record, though? Isn't it 2 or 3?
I think it's 3.
It's 2, right?
I've heard of 5. I don't know if I was
No, I'm talking about for PMWC.
Oh, no, yeah, I think it was
2.
2.
So we have a lot of teams that are tied up.
I
mean, right now it's been Vampire, A7,
TRX. Like in finals, I mean, the records are usually on finals, yeah. You know what? For me, a historical moment would be AXGMG doing a massive jump up to the top 8.
Let's talk about that, actually. From what you have seen, Max, and I'm going to be sending this to you, Neptura.
Sure.
First, AXGMG, can they make it to grand finals? And if they don't, what do they need to adjust?
Okay, I think they actually could make it to grand finals. I think they absolutely could do that. If they don't, what they need to adjust is probably what you were talking about, a little bit of that hesitancy, a little bit of just going for a fight without any real thought behind it. And then just tweaking some of the speeds of what they do as well. I think they jumped a lot from what I saw in their own region versus global. They did a lot of speeding up, but maybe just a little bit more would be nice.
Just a little bit more.
Just a tiny bit more.
We really are analysts and commentators when we say that. Like, there's a lot to do to just do a little bit more. We want to always see a little bit more going into this. But actually, because you already said everything there's to say about AXGMG, I want to go over everyone here. I'm the host now.
Okay.
Which region has impressed you guys the most? Like, I'm talking PMSL regions, also like you could say Korea, you could say like Japan. Which region has shocked you?
Definitely not MENA.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
I mean, it can go either positive or negative, and I feel like with how positive we have been in this show, with a lot of highlighting a lot of the teams, I feel like it's fair to also highlight some of those teams that just have been super lackluster. And for me, the MENA region is definitely one of them. I feel like we were predicting that whenever we were doing the watch parties, Max, and it's coming to fruition. Before we send it over to the casters, though, Neptura, which region are you thinking of?
CSA is always impressive to me. Korea as well. CSA,
Max?
not so much.
CSA too.
Yes.
All right. Well, you know what? Let's get into the casters with none other than Reflections in John Allen. Which region has surprised you guys?
Hey, what's going on? PMWC hopping into day number 3, the final chance, the final dance for teams to move directly into the finals, right? And for the others, well, they've got to go to the survival stage. Green and red go against each other as yellow group finished yesterday, so you know they're waiting on bated breath, hoping and praying they do not get passed up if they're in top 8. But John, it's going to happen.
Absolutely. I mean, the desk was talking about regions that have come out surprising us. I mean, I feel like just Alter Ego alone are bringing the surprise from that SEA region. Coming into today, they have a head and shoulders lead over everybody else. The question is maintenance. The question is consistency. Can they carry on that path? Will they be able to maintain their course? Coming on into our first match of the day, of course, it's Sanhok as the stage rises to meet us. We're heading over to the jungle.
That's it. We're going to the jungle for the first time, mind you, at least during PMWC for ourselves. It's going to be a wonderful thing. I love Sanhok personally. It's an aggressive map. It's small. It's chaotic. Third parties galore. So I'm so ecstatic that we're hopping into it. As far as regions go, Americas, honestly, for me, it surprised me more so for Alpha 7. Again, during the American season, they just weren't performing as well as I needed them to perform. I really thought they were a bit lackadaisical. They were going to come into this tournament and kind of fall a bit flat, not necessarily be like just drop the ball completely. But I thought they weren't going to be as dominant as they were, at least on day 1. So now that they return to the stage, super excited to see what they're going to be made of, especially because the fact that Revo, you know, Revo was incredible on day 1, but he wasn't outdoing others such as like Mafioso, right, who is typically not the stat leader on this roster. But Revo, if he could become the stat leader again with Mafioso, Carrillo, and Squash already performing as well as they are, Alpha 7 could be unstoppable, and they're going to have to be to catch up to Alter Ego.
It is going to be a long path that they would want to tread to be able to get up and keep pace. We're looking out for hot drops as well. I think it's this Northwest Island that's going to pop up first, though. On the top of the mountain, Thunder Talk and Alter Ego. Rosemary, though, has been cut down in a 1-for-1 trade. They still have more to do. Rosemary still, maybe? No, he's not going to get rest, but will they find the trade around the corner? Krypton hits the deck, and now they have to rely on the rest of the roster to pull this one back under control. Everyone wielding weaponry here on the top of the mountain. The spray down, though, the reload necessary, but he doesn't clock it in time. Doesn't manage to slide that mag on through, and it is Alter Ego going down clean in a first engagement. Can they keep up the pace? A resounding no.
Man, game 1 starting like that after a heroic day 1, or day 2, excuse me, and day 1 ultimately for Alter Egos is tough. It really is. Luckily, they're doing just fine in the points category. They can let one map go and then come back even stronger in the 5 remaining that they have. I still fully expect them to qualify in top 8, but yeah, early on, getting the ego out of the way, Thunder Talk says, we'll take the fight to you in the early engagement. This is our area to the right of Camp Alpha, and they dominate the fight. I believe not even losing one, excuse me. I think there was one down, but they get them back onto the feet. That is a dominating win. And Thunder Talk, for example, by the way, super surprising performance. The fact that they're up there now in top 3, at least in our current standings, but not overall, you gotta give them respect. They came into the tournament. We had a lot of questions about them. We knew they were a great team, but we didn't know they were going to be doing as well as they currently are. So for Thunder Talk, beautifully done.
Brilliant stuff. I mean, those early hot drop scenarios, right? They are a little bit more chaotic. There is a little bit more of a window of opportunity to play the variance, right? To have the outside chance, low armor, that sort of thing can really come into play quite impactfully in those early engagements, especially when you're all dropping on that high ground mountain on the Northwest Island. And yeah, it's just not going to go Alter Ego's way this time around.
They will try and push further. We spoke a lot yesterday about the bubble. We're still seeing it probably going to fall around that 80-point boundary. And of course, Alter Ego at 78, very, very close to that already. And we're still expecting that to be the case. The question is, where can everybody else go? Out of this set of 16 teams, we're expecting between 4 and 5 of them to be able to make it in through towards the top 8 of the bracket. It seemed like a fairly solid lock that 4 Thrives are going to make it on 111 points, a massive lead at the top. And then you've got a lot in the mid-80s, a couple in the mid-80s there. So if we get 5 teams out of this set of 16 into the top 8, that would be what we're expecting. So if we took the top 5 teams right now, that would be down to Weibo Gaming.
Weibo Gaming, waiting for them to obviously make their way up the standings. A talented roster up in the north side of the map currently, have to work their way down towards the south, maybe opposite of R8, IG. Maybe they get into a bit of a scrappy fight. Curious if IG will rotate down to the south towards boot camp to kind of establish that, be the edge keeper team. Most likely going to have to continue to go a bit further south, but in the meantime, keeping R8 in check off of the distance, just on the outside of Paradise. For AXTMG, another roster that I feel like has had a lot of great moments, and they have shined bright at times, but they have fallen a bit short. That's another roster that needs to step it up tremendously. After all, only 6 more games remain for them, and let's not be forgetting Falcons either, right? Falcons, a team, the crowd favorite, who came in 2nd place in game number 2, Erangel, day number 1. I saw great promise for them, but for them only to slow down. So for Falcons on the southern portion of the map, a bit split. Hopefully they get back together because they've got APG, Gamex around them. They're going to have to fight, probably not now, but at least soon enough.
I like APG's split as well in the center. There's 2-2 controlling the compound down the hill as well as that high ground scout tower. It is really powerful, but it looks like the Falcons are going to try and challenge on that south point, so potentially a bit of an upset for the APG position. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a regroup as they try and keep that one together. Nongshim rolling on in as well, trying to make their way through, and it's just going, it's going pretty well. Power had taken a lot of casualties earlier around that ruins location. Not going to be too much to do. APG do in fact regroup here as the Falcons try and get to the top of the hill. A beautiful nade though. Looks like it may be able to even the odds.
Ralph has to do something though. Like you said, even the odds. Got a flying car. This is a perfect opportunity to send some shots flying from up top, keeping Ralph's head down low. It's a perfect opportunity to push, but Top's got a nade and he's willing to throw it, and Ralph is missed. Top now full send, DPS in hand, and Ralph will fall. And beautiful shots on Redox just below. An unfortunate set of circumstances for Falcons, but make no mistake about it, APG also taking some hits.
Where are those shots even coming from? I think that might be from, is that from Redox down the hill? Is he still going?
I think he has to be.
I think he might be. Could be Nongshim coming in on this west side. You've also got Gamex out on this east edge, but for now, they are still all alive. It is only Redox for the Falcons. That is really nasty going for them. I mean, he's a powerful player. The guy's got some style, but against 4, against Alpha Gaming, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's going to be tough without question. Alpha Gaming getting some much needed points. Luckily, they get all their teammates back up into play. They had a player down on the tower just up ahead, but now they're going in to finish off the Falcons, to finish off Redox, but it's not going to be that easy. Redox putting out some tremendous damage, and he's looking to take on the full force. Meanwhile, Zyal is also down. Nade's thrown at his feet, but it's got a couple of seconds. He times it properly to push forward with the DPS, but misses the critical shots. APG take the Falcons down.
It was a nice read at the start of that one from Redox to be able to hold his nerve around the corner. He heard the pin pulled, he saw the nade come through, he knew that's not going to be a problem for me. I'm going to be pushing through anyway after my nade. He already had that advantage on the tempo. It's just unfortunate that he didn't connect with that nade too well. He didn't connect with his shotgun shells. It could have been a different story. It was a lone player on the inside, but it does mean, again, APG, Alpha Gaming, stay alive. Our next circle shift is going to go a little bit down to the south, but it does keep that northern shoreline up and into the game. However, it's very treacherous to play there. You've essentially got the hilltop over Painan and not too many other places that you're going to feel super comfortable. Maybe over towards Cave.
Fajita from Gamex, I need him to join his roster. You notice Alpha 7 might be splitting the difference in between them. That's going to leave him isolated, maybe Arthur, but I do notice that they start to take some vehicles and rotate down. Alpha 7, opposite of them, that's going going to be scary because let's face it, for Gamex, they did not have a great day 2. They owned out of 6 games. They managed to secure 5 points. If Alpha 7 sees Gamex, they're going to see a weaker team. They're going to want to push that and get some much needed, and in their mind, easy points. Now, granted, Gamex, a phenomenal team, but Alpha 7, again, they're sharks and they want to eat it from the horse. So unfortunate. And what did he do to you?
That was a replay of the knock that Nongshim were able to find over near the ruins, and Ida lost a player because of it. This is this engagement you were talking about. Alpha 7 went for a swim. I know it's hot here in Riyadh, but it is still quite risky to go for these swims, as Alpha 7 do manage to make landfall, and more than that, they're landing lead down towards Gamax. Find a second knock as well. An answer with a DBS at range, but there is nobody else to try and pick up the pieces here. They are not close enough by. They were not regrouped, and Gamax are going to fumble.
You have a Gamex member who's going to be on the bridge just up to the north, right? He all by himself, and Mafioso sniffs this out, and he's going to go ahead and go for a push. You can tell Alpha 7 does not respect Gamex in this situation. The way that Revo pushed up that hill, he pushed up without a care in the world. He was willing to even take a ton of damage because he felt super confident in his ability to get the win. Gamex not only getting taken down from Alpha 7, but naturally as they move up, they run into Kinotropus. Unfortunately, they also get taken down. Another bad game. Corona, the only thing he can do is try and stay alive.
I give it. Okay, he's in a pretty solid spot in terms of having not too many players nearby him, but I still only give it maybe 45 seconds.
Dang, 45.
I'm giving him 45 seconds.
Okay.
I think he's spotted. APG could be there. Okay, no, he's found some buildings.
Okay.
He's drastically extended his life expectancy.
He's got 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
No, he's got to. Either way, just got to stay alive. I mean, come on, get a point. You know, Gamex struggling so much. Survival stage most likely in the future, but it's still early goings. 5 more games to go, and maybe they can pull off a miracle run. After all, we kind of witnessed it just yesterday with Alter Ego's Eris performing as well as they were. Weibo getting into a bit of a scuffle. IG pushing up confidently. He is down. And intense game. Another roster coming out from the Americas region. Actually, the champions from the Americas region looking to take this entire thing. I feel like they underperformed in their performance yesterday, but today they're looking to be the top dogs.
Well, hopefully they can find more on this game. They have managed to find that first pickup. This is over on the north side, so have not crossed the river. Of course, it isn't fully guaranteed that the circle will end up on the South Island, although the majority of our teams think it may well do. Otter, one of those teams, but they're right up into the river, holding that crossing, and R8, they're knocking at the door. Unfortunately, they're not being let in. It's certainly not a friendly atmosphere in the neighborhood.
No, not at all. You wouldn't expect it to be anyways during PMWC. So for R8, where do you think they go? I mean, rotate down to the bridge. Let's see where zone shifts. So R8's actually okay for the moment. I'm surprised it didn't shift more towards the side of, obviously, the south where the majority of the teams are. But you do have to start making a decision. And if I'm R8, if I'm Weibo, if I'm IG, I do want to start getting over towards the mainland, towards the main portion of the map where the current teams are. But it's quite congested.
I'm looking at where AXTMG are right now. We saw APG were up on that high ground before. They had that massive overlook. They had to regroup up there, and that has allowed a team to move into that compound, and that is where AXTMG currently sit. So beneath a massive hill, central on that compound, a potential path in towards Painan, those rocks that sit to the north of them. I think AXTMG right now have one of the best spots in the lobby. The 2-2 split that they have, they can hold this for a little bit longer with APG being those guard dogs on the south edge.
Say God dogs, but also Alpha 7 on the edge themselves, right? The edge team, they love to do this, and well, they've got Kinotrope just in front of them, and not really a lot of coverage, but at the moment they're okay. But when they do start to break in, I gotta assume Kinotrope is going to take a couple of shots. If they want to go to the left, well, you got Ida, you got APG's going to take some shots. So here it is, Kinotrope looking, eyes peeled, head on a swivel. All 4 members from Alpha 7 up ahead.
I don't want to flow out. They don't want to give this position away. You can see he's being reserved with these peaks, and rightly so. The most south point of this hold. It's difficult to get the regroup here, but it looks like they're going to bolster. Ida potentially moving in behind this push for Alpha 7, so third parties could be dangerous.
Oh, here we go. Alpha 7 moves up. Kirill stays alive miraculously. Are you kidding me? Kinotrope loses one. Tamara's down. An amazing set of circumstances. Revo may be tempting the revive, and he will fully commit to it. The fact that Alpha 7 manages to get that knock is spectacular. Carrillo the bait, Revo the shot. Kinotrope takes the opportunity to reposition.
Ida in the background. They haven't struck here. It's a little bit of lost time for them. This could have been a nice opening for them. Two of their opposing teams in their way did go down or lose a player, have a casualty, but they're just backing off of this fight entirely.
Honestly, I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. Get away from this engagement. I think if it would have popped off a bit more, Ida would have been more aggressive, right, and getting in there and getting the cleanups. But when they noticed Alpha 7 was able to get picked up back on their feet, there wasn't a lot of damage to Kinotrope, -1 knock. They said, okay, maybe this isn't our time. Granted, it's not going to be any easier trying to go dead center, and they're sending it dead center into Gamex to the solo of Corona. They're going straight past APG. They're going in to AXTMG, but all eyes once again on this Alpha 7 Kinotrope fight. Kinotrope does not want to give up their ground. They don't have to, but Alpha 7 have to continually move forward. Squash Mafioso from the distance. Revel Carrillo being the tip of the spears to push up. This is going to be a tough fight. They already scuffled a bit. Mind you, both teams get back on their feet, all four of them, so it's still a 4v4.
They're going to have to get out of there. In the meantime, Ida's crash has not gone well. Ida have lost one at least. I think the nades are continuing to pour on through. AXTMG, they have the sideline angle from the east point of their 2-2 hold. They have the north side of the road on the compound, and they have Alpha Gaming, who have those shots down the hill towards the back approach of Ida. It's only one player now standing for Ida. It was a Hail Mary. They wasted their time on the south. I think the call should have been roll over Alpha 7, try and move it on in. But as it stands, they're going to have to try and snake it out. In the meantime, Nongshim, they've been slowly executing this northwestern side well. They have been moving through this ground, this terrain, and been vigilant with it. Sure, they've lost a player, but they're on 6 elims. Not too many other players are in their location as well.
Well, Thunder Talk started with our first Bloods, taking down Alter Ego Ares, the team who was phenomenal yesterday. And now they run into a full, like you said, Nongshim Red Force, who have been dismantling the left side of the map. AJ from Thunder Talk, the last alive, the solo standing, trying to get any additional points that he possibly can. Again, every single point you gain is critical. They're currently sitting at 50, which I believe puts them close to the top 8, if I'm not mistaken. Doc, one of the main damage dealers, at least, onto the Thunder Talk fight. He'll go ahead and relocate. AJ pretty much dead to rights and actually might take himself out in blue, maybe not wanting to give any points away.
I mean, point denial is pretty important, especially when you're facing off against teams chasing for that bubble. Fortunately for them, Nongshim Red Force, 16 points total before this match started. It's not going to be too much of an impact, you'd hope, to alter those tables towards the top 8 if you get that point sent over the other way. But it does look like AJ's just trying to survive as long as possible. Ida did manage to keep their south side of this one. This is mostly in part to Alpha Gaming rotating in onto the north side up to these rocks, but now they've got a challenge sent their way by Nongshim Red Force, who have moved in from this northwest side, and they are going to the standing stones.
Emery has a beautiful off angle onto Zial up ahead, but AXTMG continues to have their forces dwindled away, taken down one by one. They're now down to 2. Cyrax keeping his head on a swivel. Emery up ahead along with Aaron, and while Emery again through the windows just taking down members not only in AXTMG but also APG up ahead. Devo T wants to try and renegotiate his position, but really they're just going to stay where they currently are. The next zone is going to shift, and it's going to be quite deadly if AXTMG has to re-rotate. They don't, luckily for them, but this area on the left-hand side is getting quietly contested. You've got Nongshim Red Force who have rolled in. You still have AJ from Thunder Talk, who is getting into an engagement. I think he's down. He is now out. So 3 teams, Nongshim Red Force, APG, Ida, as well as AXTMG, all within the same location. And APG is getting dismantled, and you also have Rebel, who's currently down.
He's been knocked by a solo from Gamax. APG do go down fully as well. Ida picking up a couple of the points there. They're up to 6 elims. That was a really lovely pickup for them. They'll be now on 52 points plus whatever placements they can find, and they are still on that chase. You can see Alpha 7 on the boundary. Looks like they have managed to clear the threat. Oh, maybe not. Ooh, okay, 2 players going down for Alpha 7 to a solo from Gamax of all teams to be able to take a large chunk out of Alpha 7, but they stay alive. They have 4. They'll have to push in quickly, though.
Well, for what it's worth, you gave him 45 seconds originally, then I said 2 minutes, and then he ended up almost dismantling Alpha 7. He did his part. R8 behind a wall, taking nade after nade. Weibo's been relatively quiet this game, currently sitting at 0 eliminations, but this is the time where they start to wake up. The zones get closer and closer, and 33Z taking down 1 from R8 as they reposition. They're pushing in full steam ahead, and they might be able able to take them by surprise. Order just up. Mark needs to be ready to clear the left side of this choke point. Some pre-shots. He pushes up. Pre-nade's going to be out. Actually smokes. This is going to be chaotic.
Oh, a full blind there for Marth, and he can't hold the door frame anymore. Weibo going low as well, though, and into a 1 versus 1. Ida versus 33C around the corner, and Maxman was right. They start off slow. Weibo go down in 10th.
Weibo out. Maxman looking at his crystal ball, predicting the future. E-Arena, a roster that's very far down in the point standing. Another roster that's at 0, been opposite of Intense Game for quite some time, hugging the hardcover POI, now maybe forced to go out into the open. That's going to put IG as well as EA into a direct competition. Not going to be easy for them, but E-Arena, they're going to have to move. Intense Game also have to go forward. Hora has taken some respite inside of the current zone, but I'm looking at AXTMG still at Ida. They look to be the strongest, at least currently, but you also can't forget about Noxium Red Force. Honestly, I think a lot of teams get a piece of the zone where they feel relatively comfortable, but yeah, the IG E-Arena fight, that's going to be a deadly one.
Alpha 7 down to 1 player in the midst of all that scrapping in Painan. Over on the northeastern side, I didn't quite catch it, but they've lost 3 players down on that south edge. Nasty stuff coming on through. I imagine that would be in Kinotrope on that eastern flank. But Painan needs to conclude now. Intense Game, E-Arena. They have to try and scramble their way out over the walls and up to the hills. The Nongshan Red Force position on that northwest side looks pretty tasty right now, but they have to extricate themselves from one another to have a shot.
Well, I thought it was going to be IG and E-Arena fighting, but it's Noxium Red Force who's gatekeeping them, taking out one by one of IG, who might not even be able to get their teammate back into play. I think they do it just in the nick of time, but Red Force is going to keep their heads down. Petrino knows, look, we've got to take this E-Arena roster out, but it's not going to be easy, as Mormont firing some wonderful shots, drops one. They start to push up, but again, once they get out of this hard cover, Red Force is going to be ready for them.
They are currently 2 players on the overlook there from the high ground. They've left Binny down to control the compound situation. Ora also lighting up the sidelines. Mormont under pressure, but he is able to weather the storm. The nade pin pulled, but has to put it back in, get that first aid going. They can't afford to lose that forward position. Turney K moves on in as well. No fear behind the tree. These locations are getting lit up now as Sleepy goes down in the back line for Ora. E-Arena weather the storm. Doxy, though, moving over the top of the hill as Tizzy moves in 2.
Sky, great shots, but forced to hit the ground. E-Arena keeping the pressure up. The car's on fire. Back away. You don't want to take any additional damage or, man, even go down. Joker also on the move. You can't even go too far up this hill. If you do, you're going to be isolated by Kinotrope, but watch out. Kinotrope is going to be coming up behind Hora. Hora needs to be ready for this. They can't be focused too hard on the third party. They move in, and Sleepy's down, and Kinotrope might be able to get a team wipe.
Ida are rubbing their grubby little mitts here on the south side. They might be able to steal this away, depending on the chaos on the north side. We'll see how this unfolds. E-Arena starting to collapse. Kinotrope move in, and Ora go down first. Nongshan Red Force, they have kept 3 players alive. Can they move back into a position to make it work for them? Can they move back down towards the center of this next circle? As Nongshan Red Force stay as 3, crucially.
E-Arena, they're in tough goings. You've got Kinotrope right behind them. You've got Noxium Red Force in front of them. The zone shifts even further, and I believe Red Force needs to take advantage of this. They need to rotate as quickly as they can, because I believe with the elevation of the mountain, they can rotate around, and they can take some respite where Benny is currently at. Kinotrope, they're most likely down and out, and in fact, they're going to be fully eliminated, but you still got eyes on AXTMG. Ida, who's going to be in the hardcover location just down below, and Ida only has 2. Of course, AXTMG only has 1, but they can output quite a bit of damage. But back on board with Red Force. E-Arena, can they get the full finishes? Yes, they can.
And now the attention is turned. For Nongshan Red Force, they have to push back down towards this next circle, but they don't have cover. Ida have it for a little bit longer. They're lighting up these sidelines. There's a vehicle up there as well. Doxy goes forwards. He needs to make something happen here, or they will go down. On the inside, they will be pushed out, but they can survive for just that little bit longer. Nongshan Red Force, they're on the lip of that hill at the top there.
Okay, but he doesn't know, right? He doesn't know AXTMG is going to be just off to the left. Placement points for Ida so big in this moment. They want to stay alive as long as humanly possible. But Aaron's going to drop down. Doc gets active. But meanwhile, the trap is still set. AXTMG goes forward. Doc, you got to be ready for this. He snips it out. He clears the corner. Just a sliver of hell for AXTMG. And he holds on tight. Can't get the finish, but finally does it. That's an additional point. But at the end of the day, Nongshim Red Force take game number 1.
A massive performance from Nongshim Red Force. They were quietly executing the northwestern side of that circle from the ruins area. They took that fight, they made it work, they took control, and nobody was able to challenge them there. Alpha Gaming thought they had a chance. Nongshim Red Force said, no way, we are here to play, and that is a brilliant entrance to today. I know that Neptura was saying they needed something on this day, and they have delivered here. They started on 16 points. That's going to put them up with a 13-11 game up to 29.
It's a way to start the day. Nongshim Red Force looking powerful. Other teams, though, looking a bit weak off of game 1. Falcons, Alter Ego Eris forced to step it up in the next remaining games. But either way, for Ida, you got to give them their flowers. Second place gives them some much-needed placement points. Also in the running to break into our top 8 and move directly into the finals. The question is, can they do it? Well, we're going to have to find out. It was a great game number 1. Sanhok never disappoints, and it especially did not disappoint for Team Red Force.
Absolutely not. They had a hell of a rotate back down south, but we are going to be rotating over to a break for the time being. We're going to put Sanhok to bed. We'll be coming at you hot and fast with Erangel, rather, after the break.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! Reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crown a new lord of Cybertron. Victory for all sentient beings.
Yes, that's the relaxation we're talking about. Especially after leaving the madness of Sanhok, because Neptura Nongshim Red Force came out hot too, and a team that needed to come out hot.
There's so much to like about this game. Nongshim finally. I said in the intro, I said in the pre-show, I wanted them to play a little bit louder. I did. A little bit. I wanted them to play a little bit louder. They're too quiet. It's not what we want from them. And they came out exactly how I wanted them to play. They played it so nicely. They were split over that west side, always get that wrong, over the west side, but didn't overextend, didn't do too much. They just held a little bit of their own space. Then you also see that split coming in over onto the western side, and then as the zone gets smaller, the zone actually, or the players actually end up splitting up a little bit, trying to control both sides of those zones a little bit. Really, really nice to see. 23 points going to be what they see from that, what they get from that. 13 eliminations. It's all down to that timing of the third party. It's down to the regroup timing as well. So much from them.
You want it loud? I mean, you got loud. 13 eliminations out of that team. Another team actually surprising us here, Max. Not only just ESports, Kinotrope Gaming being able to put up a good performance here as well with 11 points, and then AXTMG following up the good performances there too when it comes down to Sanhok. And remember, that is one team that kind of has an advantage, I feel like, over everybody else when it does come to Sanhok, because they played a lot more in the region.
Yeah, that's true. They do play a lot more going into BMPS, so they had a lot more experience going into it, into PMWC. Can I go deep on AXTMG, because I got a complaint. You know what?
Oh, let's go. Yes.
AXTMG, you had such an amazing compound. Why do you send 2 players solo into Ida? I don't understand. If you go north and you just hold on together, because you can have 2 teams in that compound. You can have one south of the road, which is Ida, and one north of the road, which is going to be then AXTMG. And they decided to keep 2 players north of the road and send 2 players, okay, you guys, 2v4 Ida, which is not going to work out. So I think if they just regroup north as a 4-man in that position, maybe they still don't get the win because Nongshim Red Force were just so oppressive at the end, but at least they have a high opportunity to get eliminations and maybe the win at the very end.
Okay, all right. I like that take. I see you kind of... The gears are going there, Neptura. Do you agree with that?
It's cool thinking.
Not really. I'm so sorry, Max.
Okay. Let's go.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't really agree. I didn't mind the 2-2 split either side of the road. If they knew that Ida was actually there, then yes. But at the same time, what other choice did they have? I think the only response they had was to do that 2-2 split and try and do it. Because if you force stack onto the other side of the road, you're hemmed in between APG and Ida, right? As well as all the other teams around to the east side. If you go all in and try and get rid of Ida so you can do that 2-2 split, APG are going to be looking at you, the teams on the south side are going to be looking at you. I feel like they kind of were hedging their bets and going, if it doesn't work, at least we have a duo on that north side of the road. I think that was kind of their only play if they wanted that compound. Now, we could get into a discussion of should they have gone for that compound in the first place, which that could be a discussion, but if that was the decision they were going to make, I actually don't mind it.
Wrapping my head around this. So they had to take a 2-man fight versus the entirety of Ida instead of just fully...
It wasn't the entirety, there was a duo there.
Yeah, but like it was the remnants of...
Yeah, I mean, because I think if you do go for the full stack, if you do try and go 4v2, you're going to get picked apart.
Because at that point, the compound, the reason why I'm saying this in the first place is because the compound is on the edge of the circle.
Yeah.
Next circle, unless you get a really bad circle shift, it is going to be tending to move away from that compound. So naturally, that's going to be forcing Ida towards the compound of AXTMG, and meaning they're going to have a great opportunity to kind of third party that push and just stop them from entering the circle this time around. So I get your point.
Yeah.
But we can just agree to disagree on this one.
Okay.
I think those are both great points, to be honest.
Thanks.
I think I like where you're going. I think I like where you're going, too. Overall, they did end up getting a top 4 finish, which is really good for this team that needs those points. I mean, you technically don't expect them to start off super, super hot, but you do want to at least have something out of this team, right? Another team that was able to do something here is, you know what? We are going to be going to Erangel. Let's look at the top teams, and there's just absolutely no surprise that Alter Ego is going to be up there. Luckily for some of these teams, though, for Thrives, Max, that team is not going to be here. They're currently just watching everything because they're going to be going to the grand finals.
Bro, they are. I can tell you that the spa right now. You know, they're in the pool.
They're chilling.
They got their Honor device. You know, they're just watching the broadcast. Be like, puh. Easy. Okay, maybe not Ultra Ego, except Ultra Ego. Maybe that's not quite easy. But the fact that Ultra Ego here get 10 eliminations, again, as an average on that map. We mentioned it on the pre-show, right? That is a good average with placement points included. They do that in eliminations alone. Ultra Ego, if they, again, can replicate that first place, definitely on the cards for them.
I will say, though, APG not far behind with over 7 elimination average, what, 7.3, something like that. And if you talk about 4 Thrives having a really, really good elimination average with the 6 point something they had there, APG still not doing too bad. And I think it's even more impressive considering that we've seen far less from APG than we have from Alter Ego or 4 Thrives.
How about we talk about APG on this game?
There was one thing from APG there that we were kind of hesitant about for a split second. We saw Doc starting to scout, but it was a little bit different.
It was a regroup.
It was like it's actual scouting to facilitate a transition. It's not like actively scouting and then 1v4ing. That's completely different, okay? No, he actually goes for the rock where eventually Nongshim Red Force take control of it with Binny, and they do get himself a really good angle and then just pick up everyone else. I think even Doc went to pick up Toppy was his personal Uber to bring him back in that position. I do think they should have gone high north on the rock position to try and win it off, but I think overall, Doc is trying to play with the team a little bit more, which you can always appreciate.
I mean, it comes down to that team just being able to make sure they end up regrouping. And for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that from July 25th to the 27th and August 1st from the 3rd, log into Summon Airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, from July 25th to the 31st, vote for your favorite airdrop partner for a chance to receive special gifts from them. Don't miss this year's airdrop carnival and unbox your surprise. And what I want to unbox now is going to be this next match because I'm excited to see who's going to be the top dog here in the first Erangel of the final day of group stages. So let's send it over to none other than John Allen, the man with the great voice and Reflections. Soldier Reflections.
Wait, what did he call me?
I don't know.
Soldier Reflections?
Soldier Reflections?
Yeah, so you get the good voice, I get Soldier Reflections. That's okay. We take those dubs.
Hey, man, look, you can keep that all to yourself. I'm busy casting PUBG Mobile.
There you go.
Yeah, going into this game, we are going to indeed be looking at the top dogs, right? Because it was Alter Ego who had a little bit of a misstart to today, a misfire to kick things off. Alpha 7 as well. These are the two teams with all eyes on. But Falcons as well have not been able to put too much on the board. They rolled up to Alpha Gaming and they were rebuffed. We'll see if they can put more points on the board, but the opportunity to direct qualify into the finals is starting to dwindle. We had questions about this team coming into this tournament, and the answers I don't think their fans are going to like right now. It has not been an illustrious start for the Falcons.
Not at all. Not at all. And I'm actually very worried now at this point because when they played in their Group 1 on day 1, they started off with a big second place, plenty of eliminations, a tremendous game to say, okay, Falcons are here to play. They weren't the greatest on Erangels. They just weren't. And now they move into Erangel. They're already really far down. We're talking 22 points. Falcons have to pull off a hat trick over the next 5 games. They cannot afford to have another bad game. They just can't. They now have to pop off each and every game that starts here, game number 2 on Erangel. So for Falcons, the home team, they've got to get to work.
They need those points. They need them fast. Getting 60 points on 5 matches, I don't think it's going to be doable to push up towards that 80-point boundary that we're expecting. It may just be a matter of pride for them at this stage. See if they can go again. Well, and money, to be fair, as they ladder up in those rankings. Of course, do get a little bit more moolah to be able to take home with you guaranteed, but they very likely going to be seen in the survival stages. And in the survival stages, that's going to be an interesting dynamic, right? It's going to change the lobby, I think, significantly. When you take out the top 8 teams from somewhere, all of a sudden, the forces that controlled the lobby, they've evaporated, right? They've completely changed.
It's a great conversation. It truly is. Some teams might... Oh, look at that zone. We'll talk about that in just a quick second. But, man, you know, some teams get very nervous when they see the likes of Alpha 7. Maybe they see Alter Ego Eras doing as well as they are, right? Thunder Talk. And they start to deviate, change their play style. When they're gone, like you mentioned, things start to change a bit. And, well, survival stage is going to be a lot of fun, but very stressful for those teams who are still struggling even at this stage. We look at the zone on the way to the right-hand north-hand side, APG, Thunder Talk, we know where they like to go. They like to go towards military. They might run into each other. Kenotrip on the western side bridge might decide to stay there. But early wins, though, for Power, who needs some points. You've got Red Force, who's coming off a tremendous win. They get a lot of points. They are now elevating themselves up into the top 8 potential position. They're well within that zone, could play potentially the gatekeeper role. For others, though, as we know, towards Zarki, Alpha 7, E Arena, R8, they've got a relatively long rotate, but I believe they're going to hug on that north-hand side of the map, maybe towards Yasnaya. So that side shouldn't be too busy. But yeah, for Noksham Red Force, Power, we got, of course, Alter Ego's Ares, who needs to recover after game number 1. I think they're set up quite nicely.
Yeah, they had a little tight drop over towards Milta very early out of the plane path. A couple of teams out there as well, Power and Gamax. And to be fair, if you're going to choose 2 teams to be right next to you when you drop, it is Power and Gamax, who are in 23rd and 24th on the table, respectively. Yeah, and they managed to get all the way up to Lipovka fairly unscathed. We saw Kinotrope as well taking up Ferry Pier away from 4 Thrives, obviously, who normally drop there. We've seen them drop there for the past 2 days. Of course, not playing today. That spot was open, and Kinotrope have been able to take up that mantle, which does mean that there's potentially different dynamics if Alpha Gaming opts to go for that West Bridge rotate instead of going directly into the zone, right? Going past Thunder Talk, which is also an option.
You say that, it's not going to be an easy one, though, is it? Thunder Talk's been putting up a wonderful fight, and I think for them, they want to prioritize this rotate onto mainland as quickly as possible. There's just no way military is going to be, obviously, within that next zone. So they want to try and get a move on and potentially get some distance between them and APG. For the other rosters towards Zarki, nobody's moving just yet. Relatively slow goings. R8 did disengage. They're now moving up towards the north-hand side, which could give them a pretty big advantage, in my opinion, if they can set it up properly and have the wherewithal to know, okay, we might have a couple teams rotate in towards Yasnaya. We could play gatekeeper. That could be some much-needed points going their way. I mean, after all, same kind of conversation with Noksham Red Force, R8, AXTMG. They're a little bit on that bubble, right? They've got a lot of ground to cover, and they're running out of time.
Thunder Talk being cautious on this bridge crossing, rightly so. There's nobody currently challenging them, but because of the number of parachutes that they saw heading to that northern side, they would have seen at least 3 or 4 teams heading out over towards the mainland from that Novo drop. They are being nice and cautious to get across this one. They're serpentining across the bridge. They're leaving backstops. It's nice and disciplined from Thunder Talk, and they are going to be able to carry their journey on in towards the south side of this circle. Moving now to the south edge of Milta.
Weibo, pretty easy rotate for them. They're going to be just fine. Team that is at 42. Still very much possible. Revo, a bit of a misjump, but that's okay. He's styling on us anyways. Again, up there towards intense game. The arena. Thunder Talk goes over to the right-hand side, maybe closer and closer towards Gamix. But one thing about this zone, right? I mean, it's so much water, right? There's only going to be so much land that's going to be usable, to obviously playability-wise. So, yeah, I think it's going to be quite a bit tight. I do worry maybe potentially about Falcons. I think they're just fine at the moment. But if they do decide to hang around school area, you've got Ida, who's already going to be there, most likely very early on. They're probably going to stay there for the time being. You still got IG coming onto your backside. You have, of course, E-Arena. So Falcons going to be just fine. For Kinotrip, though, I am quite excited based off of where they're currently positioned, but Power is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, a lot of contest for that central location. Alter Ego moving up, potentially out of Lipovka towards Prison Hills. It looks like Rosemary may be wanting to stretch out a little bit further. Currently Power hold to the south of it. Kinotrope, they're up onto the tower right now, and just trying to keep an eye out towards Nongshim, who are taking some shots over towards Power as well.
He's still relatively quiet. Tense game. They're on the move. On through Pochinki, straight into the area off to the left of Falcons. APG still on military. They will decide to finally get a move on. They're not going to go on that western bridge. They're going to take the eastern side, which honestly is good for them. They have to assume if we do take the western bridge, teams are most likely going to be rotating late through blue. That would then include Weibo, who's going to be on to just behind them. Obviously, you do not want to get sandwiched, especially when you don't know how many teams are going to be on mainland once you do decide to get back into the zone. Luckily for them, kind of same conversation that we had against Thunder Talk. Nobody is going to be gatekeeping them on the bridge, which honestly, I think is quite surprising. surprising. I think there would have been an opportunity to camp that bridge, but I know it's not necessarily the smartest thing to do at times, especially at this level, because you typically end up cannibalizing each other. But for APG, they should have a free rotate.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be unscathed on their approach. We'll see where they can go from there. Alpha 7, they did in fact go over that north side, over the north of Yasnaya, and they're looking to slide on in past Mansion, past that open area to the north of Prison, because there isn't too much contest there right now. Those fields fairly uncontested. A couple of those dips being taken up by AXTMG right now, who again find themselves fairly central in a fairly solid spot. Let's hope that they don't mismanage it this time.
I think Alpha 7's going to be heading straight for Lipovka. That's their area, and during Americas, that's where they tended to land. They gave it up this time around because it was contested, so they go up towards Zarki, where they've got free reign to get all the loot they want. But Lipovka, an area, at least on that edge, they are very comfortable, super familiar with it, and it's going to be tough for any teams to battle them on their home turf. Alter Egos, they're going to have Alpha, who's going to be the, upwards, so he's still going to be a bit separated from Alpha 7, but he should be calling this out and saying, okay, A7, they're going to be up top. Let's continue to maintain where we're currently at. And Milta is currently free, absolutely free. Thundertalk doesn't even decide to take it either.
I mean, you don't want to be holding up in the buildings just yet, right? We talk about the idea of overcommitting to an urban environment, unless it comes with another advantage like high ground over a location or a potential rotational path that comes on through. Milta sits in a bit of a dip from the positions to the north that you know people are going to be taking. Down to the west. Oh my goodness. Maybe you're going to go in there now though.
Yes.
Because it is only when it commits on the side of an urban environment that you want to send in.
Look at everybody.
That is one hell of a shift. Let's go. Mad Max on the road.
Look at everybody just shifting down. So many names, so many teams. Everybody's like, oh, wait a minute. We were not prepared for this. And well, Alter Egos will take over the right-hand side. And now the gunshots start to fly. Power, by the way, does have a hovercraft. And well, Rico says, I want to try and take it out if I can. Gamix struggling so much. They're only at 6 points. They've already lost a player. But where they are currently at, maybe, just maybe, they can get a couple of shots and take down some stragglers from other rosters rotating in.
I'm looking at Weibo Gaming right now. They've taken an interesting approach to this one. They've sent all the way out on that western bridge to Sosnovka Military Island. They're currently rotating on the north side of the military base. They're going to be coming through on that bridge, so potentially a little bit of a wild card in play here. They could go for an aquatic approach to the mainland too.
Looking at Alpha 7 rotating down. Ida just next to him. R8's going to be onto the backside of Revo. That's going to be tightly contested depending on where they decide to stay. I expect Alpha 7 to hug the edge of the zone, which is what they're very, very comfortable with doing. But I agree with you, Weibo, loving it. We do have AXTMG rolling up. We got Falcons on your screen. Narvalo looking to put in a little bit of work. Henry cooking a nade, so you have to assume this fight most likely is going to be going down. You want to take out AXTG. You have Strex, who's already going to be out of the way. Narvalo repositioning. This fight may be disengaging. Falcons might want to get out of here. AXTMG says, come back. We actually want to fight this. We're ready.
I mean, this is the scrap for the shelter area, for the hill that overlooks Milta, and access towards places like the roadblock that sits on the northwest side of Milta. So potential to get a lot from this position, but as soon as it's contested, it gets sluggish, it gets slow. And it looks like these two teams are going to divide themselves from one another and just stay at arm's length. So survival definitely at the forefront of their minds.
Something to think about in the future. Weibo, we did compliment that they were on the military side. If they do have to go up towards mainland, look at that bridge now. You've got IG, who's just next to it. You got Kinotrope as well, who's going to be at the forefront of the eastern side bridge. That's not going to be easy, and I don't think they're going to have a hovercraft, if I'm not mistaken. Team starting to settle down a bit. The Mad Max rotation, as you said it, and you called it, starting to cool off just a little. Falcons still 4-man unit, despite them running into AXTMG just a little bit earlier. You have Thundertalk, who's a bit split, but they're at the moment at least currently fine. Gamix has refused to move from their central position, and Suck is going across the bridge. He's the tip of the spear now for Weibo, and I hope he's not biting off more than he can chew, because Kinotrope is right there.
He's got that east side, right? There's a couple of those rocks that you can stay on. They're going for that scouting position, a shift out to the west, and they're going to be happy that they've now got that foothold. You're going to see the rest of Weibo now looking to regroup, spread out along that coastline. It's difficult because there are going to be players in Milta, and those angles start to get covered off on the position on the east side of the exit from the bridge from Weibo. They're going to have to try and find something. There are some options as well to the western side. Obviously, you've got the gas station just as you come out. Yep. It's pretty difficult to get in towards that, though, uncontested, especially with how ram-packed this circle is right now above them.
Well, good news for them. IG does decide to rotate in towards the northern side, Kinnetrop as well. But when you do hug the edge of this this water side, you know you're going to be taking some shots, not only across the way, but as soon as you peek your head at the top, it's most likely going to get popped off. I mean, Kinnetrop, great example. They've been looking to gatekeep. Unintentionally, they didn't know about it, but they knew there was going to be a team most likely coming across that bridge, and once they see it, it's Kinnetrop who's just absolutely ready for it. IDA, however, is set up still quite nicely, and I think for them, especially R8, AXTMG, going to rotate straight into them. I think this might be a big game from IDA if the zones continue to bless them.
I'm feeling for Alpha 7 right now as well. Over on that northern side, they're having to push out into the blue. We'll see where they try and wrap around. It could be a long sweep out to the west and push in behind Intense Game. We'll have to see, because they've just actually disappeared north from our map feed. And of course, you guys can check out the map feed over on the YouTube channel. Make sure you're checking that one out to make sure you're up to date, seeing where everyone's going at all times. Alpha Gaming losing Doc, though. That's in a fairly pivotal position. That's over in Milta, as Thunder Talk are going to look to push across.
Yeah, Thunder Talk getting active. Good to see that from them. They've obviously been a very talented roster towards the top echelon when it comes to this group. Anyways, at 50 points, a very realistic option and chance for them to break into top 8. Squashes down to the zone. Mafioso takes down Ralph from Falcons as they do get active. We talked about them having to rotate far up north. Taking down Falcons here would be big for them. Obviously, Alpha 7 still wants to be the champions once again. Taking down the home team this early on, stopping them and stopping their chances essentially after game 2 for top 8 would be massive.
This is so nasty for Falcons. They managed to get that first knock. They do a lot of damage, but now Redox is isolated. Novalo's isolated. Koa's out in the middle of nowhere comparatively. He's over the road, back where we saw them before, up towards that hillside. And they're taking these slow 1v1s. Alpha 7 committing 2 to a single engagement is what has turned the tides here. Sure, they've lost Squash, but they are now descending, and they've got 2 players in. Novalo, surely there's no chance as Mafioso descends. It's Carrillo who draws first blood, Revo who puts him down, and Redox turns his tail and runs.
Yeah, he's gone. He's out. He's going to go ahead and join his teammate just off to the left-hand side and try and lock down this house. If Falcons now pushes into where Redox as well as his teammate is currently at, it's not going to be an easy rotate for them. I am sure of it. We have another zone shift. Weibo once again has to relocate and go to the north, but this time it's going to be the most difficult rotation they have had yet because Kinnetrop already had them on their radar. APG was also looking directly at them. And now I'm glad to see R8 on the screen because they were just like Alpha 7 earlier, rotated way north through shelter, came back down, and now they look to challenge Alpha 7. But it's not a real challenge. You can't break into that hardcover POI unless you crash in, and that's almost a death sentence. So I think for them, yeah, they're going to go ahead and rotate and find a better option.
The good thing for R8 is they don't necessarily need to crash. Alpha 7 need to leave. Not necessarily immediately, but they can send on in. Oh, but they want to crash anyway. They're sending on through. Looks like Prestige. Oh, he's got himself an AWM there. We'll be able to hunt some heads, I hope, in the coming moments. But they're coming up against Nongshim Red Force, who of course won that Sanhok. They're coming off fresh from a chicken dinner.
But I am happier with this crash as opposed to what maybe they were thinking about with Alpha 7. Alpha 7, though, still could play an impact from a distance as they do have that high ground. So you're in the shed, through the doorways, you overexpose yourself, you take a lot of damage, and that only helps Nongshim Red Force in this scenario. Rosemary opposite of King, and he's dipping. Question is, can he get away, and can Moana help him from a distance?
He's got that cover around the sidelines there. I think Moana's going to be able to hold his nerve. That buggy eating a lot of the damage from behind. The spray downs there, and Thunder Talk pulled up quite a lot, and they will be slow now as the circle puts pressure on. Are they going to chase, or are they going to try and keep things together and go for a different approach? Meanwhile, Alter Ego trying to push over towards AXTMG as they disengage from Thunder Talk. They put themselves into another sightline, and it will be on this top side of the hill. The nade in from Krypton, but no one's going down just yet.
They've got to make a decision. If you're Alter Ego, Egos, you've got AXTMG to your north, you've got ThunderTalk to your south, you've got a crashing on one, and it looks like it's going to be AXTMG. If you can disengage from this, you just got to full send it directly into the middle of the zone. Depot T cannot take down Rosemary. Mind you, update, we do lose intense game. Our first team, by the way, with how chaotic these zones have been, I am surprised we are just now losing only one team. Back on board with Henry up close. He goes down. Alter Egos need this win. They need to recover from the rough game number one that they had, and they're doing exactly that in sensational style.
They slipped the pin, and Alter Ego managed to get around to the other side of AXTMG. With Rosemary down, another as well, down on bended knee. They'll need to try and pick it up, and of course they can. It's Alter Ego, but can they get Rosemary back in time? Because ThunderTalk are following in their footsteps.
ThunderTalk, like you said, right behind them. They were going to pincer in Alter Egos when they were opposite of AXTMG. But now Alter Egos can put their full focus on the Jing as well as the entirety of ThunderTalk. Taking them down within control. They would monopolize the entire northern side of the current zone, which would be massive for them. But this isn't going to be an easy fight. Nades are already coming out. ThunderTalk is taking the first shots. Krypton takes a bit of damage. You got vehicles to disengage, but ThunderTalk really can't go anywhere. They are forced to fight.
4 players still alive though, which means that they do have a shot here into this engagement. Alter Ego looking to keep this pressure up. Are Ida going to try and chime in? I don't think they're going to want to leave their position right now. No. A little bit closer down towards Milta. Next circle is going to come on through, and it goes a lot more central, so Ida definitely not wanting to flex out at this stage. Gamax very happy. I'm looking at E-Arena as well in the middle of this one, having a good time. I think Power, they'll be able to survive. I'm not expecting them to be able to get up towards these hills. But then again, and this is going to sound mean, it's Gamax in their way, so it might be a little bit easier.
Might be a little bit easier, right? And Gamax hasn't moved, by the way. That's been one of their things that's hurt them so much, is their inability to make a conscious decision of, this is what we need to do. Let's make an effort. Let's push up. But granted, I will say they've been center zone. Where they're currently at and how they're playing is not bad according to how the zone currently looks, because theoretically everybody's going to have to rotate into them into center, so maybe they could pick up more eliminations in the future. But right now at 6 points, you got to think teams are most likely going to bully them and push in. For ThunderTalk, AE, they have to push out, and Alpha 7 is also skirting around relatively close to their vicinity, and once again, Alter Egos might be getting pincered, but this time between ThunderTalk and Alpha 7, so taking down ThunderTalk now is imperative.
It's not a full threat from Alpha 7 though. Only a few of them moving in, and that's going to allow Krypton to be unleashed, and ThunderTalk, they have no chance. This guy is insane on a swivel, finding 1, finding 2, the rest of the team with a volley of fire, and the E-limbs just keep coming. Alter Ego now up to 7. That first game, forget about it. Eyes on Erangel.
And you know what? That's impressive and going to be a massive talking point going into the final stages, because Alter Egos, they can take a bad game and a terrible loss and then turn it around the very next games, which shows composure, shows tenacity, and shows their ability to keep their head in the game despite potentially going through struggles. That's how you become a champion, and I'm calling it early. Alter Egos might very well be in the top 3 running. We look at E-Arena now, Alpha 7. We haven't seen Alpha 7 get active for just a little bit. The last time was against Falcons. This time we've got an opportunity against E-Arena, and Alpha 7 should win this with the utility being thrown and the early damage being affected. Joker is feeling it. Alpha 7, you know them. They're going to want to push this as aggressively as they can.
It feels like this may be their final rotation of the game. They've moved into the roadblock, and they're just trying to survive now, try and outlast these teams. Sure, they can get these nades. I don't imagine that they have the presence, the pressure, with 3 players alive to go for a full push here. They might be able to pick up some E-limbs, sure, but it's R8, I think, who are going to be able to earn the lion's share of this engagement, of this push towards E-Arena.
Yeah, R8's going to be just behind him. Gamex does have an opportunity potentially to fire some shots. I think they've got to keep their heads down, though, because you have Alter Ego Ares, who is firing down on Gamex's position. But here is R8. You mentioned them now pushing in. You got to feel bad for E-Arena. They're between R8, they're between Alpha 7, and they're all huddled within the same location, which makes nades and utility that much more effective. For Alpha 7, though, they continue to bunker down where they are currently at. They do not want to move, and I think this is an opportunity where Gamex, because can't they peek them, if I'm not mistaken, from their location?
It's difficult. There's a little bit of cover. The terrain does give you some cover off. Obviously, Carrillo has the terrain of the actual roadblock itself, of the checkpoint, to play cover towards Gamax. It's just about covered off, and that is a disadvantage of playing on this checkpoint, is that it is bit of a dearth of information because you don't have sightlines towards a lot of positions. You're playing, obviously you know there's a team above you, you've taken fights with them, you're going to hear these gunshots, but you're not going to be able to scope people out. You're not going to be able to take shots. You're not going to be able to suppress a lot of the area around you. That's why I said earlier it felt like a final rotation for Alpha 7, especially as a 3-player team. I just don't expect them to be leaving this location. The question is, what can they earn from it?
Well, so R8 has made a decision. They're rotating out. They might be giving up this fight between Alpha 7 and E Arena. Maybe ID comes back into the fold, but I think for them, taking the northern side, maybe challenging the weaker force of Falcons. I say weaker only because they're down to a duo. Meanwhile, R8 still a 4-man unit would be powerful. For E Arena, they've got the hard cover, but now they've got to push into Alpha 7. This isn't going to be easy for E Arena. You got R8 still behind you with a couple of stragglers who are just keeping you uncomfortable. Alpha 7 in front of you. If E Arena makes it out of this, there's no way that they lose this game. If they do make it out unscathed, that is, but I expect them, even if they do win it, they're losing at least 2 or 3.
I mean, Alter Ego, though, still there. That's going to be one hell of a hurdle to cross. They're already up to 11 elims, by the way. R8 trying to make their approach, and E Arena will go 1-for-1 on the trade. Ida has to back up. And look for the res here. Prestige not going to waste any time. A big nade coming through from Mormon, though, and that's going to change the tide of things. Prestige needs to commit, needs to get some damage here. Looks good with the arc. Is he going to be able to connect too much more? The reses are coming through for R8, and they're keeping the pressure up, but the res comes through, and now 4 players still stand for E Arena. The nade, again, not connecting.
I am shocked. E Arena has 4 players up, and they're actually doing a ton of damage to R8. Prestige from a distance. Hill makes it so awkward. He can't even get up. You got Alfreefus from APG, who might be on the backside. I think he's thinking about it. Okay, do I have clear line of sights? If I do, I'm taking him, and that's going to be all on R8. And actually, here he goes, getting active, and this could help E Arena so much.
They've managed to find that first and an immediate flush. R8 not in a position. They were almost committed to that push. Every focus was on the E Arena compound. This Alpha Gaming flex out, I mean, it was a risk, but it's paid off beautifully. Alpha 7, are they trying to look for a move?
Looks like
I don't think so. Not just yet, but Carrillo's sending nades on in. They're keeping the pressure up on the other side of this engagement.
This is messy. This is chaotic. The winner of this fight could very well go on to win game number 2 Erangel of the day. The Alpha Gaming has moved even further up. They're taking the forward position. E Arena now has a couple of players who are down. 2 players to stand up. Carrillo, he wants to push up. He wants to at least get a line of sight on any stragglers who peek their head over the corner. Prestige finally moving in. He's been waiting to do this for the longest time. A nade's being cooked. He swings the angle. He gets the drop, but it's not done just yet. E Arena fights back through the window. R8 are down. It's down to Mark, who hits the shotgun shot through the doorway, though. Clutching up is our boy Mormon from E Arena. But now, is this the time where Alpha 7 says enough is enough? We know you're weak. We're taking you down.
They don't have the pressure, and that's the disadvantage of this location. They are just hiding here. They don't have the time or the angles to push up towards it. Fortunately, they don't have to, because the circle is going to force E Arena over towards them. They have got that top shot going over their heads from Gamax to suppress E Arena's rotation, and even further behind them, Alter Ego have those shots. It's going to make E Arena's approach really, really difficult. Power trying to leave Milta as well. The options are shutting down now for E Arena.
Hovercraft for power, by the way. They still have it. We'll keep that in mind. That's going to be so valuable in these open in-game fights. For E Arena, astounding performance for Allied. We cannot discredit how amazing that is, getting pincered between R8, having APG also moving in on you. The fact that they move out with 4 is something I was not expecting. If Joker can somehow, some way get on top of this roof and look down on Alpha 7, E Arena could make a play of a lifetime and push even deeper into zone, but he's already taken damage from the distance.
That's Alter Ego, and even with that high ground advantage, you just can't take those angles. The shape of the terrain just doesn't allow it. They try and go for this crash. Alpha 7 have such a strong hold, and Carrillo's holding face against 2, finds them, and immediately shuts them down. Mormon in the smoke, and Carrillo retreats a little bit closer towards his teammates, but he's hopping out. He's getting bold. The weapon swap's there, and the team of E Arena are falling. Joker with a nade, but Carrillo is farming them as they approach.
Oh, but the nade connects onto Carrillo. The farming ends, and Joker becomes the farmer himself, but only for just a little bit. that Carrillo should get back onto his feet. And now we are down to our top 4 teams. And finally, Gamex starts to get active. They're getting pushed, and it's Alter Ego.
From the northeast side, Power have managed to move up behind Alter Ego, so it could be dangerous. The ground floor now taken. Moana, Krypton, followed by Rosemary into the ground floor now, pushing Gamex up on high. Molotovs to burn it, to slow things down before they can get this res, though. These nades are going to start to come on through. Healing now being done, and Alter Ego have pressure from the high ground that they have just deserted.
Rosemary bottom left. He's been the highest damage dealer so far. Krypton as well, to be a great courtesy to Rosemary's performance. Gamex getting pieced apart, but Arthur wants to stop the bleeding. He wants to put Alter Egos into the grave. But will it be possible? I don't know. You got Rosemary, the top dog, and Krypton down below, and he's hugging a corner. He's hugging it tight. But the question is, does Gamex give up their high ground? They're on the second floor. I don't think they do, but Arthur is burning, but only for a little bit.
He has that first aid. Nades being poured over towards Alpha 7, huddled behind the checkpoint. How are they finding these hiding places? I don't know. Carrillo fully flushed out. The nades keep going, and Power are putting more and more pressure on as time goes on. Gamex, they're not out of it just yet. They've managed to extract some value out of Alter Ego, but they will finally fall. Alpha 7 are next to go down, and Power now have it all to do. They've got 4 players alive if they get this res, and Alter Ego on 3.
And they have the hovercraft as well. We cannot discredit how powerful that might be in this end zone, but it's hovercraft versus hardcover POI. Alter Ego's areas, 15 eliminations. 15, absolute insanity. We've been singing their praises. We've been talking about how amazing Rosemary is and how great this roster might be in the finals. Could they be consistent from yesterday to today? Well, game 1 gave us a bit of a fright. Maybe they're starting to slow down, but game 2, they shut us right up with 15 elims, now top 2 going for gold.
And Krypton is ahead of them, the tip of the spear. He is the top fragger right now. He's been doing a lot of work coming in on today, and he has still got a little bit more gas left in the tank. Over to easy. Krypton and Moana. Moana goes down, and Krypton falls next. A nice hold there along the sight lines for Power, and it's all up to the man himself. It's Rosemary with a chance to prove that he can take a 1v4. Sure, it might be against Power, but it would be legendary. Unfortunately, it's not to be, and Power managed to leave Milta in the chaos, move in behind Alter Ego, and they take a chicken dinner.
9 eliminations, mind you. A big difference from the Power that we've been seeing in the previous days. Power takes the first win of the day for themselves. Of course, game number 2, but you cannot discredit how amazing Alter Ego's areas are to snap back from game number 1 into game 2. But Power, a roster that I expect a lot from. They've been on the minds of the desk. They've been on the minds of the talent. Finally, they performed the way we were expecting.
There he is, the man himself. Haji, looking hell happy. We love it. We love it. And we are, of course, going to see how that's going to affect the standings. But I think another big story on this is, of course, Alter Ego. 15 elims, second place. That's going to give them 21 points. They kicked off the game on 78, which is going to put them up at 100. Is that? No, not quite.
Not quite.
Just about on the cusp of breaking into the triple digits.
Yeah, well, you know, the thing is, pretty much top 8 already guaranteed, right? Coming out from the team of Alter Egos. They want to catch 4th thrives. They want to be in first place, and the opportunity is there because we're still talking. You said it, right? Going into Sanhok, there's a lot of money on the line that we haven't talked about as much. What, $80,000? So you want to definitely secure that, give you a little bit of a confidence boost heading in to the finals. Game number 2 has concluded. We've still got plenty more to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, game 3 coming your way.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 ESPORTS World Cup.
Howard not just getting the win in game, but also taking all the loot IRL. This team, I mean, they ended up using hovercrafts to their advantage there, Max.
I mean, you play in Milta, you're right next to the beach. Guess what drops over there? It is going to be the hovercraft. They got it. They had full control of the hovercraft pretty much from minute 1 of this game until the very end of the match, and it allows them to apply so much pressure onto Alpha 7, onto the side of Alter Ego to confirm that game. They were quite passive until the very end of this match, right? But they were just holding onto their resources, and you can't really fault them for that because you were in circle, you were in a compound, you just chill. You're chilling out.
Yeah.
Which is fine, right? And I'm glad that the MENA region starting to react here for me. As I was calling them out earlier, I wanted to see a little bit more. We were scared that this might have been the play. This might be a turnaround. I don't know yet, though, because there was another team. All right.
Yes.
A lot of third partying from this squad.
So much. And I really enjoy how they used that as momentum, right? They had a big old third party over in Farm. That was a really good thing. They were able to eliminate, I think, both of those teams and just use that as momentum to just wrap around onto the western side. I mean, we saw Damar go way up to the north in a scouting position. That was really nice to see from them as well. And I thought, hey, they could actually win this game off of the back of that one third party, just using that to just go full send and try and control as much as possible. But we did see that they kind of slowed down a little bit towards EA.
Yeah, I mean, they did try to go for another third party then onto E Arena and Alpha 7. The thing is, the fight didn't fully begin. And the issue with that is that then they were forced to wait on the edge because they were nade range. They were getting pushed on back. And off the back of that, they just keep getting forced against the side of the blue. And unfortunately, that's the main issue with third parties. When you are delayed significantly, you're then forced to go into a fight you just don't want to take anymore. And because of that, R8 were not able to go the entire way. The first third party, amazing. Second one, a little bit lackluster for me.
It was a bit shaky there. And then on top of that, I mean, you had E-Arena Sakura just popping off through the smoke. 2 players, 1 shotgun. He made it happen as we're going to be taking a look here at the match ranking. Alter Ego Aries, even though they didn't get the win, this team was just just absolutely dominating. 15 eliminations, 21 points total there, Max.
We really need to talk about Alter Ego right now because
take your time.
They drop Lipovka, they go for wide rotation into the side of Milta Power, go back up to the mountain of Lumberyard, eliminate, every single team on Lumberyard. I think that 11 eliminations the moment they start to leave Lumberyard, go for the push onto GMX's compound, and that's keeping in mind that the circle just kept shifting away from them. Like, this is not a gifted circle win that they could have gotten. No, they had to fight for it tooth and nail the entirety of this match. So Alter Ego, man, they are bringing the heat just like yesterday.
And one thing I really enjoy about Alter Ego, Neptura, was how quickly that decision-making with the fights ended up happening. It allowed them just to get so much control of the circle, especially towards the north, even though the circles kept going away from them.
Yeah, I think it's something that we're really enjoying seeing is just their timing. They're able to just make a decision very, very quickly. And so you're able to spot that information, first of all, spot it really quickly, make a decision based on that, and then go for it all in the span of like 5 seconds is really, really important, especially when you get to this level. And for Alter Ego, with 15 eliminations and a second place, it's exactly what you want to see.
We're talking about all these teams there that finished towards the top. Let's talk about another team, because going into this Erangel with the groups that are currently playing, we had APG not really having to worry about 4 Thrives. He kind of seemed promising there for a little bit until some interesting splits ended up happening, Max, and Doc got eliminated first.
I was very confused as to why they did that 2-2 split. I think it was Top and Doc over into Milton, the two other players of Refus going over to the western side. I was very confused because if you want to have a 2-2 split, it's better to have a 2-2 split where you can actually see your teammates and you can directly assist them. But no, Top and Doc were deep into Milta. Thunder Talk come rushing right into the city, get a 4v2, the easiest fight in the century for them at that point. It was just so easy to execute, and then they're just down to a duo at the very end. So again, I like 2-2 splits, but the way they did it there just makes very little sense to me. I want to see them just maybe a little bit more tightly knitted together in positions like a city finish like Milta.
No, I have to agree. It is interesting that you see that you've got Top and Doc there. That's the duo that seems to be coming up again and again, right? That's the new fragging duo. So you could see how they might put a little bit too much confidence into the fragging power of that duo to send them into a weird angle, a weird split. But yeah, you're right. Once you get run over by, 4 players, it's not going to happen, especially with the momentum of moving in, crashing a building. There is momentum in that. And so that's where you're going to see them fall down.
Well, we're talking about all these teams now. I want to see what the overalls currently be looking like, because Alter Ego, did you do enough now to be in second place? And they did. What a performance by this team. And they still have 4 more games to go. Look, it's looking scary there for 4 Thrives. They might end up catching up now with Alter Ego at 99 points and 69 eliminations. Nice.
How many points are they going to have at the end of today if they maintain this kind of momentum?
130.
130? Yeah. I was thinking that would, the fact that they would do a massive gap like that and 4 Thrives still had an amazing group stage is a very big statement at the very start here at PMWC.
So let's take a look at what Alter Ego's doing, right? Currently they're in second place, and then the next team that's following them that still has matches to go is going to be Alpha 7, and they're all the way down in 7th place. There is a 30-point gap right there. If you're Alter Ego, and this is going to be a question for both of you, and I'm going to go with you first, Max. Once you end up passing 4 Thrives, do you maybe want to hinder the performances of some of the other teams that might be struggling, or that you might make it a little bit harder for them to get to grand finals and force them to go to survival stage?
I don't think you even have to overtake 4 Thrives. I think you start doing it now. Reason why 4 Thrives not here, right? They're not playing. What's available? Western Bridge. Where do Alpha Gaming like to rotate? Western Bridge. Would they expect it? Hell no. I would love to see them take Fairy Pier for themselves and just gatekeep the hell out of Alpha Gaming just to say, no, you're not making it to finals. Go to the disgusting survival stage over there. You don't belong there just yet.
Alter Ego, making it harder for APG. I like that. Nep?
I typically disagree with anything target. Yeah, you say. No. I typically disagree with things like, trying to target other teams once you've reached a certain threshold. However, I really like your idea of actually trying to gatekeep APG because they just would not expect it. And I think that would be super effective.
Okay. All right. I want to see some other team. Pretty much just get spoiled there by the way that Alter Ego's playing, because this team right now, it feels like they're doing just everything absolutely perfect. Going to this second Erangel, though, I want to see if they can continue on this momentum. So let's send it over to the casters. Soldier Reflections and John Allen.
And
the test for putting in the heavy work as much as you guys have done. Map number 3, halfway point for today. And time, again, is running out. We were kind of calculating how many points the teams need to be at. I think 63 was the number that you were calculating. I don't do math, you do, but hey, 63, I think, right, is where the teams need to be by the end of Game 3.
That would put you at a 7-point average over the games that you've played so far. That would be more than 80 points over the course of the 12 matches that you get to play, which is where we're expecting that bubble to be. Obviously, Alter Ego Ares blasting that metric out of the water. They're on 99er on 8. An incredible performance coming through. That's over a 12-point average, which is insane. Generally, we talk about these first place teams hovering around a 10-point average. So to be up and over 12, over 8 matches is pretty crazy.
So Hora Esports at 46, they're just below that threshold. I think this is their game. I'm feeling it. You go back to day 1, and Hora started off game number 3 with a second place finish, 16 total points with 10 eliminations. So for me, I think this is their opportunity to shine and blast past through that point threshold at 63. So Hora, all eyes on them. For me, who you looking out for?
I think that Max might have been on the money. Weibo with a slow start. They're going to be pushing in, getting a little bit more momentum now. It's time to engage the thrusters.
It's not too late.
Let's see if the PEL can do it. And Alpha Gaming, they're rubbish. Everybody hates.
Yo, hold on, chill out. He said that, not me. Alpha Gaming still in the running alongside that of Hora Weibo.
You know who hates them the most? Who's Maxman?
Is that right?
Yeah, he really hates Alpha Gaming.
You know, I'm glad Maxman is a strong individual because he gets a lot of flack on the desk by you.
Well, he makes predictions and therefore can be criticized for them.
Absolutely. Well, I think he's just an easy target in general. All right.
Hey, no, the guy's lovely.
Yeah, the guy's lovely. Love Max, man. Hey, here it is. We going into our next game. Wow, hold up.
It's that time.
Hey, it is that time, and Hora's ready to get rocking. All right, opposite of him. I said, this is Hora's game, but they've got to win this initial fight.
Jiggle around the corner. Using a valuable nade, and then incredibly valuable because that was in fact the only weapon that he has. He's pulling the knife, but immediately shut down by the shotgun. It looks like the weaponry's on side for R8, but the trades are still there. It is just ordnance here. No, a double barrel there coming through as well. So it seems to be all flak on the action. Actually, 2 players from R8 go down. The Sky finds a second. Okay, he's got a pistol as well, and he's on the chase. Prestige with a rifle. That might change the tune.
A great equalizer. Everybody's got shotguns, knives, nades, and Prestige. He's got the AUG, and he's mowing them down. Sleepy, though, still makes an attempt, but hits the shots needed. Wait a second. Just when you think it swings into the favor of R8, Hora turns it around, and Hora stands 10 toes down, living it out. 2 players down, yes, but they're going to get back up. This is Hora's game, and I predicted it.
Oh my goodness me, he's going to be insufferable. It's good news that we're handing over to Jackie and Blank after this match. I don't think I could stand it too much longer. But,
you love me, stop.
Well, it's all right. We'll get over it, I'm sure. But yeah, Aura, fantastic early game result for them. A hot drop, though.
Yeah.
The fact that they're going for that this deep into things, that's an interesting dynamic, right? I think that's more on R8's shoulders than Hora's shoulders. But there's a lot of teams on this northwest side. The plane path was from Zaki down to the west side of Sosnovka, which seems to have put a lot more focus on that northwestern side. If you include the team that just went down R8, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that dropped from Zaki to George in that area.
I think there are better way to get points. I think there's better ways. However, for R8, they realize, look, we're a little bit further down the leaderboard than we want to be. We've only got 3 more games remaining. Let's try a hot drop. Let's just go for it and go for gold. If we do lose it, we're going to be in the same position we were already in, which is going to the survival stage. So I do respect the gusto, but I do also think, again, there are other ways that R8 could have gone about game number 3 than they just currently did. But they chose how their path was going to, or how they were going to travel down their path, and it is what it is. On the bike we go for Alter Egos. Rosemary, again, on your screen. They're coming off the back of a second place finish, map 2 with 15 eliminations. But I have to say Rosemary is a much better shooter than he is a bike rider.
Yeah, needs to get a grip of those handlebars, mate. It's not. That's not how you do that.
Not at all.
The walls are the things you avoid.
Do you ever rode a unicycle?
Have I ever rode a unicycle?
Yeah.
I've tried.
Have you actually? I never have.
Yeah.
to hear you say that. Very adventurous. Okay.
I have tried.
Okay.
I have tried.
You fall?
And that's all I'll say about that.
I want the video.
Well,
I want the receipts.
That's you have to pay extra for that.
Okay.
That's not part of the usual day rate.
Fair enough. Well, hey, let me know what the price is. Alpha 7, Gamex have already started rotating on the northern end of the zone, and I wonder if that's intentional, at least for Alpha 7, to kind of gatekeep Gamex again. Gamex, hate to continue to say it, but they want to try and take them down maybe potentially as quickly as possible. See them, and they did actually take them down in game number 2 very early on, so maybe seeing a repeat on that. As far as the center goes, we look at Nogshim Red Force, who's going to be dead center, right? Still trying to fill out the zones. They've got Falcons around them, power, it's starting to get contested, but that's kind of what we expect. This zone isn't as diabolical as the last zone was, but it's relatively similar, so we're probably going to see a lot of the same rotations.
Teams starting to move in around those Yaz fields now. Taking up residence there, looks like, again, AXTMG in a fairly strong compound on the west side of those Yaz fields. But there's a history of mismanagement in that roster, and I'm starting to lose faith that they are able to pull that off. So I wonder who's going to take that from them. That would be the question on my mind. Alter Ego starting to stretch their legs to head a little bit further north right now, and mixed in with Nongshim Red Force and Power. They're trying to move in over that mansion area, over towards the Yaz fields as well. They'll try and find their slice.
Lana hanging out on the outside still. You said trying to find a slice. Where's it at? Where do they stop? Well, I don't think they know just yet. Maybe circling Power is just keeping that pressure on. They'll take a little bit of damage, but for Easy, is Easy isolated? I think he might very well be. The rest of the Power roster seems to be off in the distance. I don't expect anybody to crash in on him. Yeah, so Power is going to be roaming. Easy keeping that compound, maybe trying to keep it in check, maybe keep a presence there so nobody pushes into him. I do notice, though, Falcons is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, they will try, I'm sure. They'll try their luck. Power on the God compound overlooking that mansion area. And over on the east, they're going to be difficult to displace there. May have a team rock up and play neighbor on that north side of the ridge, but we'll have to wait and see. Ida as well now, a late entry towards the circle. They dropped down towards Military Island earlier on in this match. They were split on the west side. They got off of the Military Island earlier than APG did, and Weibo Gaming currently not challenging from Primorsk. They are a little bit behind that rotational speed.
Mormon, good shots on a silence up ahead, but not enough. He has to go down, unfortunately, as he does get shot in the back. But again, just trying to say, look, this is our spot. You need to go somewhere else. The arena coming into the vicinity as well. For Ida, I think they're going to make this handshake agreement with Weibo, maybe disengage. Actually, Weibo, let me pause that. Western Bridge starting to see some activity, I think. APG decides to move across it, and Weibo might be tempting to gatekeep them depending on how they go. I know they're in the vehicles, but APG being behind them, I'm curious once they do get to Pochinki, what Weibo decides to do with APG.
May just be able to extricate themselves. I mean, they are about 400, 500 meters apart from one another, so not necessarily going to come into contact just yet. Alpha 7, fairly split right now. They sent Revo in to have a look, get his nose, and poke it into some business. Right now, down towards the south side, towards Kinotrope, towards Power. And APG going for the regroup. This is out in the blue zone, so they are starting to tick down, but it is stage 1. So they can chill out a little bit. They should have plenty of meds. Obviously, looting up in the military base. You're going to have basically as much as you want in your backpack. You can see the level 3s across the board for Doc. They will have whatever they so desire.
I'll be keeping my eye out on Nogshim Red Force. They've got this 2-2 split still, and Falcons has been right in between them for the longest time. For a moment, I thought they were right on top of each other. Very, very close. Doc starts to move in with his teammate. There's Weibo finally starting to make their way over towards school. APG still behind. I think that fight is going to unfold. I'm still feeling it. Weibo, APG. Obviously, time will tell how that ends up unfolding. And then Alter Egos and Alpha 7 could be a fun fight to see. And then Thundertalk moving in, who's going to be opposite of Kinotrope. They've got history. Thundertalk, Kinotrope, Alter Egos, all within that same area. That right side of the map is super scary.
There's a lot of open ground. This is a Yaz field circle here. It's just so open out there. The Falcons have managed to make their way up to the compound to the south of AXTMG. They should be fairly safe. Teams are going to have to divert around them. It's going to be very difficult to crash into these areas now as teams have found their footing in the zone. Down towards that southwest side, Weibo have managed to pull up just behind Ida on that southwest edge. They can chill out, but as you say, it is Alpha Gaming who is still yet to push in from that southwest side. The east edge is where I'm now looking. Thunder Talk and Alter Ego, both are still yet to come in on this next circle.
That's right. Still hanging out on the edge. A little bit of time to do so. The longer they wait, the more established teams get and hold up in their hardcover POIs. It will develop over time. For now, everything is okay. Obviously, we lost R8 a little bit earlier. Alter Egos did lose one a second ago, but at least for the time being, they're going to be okay. So APG does start to get close, and Suk is going to be kind of isolated out there with his own vehicle as APG starts to close in. Team Falcons start to fire a couple shots off in the distance, and we now start to see what Alpha 7's going to be up to. And yeah, Thunder Talk are moving in. Revo set the trap, and here come the shots.
Thunder Talk rolling on in. Revo immediately clipped off the eaves of the roof. And it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. King looks a little bit more resable, though, as Revel's going to have to try and drop down towards Carrillo if he wants this res. But the rest of Thunder Talk not going to sidle in. Okay, Mafioso goes down as well. Ooh, that is nasty. As AJ cooking the nade, he's up onto the second floor. Carrillo turns the corner. There's an off angle that can suppress his corner as well. So it is a dangerous choice. Squash up onto the top floor, but Carrillo falls as well. AJ perfect with the nade, and now just one of Alpha 7 remains. It's Squash. He's pushing on the upstairs, but sees the fire, licking at his ankles, and they've given them the old topsy-turvy turnaround. AJ's back with his team.
Now Squash is a slayer, and he's been known to clutch up, but in this moment, is it too tall of a task? Well, it's up to him to decide. Jumps out, takes a bit of damage. If he can pop this medi, he should be at least a little bit better off than he was before. Thunder Talk can get overly aggressive, and if they do, Squash can capitalize off it. Let's not forget King is still relatively weak. Squash down low. Thunder Talk hasn't pushed up just yet, and honestly, I'm a fan of that. I'm glad they didn't get over aggressive. I think most teams would have. Thunder Talk realized, look, we've got the rest of the Alpha 7 roster down. Why do we want to expose ourselves to 4 individual 1v1v1v1s? Let's walk in together. Let's play our numbers. Let's take down Squash in a good control fashion.
No more first aids for Squash either. Just those stims. He's got 10 bandages. Could potentially heal a little bit, but he's just keeping that shotgun trained on the exits here for Thunder Talk, and they step into the meat grinder. 2 go down. He turns his attention right. He's moving out wide. He still doesn't have the meds, but he gets the reload, and that's 2 of Thunder Talk down now as Squash hops in for more. King just able to find the angle in the last second there. It looked hairy, and it was for Thunder Talk. There could potentially be a third party, but they'll survive as 4 for now.
Yep, great work for Thunder Talk, but almost a heroic effort from Squash, a man who's been known to clutch up. And speaking of clutching, Rosemary has now entered the fight. Alter Ego's Ares is starting to move up, but they're doing it in a controlled fashion, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to fire those shots at the second window of Xing, who's up ahead for Thunder Talk. The rest of his team starting to come through. This isn't going to be an easy fight, but the good news to them, maybe unbeknownst, is, well, Thunder Talk is still recovering in a way. Yes, they've got their health, but now they don't have their wealth. They only have 3 men to work with, and it's all because of Arthur as well as Rosemary up ahead.
That is exactly what they needed to find there for Alter Ego. They didn't want to commit with the blue zone pushing in. This circle was just going to be too much of a threat to them. But now they're trying to roll forwards, and I wonder if they've taken too much time to deal with Thunder Talk here, and Gamax have extended their influence from the south side of Yasnaya Polyana. Losing 2, well, they lost 1 earlier in this match to Nongshim Red Force. So losing another leaves just 2 players alive. Rosemary and Moana, let's see what they can get done. They have, of course, I believe, if that flush comes through against Thunder Talk, that would be their 100th point, but they haven't managed to earn it just yet.
Not just yet, but you know what? They're getting close. We just saw Power take down a member from Intense Game who is very, very low on the standings, coming from the Americas region, actually the first place team from the Americas region, trying to break into top 8. I don't know if it's going to happen. They've got a lot of work ahead of them, and they're going to have to do it with just 3 men. Thunder Talk pulling past Gamex. Now, Gamex is a team that has been known to just kind of pump the brakes, not lay on the trigger, and it looks like they're doing exactly the same here, or maybe setting the trap. You do got a Gamex member who's going to be up ahead, but the question is, will they finally attack? One of the things about them is they like to sit on their hands a little bit too long.
See AJ just waiting there, waiting for the rest of the team to come back in towards him, for King to regroup, then they'll go for the next push. But across the Yaz fields, it is so barren, it is so open. There's a couple of options, but they're not going to have to take them. They're going to have to head instead out to the west side. Now we're turning our attention to the teams out there, and on the east end of Rozhok, you've got Ida, who have a hold there. E-Arena now pushing down towards that south edge, could potentially be looking to crash towards the Falcons' position, and in fact, they have managed to take the lower part of the compound away from the Falcons.
This could be one of the biggest fights we have seen yet in Game 3. Securing these compounds dead center of zone could very well be the difference between losing or winning, and I've got to be on the side of winning. I think this location specifically so critical for E-Arena and Falcons. They understand that. I don't expect them, though, to crash in just full send. I don't. I think they're going to stay here as long as they can, maybe wait for one to make a mistake. The teams on the outskirts is what's going to truly be interesting. Hora being one of them, moving past Kinnetrop, maybe going straight into APG. They're going to stay in this little divot, however, but they do got a lot of company surrounding them.
Yeah, it's one of the few locations that you can really play here. Unfortunately, they've got neighbors, and the nades just tumble on in from Kinnetrop, and Hora suffering heavily. And you know what? I'm going to bring it back up. You predicted them at the start of this match. You predicted them right at the start of this game. And now look where they are. Well, in a ditch with nades on their head.
They're still alive, okay? They're still alive and they're still putting up a fight, but maybe not for long. Kinnetrop stayed in the grass, stayed in the weeds for the longest time and allowed Hora to push straight by them. And then they spring the attack. It's quite literally the perfect scenario. And you got to think Kinnetrop was waiting on a team to take that divot, take this piece of real estate so they can turn it into a mini red zone and just throw as many nades as possible. And well, sadly for Hora, this might be it, and it will officially be. They're the second team, or excuse me, the third team that has been eliminated. But now we shift our attention to Thundertalk versus Kinnetrop.
Doing a lot of damage to that hovercraft there, and they will actually be able to take it down here for Thundertalk. Getting rid of Kinnetrop's hovercraft may allow them to move forwards. That's what they're going to look for here. They're playing as 3. They lost one on the rotation, but they're up to 6 elims now. And they want to try and chase towards that 63-point boundary, which would look you healthy moving into the next matches.
Side note, Alter Egos have taken a long rotate through blue, maybe going behind that of Gamex. We do hop on board with them as Gamex is going to try and gatekeep. They're going to fire some shots. Alter Egos have had a tough game. And with Moana dropping in blue and Arthur firing some shots, fortunately, he's going to be finished off, and now it's left up to Rosemary, a solo fighting against the entirety of the world. There's so many players still left. You have to think Rosemary has not much time left in Game 3.
He's going straight towards Nongshim. He's dead. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. How did you not connect that?
Oh, and he gets a crate too.
I would have been dead on if they weren't terrible at spraying that card out. I'm angry at Nongshim Red Force now.
Fair enough. Well, hey,
they're my enemy.
It's okay to be wrong. Okay, it's okay to be wrong. You were what, 3 seconds off?
Wrongshim Ned Force. Red Force.
Okay. Well, Rosemary's still up. Punchmaster himself. Zone shift taking place relatively shortly. We know for a fact E-Arena Falcons are going to be just fine where they currently are, dead center of the zone. They're still going to be within the next zone. Absolutely. There they are. They might have to rotate probably maybe next zone, but for now, they're doing just fine. For everybody else, well, you got a couple of teams. Gamax, who has been doing quite well this game. I got to give them credit. Ida, but Power, IG, AXTMG up on the top on the north side. It's going to be quite contested up there, and still you've got Kinnetrop, you've got Thundertalk, and APG all within that eastern side of the zone, still waiting for this fight to conclude. Thundertalk can't really make a move. Kinnetrop has to kind of stay low, and Ida, surely not. Are they rotating into Gamex and maybe even behind Noxian Red Force?
I think that may be the approach. I mean, it's difficult to go past Weibo, potentially looking to push in on across the road. Okay, they may be going to that ditch that Rosemary was trying to play around, I believe. Or was it the other crate? Not entirely sure. Either way, yeah, they're just going to try and insert north of Gamax, so they're not wrapping behind them. They are just looking to try and get across the road here. This standoff on the south side of the Asfields continues between Thundertalk and Kinotrope. There's 3 players alive for Thundertalk, all 4 players alive for Kinotrope. It looks like they might be dry on nades, otherwise I imagine we'd be seeing some lime green art. Mint green? Not sure.
Mint green. I like mint green. I would say that's relatively close. Kinotrope, keep your head on a swivel, man, because I'm seeing some cars revving up. I'm thinking a push might be happening. They want to get this fight done and dusted and take them out. And the car does full send it in, it seems like, right? Thundertalk, actually, hang on back. I thought I saw a car going straight in, but we don't. So for Thundertalk, still okay. I only see 2. There's the third king off in the background. He wanted a vehicle.
Okay. He's just grabbing that back into control, making sure they have a multi-pronged attack if they want to go for this one, because it is a 3v4 crash. Not too much assistance going to be delivered from off angles here. Maybe a chime in from AXTMG if Kinotrope don't keep their heads down, or if Thundertalk get a little bit too bold. Grenades opening up. Imagine the players are going to try and follow this one in. They'll know now that they're playing towards the back. Another bouncer, that's a stun over towards the back lines there. And that's why you can't stand up too much. That comes from across the way. That is AXTMG.
Push is finally in. AJ surpasses the hill, gets taken down immediately. Kinotrope knows the push was coming through the smoke. They were ready for it. They capitalize. AJ could still get back up, surprisingly, but Sitting wants to push in. He really does, and he's been hinting at the bogey push. It would be epic if he rolls in and runs over several members of the team that they've been fighting against for the longest time. Of course, that being Thundertalk up ahead. The thing is, and I default to you, John, I mean, neither team can disengage in this moment. Like, they just got to continue to bump heads.
Yeah, it's a really difficult position to be in for both of these two teams. Those ditches are really tough to deal with. A double spray down there from Darkin, though. Has the backup of Emery, but he has to hit the deck and will not be able to assist anymore. Darkin goes down despite his gargantuan effort that he was able to put in. Another nade sent in from Arthur. Doesn't quite connect onto Emre. Suk, by the way, for Weibo, has just been in the middle of this circle like a turret. He's been taking shots over towards Thundertalk, now down over towards Ida, now over towards Gamax. And I'm assuming Nongshim Red Force, I'm pretty sure they'll have eaten the lead there. But he's a solo outpost for Weibo, and he has been for quite a while. The guy's nuts.
The guy's nuts indeed. I mean, to stay that center and be the turret, as you said, not an easy task, because you know everybody's going to be focused on you from time to time. Finally, some fireworks going off. AJ's up close on final mark, going down from Kinotrope. Kinotrope looks to be losing this engagement. Only one player left alive. Thundertalk with one themselves. Both teams cannibalize each other, and it comes down to a 1v1 between Thundertalk and, of course, the last remaining members of the other roster they were fighting off against just up ahead, being that of Kinotrope. And that's one of the tough spots about being in that position, right? It's really it's a lose-lose situation. The most you walk out with is elimination points, but making it to late game once that fight finally concludes usually doesn't end very well.
Crawling on over. Now AXTMG, they flexed out. They're moving on up, trying to take the fight, but immediately that's Falcons actually taking shots out towards the north. They've been inside their compound for a while. The Falcons maintaining control. We saw, of course, Arena earlier pushing up towards them on that western side of the compound, but the Falcons do have some dominant sight lines out towards the north, out towards the east. A crazy hop over the ridgeline here coming through from Kinotrope, but it is not going to pay off, unfortunately. It felt pretty, but it didn't end up that way.
Well, for Thundertalk, they walk away with only one player alive, but give them credit where credit is due. 8 eliminations. They've done fairly well this game in the elimination category, and now for the remaining solo, his job is to stay alive. We focus our attention on Arena, who takes down IG with quick fashion. In this game, only one player up. Padrino, who's going to be on the outskirts, and Falcons still going to be opposite of Arena, who might be in a better position once the zone shifts, depending on how it ends up unfolding. You talked about Zook, who was that, of course, turret center of zone. Weibo starting to move up just a little bit, but it's getting a bit dicey between themselves and the solo of Ida, but also Nongshim Red Force.
Doxy getting collected there and sending on out wide. For Nongshim Red Force, they're going to try and regroup over towards this approach towards Sook, who's finally getting pushed off this hill with Alpha Gaming starting to poke their noses in. Oh, wait, no, take it back. It's just repositioning so he can hold the hill even better as they come on through. Ida do fall in this game as well, which means that now we're down to just 6 teams remaining. An immediate knockback onto Reefus there from Nongshim Red Force.
All right, APG have to get him back onto his feet if they possibly can. A 4-man unit here would be powerful. Everybody is basically a 4-man unit outside of APG unless the res does come through. Sook still dead center of the zone. Nongshim Red Force, great shots onto Weibo up ahead. Now the question is, how much value is Sook going to provide when we see Nongshim Red Force decide to push in to the 3 stragglers on the left-hand side for Weibo?
Sook should have broadside on this approach. It's going to force XZY, who has been lasering some shots on this hillside, to be into a low ground rotate. Beanie going to try and move on in as well, but Order is starting to cook the nades. So is 33Z. And they are now exchanging ordnance from one another. The spray down's good. Again, connects over towards Order. In the meantime, by the way, Narvalo did just take a knock. I believe that's from Henry. Not likely to get flushed just yet, but this fight seems to be a little bit stagnated that we're on board with Weibo. And Nongshim Red Force just taking a second, taking a beat.
Spread out quite a bit, aren't they? APG taking some shots onto Benny from the distance. And Weibo able to recover. And that's going to be big news for them. I thought the curtain was closing as Noxious Red Force started to push in. E-Arena Falcons still opposite of each other. This fight has yet to unfold completely, but it's about to start. E-Arena has to push up. Now Blue Zone is going to encompass where their current location is at. They've got to find a way to break their way through the defensive setup of Falcons in a hardcover POI. In my opinion, I think it's going to be an impossible situation, but we go back to game 2. I thought they were stuck between a rock and a hard place in the hardcover POI they were in, and they broke free. Is this time going to be any different?
It doesn't feel like it. There is a position ahead of them that has control over their sightlines, that has a really solid spot. The only thing that could change it is AXTMG. If they roll up towards the Falcons, there could be a third-party situation here that could go pretty much either way. So we'll have to wait and see if that's going to come into effect. But E-Arena, they get the res, and they're looking to try and push up these hillsides. They've managed to actually get fairly far around on the northern flank of this ridgeline around the Falcons' foothills. Will AXTMG take shots?
I don't think they will. They're so focused on APG now because they realize APG's on the outside looking in. They've got to come through, and Henry is firing shots down lane. Zayal is taking a vehicle in. So this fight between E-Arena as well as Falcons, it's just going to be those two teams, nobody else. The winner going to be in such a powerful spot as we were setting up earlier, and the fireworks are going off. E-Arena's already lost 1. Meanwhile, for the Falcons, well, they're still 4 strong, and they've got to maintain it. But does the tides turn? Well, not so much. Falcons with the Wolfpack looking so incredibly strong. E-Arena 2 down at the moment. Falcons still 4 strong, but Mormon says, hey, it's time to turn the tides, turn our luck. I'm staying alive, and through the window, firing some shots, but still not making a connection. But again, Mormon, you go back to game 2. He was the linchpin for the successful recover for E-Arena when they were getting pincered.
And on the other end of this fight, they're going to have to leave. The circle shifts down south. It is a time-based situation now as well. Koa holding his nerve for 1. Turns back his attention to Sakura. Will be able to find it. Redox deserts him, goes down to the rounds of E-Arena, and he is not long for the same fate. The Falcons fall, and E-Arena make the crossing, but at the cost of half their roster and a hell of a lot of time.
Noxious Red Force now pushing up. You've got AXTMG off to the right. Noxious Red Force have been a team on the outskirts. Now it's time for them to get active. 6 eliminations. They're going all the way. 4 teammates still up. They're the healthiest roster so far, but I do appreciate E-Arena going back to them staying alive, even though they only lose 2 members. Time in and time again, we've seen them get into these tough situations, tough spots where they have to push forward and take over a location, and they've been successful. I've been so impressed with E-Arena's performance.
Order, nade over towards Mormon, and Sakura does connect. And the blue zone will be pushing them in. Weibo losing Sook, who was on that turret swivel. And hey, you know what? We came into this one. You said you were looking at horror?
That's it.
you know who I said I was looking at?
You didn't say anybody.
I said Weibo.
Oh, you did? Well, you said it because Maxman said it.
No, I said it because he said it at the start of the day, and I believed him. I agree. Just because I agree with something Maxman says, I know it doesn't happen often. No, it actually happens like all the time. It's crazy. He knows what he's talking about. Well, but I feel like they have got a chance here.
I think so.
Nongshim Red Force,
okay.
However, they're looking pretty hot as well. Weibo open the bidding, and it looks like Arena going to be suffering pretty heavily here, although they haven't managed to see him. Uh-oh.
One still alive. One still alive, one looking to thrive, and finally E-Arena are gone down top 3. AXTMG, Weibo, Nongshim Red Force. AXTMG taking heavy losses, and they are going to be out now down to the top 2. It's going to be a 2v4. Nongshim Red Force looking to potentially have a tremendous day so far. They won game number 1 on Sanhok. They're looking to take game number 3. They are rocketing towards the top 8. They are rocketing their way up the standings. They're already at 9 eliminations. They've already got a winner chicken dinner. Even if the game ended now and they take second place, their undeniable success today is undisputed. But Weibo have vehicles. Weibo, they don't have the numbers, but they've got the heart.
They don't have utility either, though. And you can see the armor's in a pretty shambolic state right now. This roll forwards may actually work. They've left the player behind, suppressed the ridgeline. They're trying to connect with the spray downs, and Order stays alive. That could be crucial here. They can get some healing done. XZ, can he connect? Yes, the spray down with the P90's there. The nade in response, sure. And now Order has to do something. He has to come up big. It's all up to him. A sliver of HP, back up to a decent amount, but it's a 1v3 as Binny moves on in. They've got the center of the circle under control. They're looking for the res as the flushes come on through. It's all but closed down, and Nongshim Red Force want 2 chicken dinners today.
Here they go. Order's spring into action. He can potentially clutch this up, but he's going to have to work hard. He falls short. Weibo finishes second, and Nongshim Red Force finished the game 3 with a winner chicken dinner. 12 eliminations, making it their second win of the day.
A beautiful close down again. They are calm and controlled in these final moments, I think it's safe to say. For Nongshim Red Force, they have turned themselves around since day 1. Really didn't go their way. They have earned the lion's share of their points today, and they are in that race now. They are in the conversation for a top 8 position. It is a brilliant story to tell for the roster from South Korea. They have had a great time of it. Weibo as well, getting up into second place there. I think maybe an overcommit over towards the E-Arena Falcon situation. Really gave up the ghost on that. Obviously losing Sook in the middle was a pretty heavy toll to pay.
Well, E-Arena as well, again, handing their flowers, tough spots, back-to-back maps, making it out, thriving in a difficult spot. They finish off in 3rd place with 7 eliminations. They continue to impress me. E-Arena, if they can make it to the finals, my goodness, they would be scary. That's game 3 done. 3 more to go. We send it to a break. When we come back, game 4 coming your way.
This land is calling.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Neptura, you might be the lucky charm for this team. Namshin Red Force, you talk about them at the beginning of the day. Their second win today.
I'm very happy with how Nongshim have been playing so far. I really like how they're doing it. Again, they're playing just with a little bit extra voice today. Just a little bit more, a little bit extra. It's exactly what I wanted to see. It's not too much. It's not overextending. It's just spreading out, taking their time, keeping that pace going, and then when they see an opportunity, actually committing to that.
I mean, it worked out well for them. 22 points for that team. Weibo Gaming, though, not falling far behind, being able to clutch up a second place, followed up by 6 eliminations as well. 12 points for that squad.
Wait. I was clicking the button. Nongshim were in 22nd place at the start of the day, if I'm not mistaken. I wonder how high they're going to be after their 2 chicken dinners already on the first half of today.
We'll find out in a bit.
That's true. You know, because that's how we do it. Usually leaderboards come in later.
Wow. That's crazy how that works, Max. It's crazy how that works because also another team that's there towards the top, AXTMG, being able to collect some points as well.
Actually outplaying Alpha Gaming, in my opinion. Using the circle to their advantage and knowing that the circle is going to be hindering Alpha Gaming. And Alpha Gaming sending Doc in the docketing position, being a little bit off to the side compared to the rest of his team. And they're just like, you want to play that building? It's going to be in the blue in like 30 seconds. We'll wait. And they did wait, and then Alpha Gaming went out.
I never thought I would see this day, okay? Do me a favor, production. Do a solo shot on Max, man. And Max, I want you to repeat what you just said. They did what? AXTMG did what?
AXTMG outplayed Alpha Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, that right there, 1,000 new followers. That's what you like to see.
Hey,
but let's go back to the fight between Weibo Gaming and Nongshim, because I feel like that was a fight that had to happen for the longest time. They delayed it, and I'm talking about Weibo Gaming. It got delayed so long that ultimately ended up hindering the potential of a win.
Yeah, I think they had been keeping an eye on that high ground for a long time, but what ended up happening was there were a lot of teams all around the edge of that, and for WBG, there was not the angle to actually get on there because AXTMG were on the other side. Nongshim, coming into the high ground instead, had a better angle up against AXTMG, so they were actually able to kind of take that away from them, take that high ground, whereas WBG just was not going to stand a chance against that.
I think we'll have to want to see what happens, okay, with this team. They were doing some weird splits. We'll come back to it, but what I want to see is I want to hear what happened with Horror Esports, because that last game, it seemed like they were doing the right rotations, they were doing the right moves, but ultimately they just met their demise. So let's go to an interview with them. Barney, take it away.
Having just passed the halfway point here on our final day of the group stage, I've got No Fear with me from Horror Esports. No Fear, you and your team are kind of tiptoeing around that cut-off point from 8th place. So maybe you'll have to fight through the survival stage. Maybe if you have a late push, you'll be able to get into the grand final spots from today. Tell me what issues you're facing, what problems you're running into, and what's going well for your team so far.
We are facing some issues in game. Like information-based game, we are lacking that. So we are trying to overcome that and following games. And we are a little bit nervous on the game, and we have to play little slowly. And we are going to play like we did in PMSL CSA. We are a little bit off than that. We are not playing our own game, so we are lacking that, and hopefully we can overcome that.
Yeah, exactly. You've got 3 maps left until it kind of gets decided at the end of the group stage. So what's the plan now? Are you going to be able to fix any issues that you have right now? Are you going to get aggressive?
Yeah, we are trying to play. As I said, we are trying to play an information game, and we usually don't push like blindly. So we are trying to play much slower and more aggressive. So hopefully in 3 matches we can get top 8.
Okay, top 8 is the goal, of course. Thank you so much, No Fear, for joining me from Horror Esports, and best of luck in the rest of the final day of the group stage. Back to you guys.
Well, we're going to wait and see if they're going to be able to make it there towards the top 8, because as I mentioned, they were trying to do some rotations. I mean, Blank even ended up choosing them. As soon as he chose them, it ended up going south for them. But there you go, No Fear, only being able to get just 1 elimination, 275 damage. But let's move on from Horror Esports, because I actually want to get a chance to talk a little bit more about Weibo. Weibo, we always talk about the docketing. We saw Sook being very far away from their squad, Max.
He was like, I like what Doc is doing. How about we do a bit of that, okay? Now, it was quite interesting because this entire game, Sook was split from the rest of his team. So Sook was in a building over to the western side, not quite in the mountain. And the mountain where the circle ended up going had the 3 other players of WVG. They just stay there the entire time. Then they pull a little Uno reverse card, send Sook over to the high ground position, leave the 3 other players in the compound to the west. And we're like, okay, that's a good scouting position. They're going to hold it until maybe phase 4, 5. Okay, we're chilling. I think they took until phase 6 to start even just thinking about regrouping onto Sook. And the fact that Sook is not eliminated during that time is just mind-boggling to me. I think they were scared of possible off angles, taking away that possible win from them. So I do get that they were scared about it, but the delay took so long that I would love to know what was happening internally, because so many things must have been taken into account for this team to not be willing to regroup.
And that's what I was talking about too for this team as well, because of the delay that they just didn't want to find on some Red Force. They had the chance. Order seemed like he wanted to get an angle on them. Ultimately, it didn't end up happening, Neptura.
No, it didn't. I think it was a really interesting play to come through from them. It's one of those things that I think has everybody a little bit confused, but at the same time, it's what got them a 2nd place, almost a 1st place finish. They just wanted to keep that timing or keep to themselves a little bit more. They were not confident in that. And actually, I kind of think it goes into what we've been saying, is that if you want to make a play it with confidence and actually commit to that. And I think if they were unwilling to commit to a push, then actually staying and committing to the stay was the way to go.
I think they may have been scared from Nongshim Red Force's southern angle. Maybe you just push that, you know? Maybe you just go for Big Sen, then you can have exude as much control as you want on the circle at that point. So I do agree with your idea here that maybe just do it together. I do get also the idea that maybe scared a little bit, but you have to take control eventually, because as you keep delaying it, you will lose a player, and that's how we did end up losing Sook at the end of that match.
You got to make that decision. You can't wait too long, but let's take a look at the overall. Let's see if maybe Nongshim Red Force is going to be in the top 8. And they still got games to go, so that pretty much means that for Nongshim Red Force, there's a high chance that you might be able to make it there towards grand finals. One thing that's a little bit scary for me, looking at all of this, Max, is that Alpha 7 Esports, look at them, they just really haven't been able to get that many points.
Don't forget, man, you got Horror behind them, you got Alpha Gaming behind them. If they keep slipping, Alpha Gaming, Alpha 7, I knew it was going to happen eventually. Alpha 7 will be slipping out of the top 8. We can't have that happening to the reigning champions. So Nongshim, good comeback from 22nd in 3 games, getting up to 8th place. But as you said, Alpha 7 in the hot seat. They need to do something in these next 3 matches.
And right now, for some of the other teams that are currently watching the games from their hotel, I'm looking at Yangon Galacticos, Rengnam Karya, Esports. Have they done enough? Because with the ways that Nongshim Red Force is currently playing, and if Alpha 7 does end up picking it up, they could end up just getting kicked out of that top 8, Neptura.
Actually, yeah, you make a really, really good point. Rengnam in particular with 81, Yangon, of course, with 75 as well. I mean, even if Nongshim do go up and up and up, they are going to be able to surpass them 100%. I think even top 3 is not looking so safe compared to how these teams have been playing.
We saw Alpha 7 there having 69 points earlier. You can see Weibo Gaming right now with 58 points. You have TT Global 10 points behind that. So, I mean, you were saying it, Max, they're not safe. They're not safe at all, and we need to start seeing a little bit more out of Alpha 7. They have had, to be fair with them, they have had some good rotations.
They've had very good rotations right throughout this tournament, so they could jump up there. Alpha 7, they need to be careful because, again, they're in the hot seat. They could fall off. That would be one of the biggest upset here in the group stage.
Okay, well, I'm ready to see what's going to be happening here in this final Erangel. But before that, let's send it over to Barney on the stage.
Welcome, everybody, to the Qiddiya Esports Arena, right here, live from Riyadh for the PUBG Mobile World Cup at EWC. I am Veracity, joined alongside the lovely Barney Banks. And Barney, I want to kick things off, first and foremost, for apologizing for my behavior yesterday. It was unacceptable, totally uncalled for, and this gorgeous stage is more than big enough for the 2 of us.
It is big enough for the 2 of us. You know what? We can let bygones be bygones. The stage is big enough. It's absolutely fine. I'll kick things off by talking about map number 1 because it was quite pivotal that 2 teams that were high up the leaderboard got eliminated early on, both Alter Ego and Team Falcons. But ultimately, at the very end, when the final circle pulled in, it was Nongshim Red Force going up against EDA Esports, and Nongshim Red Force took the victory and secured 23 points on the board, Veracity.
That's impressive, Barney, but I loved match 2. I'll tell you exactly why. Alter Ego Ares went from not a single elimination in match 1 to...
You know what, Veracity? I actually
15
don't
eliminations,
forgive
Barney.
you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take map number 2 and I'll see you later. Have some fun up there. Map number 2, after a dramatic shift south from the circle, it was teams descending onto each other, and ultimately Power Esports took the victory, even though Alter Ego Ares managed to secure 21 points on the board. Match number 3, we had a pretty slow start. Team Falcons secured a vital building. E-Arena took them out, and Nongshim Red Force faced off against Weibo Gaming. And again, for their second chicken dinner of the day, Nongshim Red Force managed to secure the victory. What a phenomenal day we've had so far. Only 3 games left, and we can't wait to see who makes it into the top 8. See you there.
This is not over, Barney Banks.
Someone get her down from there. Jasmine, do you need assistance? It's like some kind of Bond villain. It's just that, look, she's like, can someone please help? Oh, mate, what a cool stage, though, bro. It's always so exciting, but especially today, especially now. Last 3 games, group stage, the anticipation, the climax, the teams that have been putting so much into every outing in this lobby.
Red, green going at it today. Group yellow is currently out. Those are the teams that we will be chasing over the next 3 matches. We've had 3 bangers just coming off the back of with Reflections and John, and it'll be me and Jackie. Me being blank.
That's me, I'm Jackie, hello.
To take these final 3 games and see who will be grabbing that 80 grand that's up for grabs at the top spot. But not only that, the top 8 spots that will make it straight through to the finals, and which 16 teams will be joining us over in Survival.
You can see already, if you haven't been hearing the reverberations, the audio capacity, the set of lungs we've got on this audience when Falcons have been in the arena, well, you're probably going to be hearing some of that today. Hey, getting the little pre-game rituals in as well, Alter Ego. I don't think they need it. The way they have been performing as individuals and as one collective, the 5 fingers on one hand forming a fist for Indonesia and punching through the competition.
5 fingers.
Yeah, 5 fingers. Well, and a thumb.
It makes more sense with the 4 fingers as well. 4 players playing.
Yeah,
but
fair enough. You got me there. You got me there.
You had me.
Yeah.
You had me.
All right, fair enough.
You've
fair
given
enough,
me.
blank. 1-0 blank.
We have Erangel coming at you. We'll have 2 Miramars to finish things off, but this is our last Erangel of the group stage, and we'll be starting over in Severny down towards Old Sozinovka and military base. So the team players for now. We are starting very far up on the map here. Alter Ego currently on top, not far away from overtaking 4 Thrives in that first place position. Alpha 7 also hoping to maintain over towards the top 8 here with 69 points, followed shortly by Nongshim Red Force with the 67.
This is a nice stat to look at as well, man. Obviously with Falak not being here, but Rosemary still having opportunity to build on those high caliber plays he's been making. Unbelievable damage, fantastic impact. But this is what I was saying, right? It's not just him. It feels like the team has been setting up each other perfectly, blank. The comms are clean, the decision making is brilliant. If they keep going like this, it's going to be devastating.
There's been a lot of talk about Rosemary, honestly, and there's a lot around him, but I think that when we really boiled it down, that there was a huge amount of success which was pinpointed around Alva as a player. In terms of his scouting, dangerous missions that he's been on to set the rest of the team up nicely. He's been a very, very key pickup for that squad to allow Rosemary to succeed in the way that he has. Consider the leaderboard right now pretty tight, honestly, pretty tight, with Weibo currently at 58, TT with 59, Ida and 62. So there is chance for teams to jump up. It's not just Nongshim Red Force fighting for this one. They're in a worrisome position. Ida could overlap them potentially. We already have an engagement starting off here over towards AX, losing a player in Rozok.
Not the dream scenario you want going into the later half of the day. A rough drop. Oh, mate. It's not what you want, blank. Try and get that sorted out immediately, get the things going, the blood pumping. Saw this yesterday with some of the decision making. Let's have a look though where we're going to kick things off. In-game POV, we join the Alpha 7 boys on the move. And again, like you said, I think they've been coming out, playing with a bit more of that classical flavour. It looks like Alpha 7 on the stage again.
Bit more gusto, honestly. I really like that maneuver they made down towards Milta, you know, trying to play off the back of the road stop. Never that easy, honestly. They did eventually get wrapped on, but I think up until that point, they held their own quite nicely there. So I think for Alpha 7, they do want to have a much more explosive entrance here, but to be honest, at this point, at this stage of the tournament, they'd be quite happy just to get into the top 8, to get that free ride over towards finals. This is Alter Ego, actually. Who else other than Rosemary? Got a bit annoyed at us for talking about Alva too much, wanting to remind us who's the king.
It is crazy as well, because it's one of those dynamics, right? We say it sometimes. We have like a 2-2 split of players that compete amongst each other within the same roster. Whereas for them, like you say, they're passing the baton willingly, setting each other up to make sure that relay race for knocks, for damage, for placements is always clean. But yeah, obviously, if he gets an opportunity, Blank's going to take those knocks all damn day.
He'll show off. He will show off. I think for another team like that right now, it's somewhat of a different story, is Alpha Gaming, where it's a weird one. It does feel like a case sometimes where a player will just send out the rest of the team, you know, bless their hearts, they will just join in, send with. Even that first Sanhok today, where we saw Alpha Gaming shoot down towards the south side to take out Team Falcons, despite having one of the strongest compounds inside that circle early. It was a weird one for me. At the moment, they're not doing too badly, you know, 50 points, but they are in 15th right now with that scoreline. So they want to bump that score up. It would be a bit of a jump, but it's not out of the realms of possibility for Alpha Gaming to get just a gigantic match. It's hard to count this team out too early here. With 3 matches to go, though, not a lot of time left, and that fuse is burning down.
It is. And the base that will be behind it detonating, of course, is that rupturous, screaming energy we have heard again and again for the Falcons fans that have been in the arena. And that's scary. We were saying on day one, sometimes when things aren't going right, you're hearing that echoing constantly. It's more and more pressure that's being layered on you.
Yeah.
I'm worried if it's going to turn them into a diamond in the last 3 games, or if you will crumble under that pressure.
32 points for Falcons. It's not an ideal number to be on. 21st place as well.
it would have to be a mega jump up. I think, if I'm being quite honest, a bit brutal, really.
Yeah.
I think Cole is the only player on that team at the moment I really see standing up. I mean, I've had a lot of admiration for Ralph, Narvalo, Redox in the past years, but it's funny to me that their newest addition is the one who is showing the most gusto in these games. We'll wait and see for Falcons. There could be a miracle run, but for me at this point, very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. At this point, you kind of want the crowd to just be chill.
Let them build.
Yeah.
Let them build, then follow. Yeah. No, I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean. It can be that double-edged sword, you know. It's kind of brutal. That's the way it's gone. But two sides to every coin, I guess.
Longshin Red Force calling the right side of the coin each time it's flipped today, it seems. Some very good plays from them. Get themselves into 8th here, which would secure them if we ended things right now. I think Longshin Red Force has had a nice run. Capitalizing off some teams' maybe inadequacies, we could say. But at the same time, it has just been some good maneuvers. I would put it down to just a case of strong understanding of the map. Macro looked pretty decent. They didn't overegg the pudding a lot either, which is something you see from Alpha Gaming quite a few times. Maybe need some more classes when it comes to bakery, or at least getting some chicken dinners.
I think for IDA as well, it's interesting. Obviously, it felt like they were more of a periphery team in some of the early matchups we saw towards the group stage. You were finding your way through with placements, playing off the zone, but never really being at the forefront of things. With the grouping the way it is in terms of the spacing in points, though, there's still a chance, mate. And it's looking better today. I will say that. I think there is definitely a good air in there for them. You know, they've got that second wind.
I think for Ida in particular, right? The thing for them is that I've always classed them as an up-and-comer squad. They have some very young players on side. It's not easy always playing at a big tournament like this with all that pressure on. But they're a good team at heart. They're a very, very good team at heart. I think maybe it's early land jitters for them. This is only their second day of play. I think everything could change. I do think, though, for Ida, going to the survival stage is not going to be fun whatsoever. I don't think that's an easy place for them to be. I think they'd rather just make it straight through to the finals itself, get to watch all the play happen, and then just feel a lot more comfortable and researched going into that finals. So it does need to be a big push from Ida. Again, other teams are chasing. We've got Thunder Talks as well as Weibo. And Longshin Red Force, if they don't let up, could become a little bit more difficult to grab onto the coattails of those teams in the top 8.
To go back to your point as well, for a similar team, that, you know, the question mark was, will they struggle being thrown into the deep end of a big stage like this global event? For AX, I think, you know, day 1, day 2, honestly, they kind of just played their game. They showed up to really just give it their best. Over the course of the event, though, I'm curious to see if that's cooled off a little bit. This feels like an unlucky one for him. Obviously, 2 individual solo knocks there. Rosemary was able to claim 1. We just saw the second go down, so already losing a lot of that stock early.
I think it's tough as well when you have this group format where, you know, they're going to play day 1 and then they'll play day 3.
Yeah.
The issue for them is that I don't really think they found their stride in day 1, and then you're not playing. So you lose all momentum on that day 2. And I do think that there is something to be said where, you know, you come into day 1, you just own it, and you take your day off, and then you go into day 3, and you can just feel pretty happy in yourself. But there's a lot of maybe self-doubt, you know, rumination in the mind if you are AX on day 2. It's like, what can we do better? What can we do differently? I think 41 points is not a bad scoreline for a special invite team. I don't think they've completely lost the plot. So I think it's nice to see. I think AX can be proud of themselves, but survival stage will be a different beast. I am expecting to see AX in that survival stage on this current point scoring.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Again, though, maybe that'll work out better for them as well, because it's just far more experience, especially for that team in particular. It could be good for them. Looks like a knock over onto the Falcons, though. First wing has been clipped.
It's coming through on the western side, actually on the southwest, where Kinotrope were playing. you know, I think for Kinotrop as well, they do play around this area fairly frequently. And for Falcons, they have very similar rotations because Kinotrop does enjoy playing in Pochinki, as do the Falcons. And historically, Falcons don't do all that hot when you start having teams playing around your initial rotational points. And we saw that early on Sanhok with Sami and Alpha Gaming, which we mentioned a little bit earlier. Current circle over towards Shelter, though, Jackie. Bit of open ground, not really definitive on any of the compounds just yet. Teams will find places to hunker down. We're over towards the gondolas right now for Alpha 7. This is all the way up towards Stalba. So they've still got a ways to go. I think they're one of the only teams, if not the only team, currently still out in the blue.
Intense game here. They were coming down the backside of the hill, had a read at least into Alter Ego. Obviously a bit of a split there. You've got Rosemary further out, so the 2-2. Krypton that makes a bit of a move here. Rejoin with the rest of the squad, hop back in the vehicle, keep himself covered. See how they play this one.
Or you go on that western side, yeah. The split between them is pretty big, pretty substantial. See when they want to regroup things up, and you're right, Intense Game are chilling around the peripheries of that area on the western side. You got Rosemary and one other player, can't quite see the name there, having a look down towards that southern side. R8 taking a knock, that's over towards Mansion actually. You can see it on your screens. We bring up the map feed, which is available to you all at home, by the way. I'll head over towards PUBG Mobile Esports over at YouTube. Pick that one up. Keep tabs of your favorite teams and their rotates.
Follow all the action in one nice little neat package. Get the information that we use here live on the cast as well. Team's on the move now. Squash from the wraparound. Everyone else heading down. It's Gamax that's just ahead. And of course what remains of AX as well, taking a wide berth to join up, but we'll hold that for back over. E-Arena on screens for now. You've got a crash down from the hillside with Kinotrope coming in. Mormon on the push back up. Ooh, big tag into the back. Quick response as they turn their heads and find that one. Tamar with the damage done. It's Big Papa Pump that's clipping legs from the side. Bullets coming in from the third party as well, trying to clean up and see what you can steal away from this. Had the smooth moves, but an instant shot back over. That's TT that are taking pot shots at it.
That was a messy engagement, massively messy engagement, and a perfect opportunity for Thunder Talks as well, because this is around the center of the circle right now. Thunder Talks is able to clip two teams out at the same time. In E-Arena's looking a little bit worse for wear here. King's not fully committing over towards it. His Alpha Gaming once again looking to ruin the day of the Falcons. That is a brave nade sent by Doc, and Reefus is just forced to handle it.
Danger close, but the danger is Alpha Gaming, and it's their middle name right now. And just one man left, Narvalo. 4 nades in the backpack, casts out the first stone as he throws it over. Top from distance, trying to catch Reed from the side. If he does peek out to shut him down, nade could be on target, just short.
Close though, Hovercraft comes in, delivering players up close. Come on, this nade's gonna go off right next to you. Do all too much damage to the hovercraft just yet. Starts to smoke. Molotov sent through into the building. They don't have a read on his position just yet.
More paranoid about the compound. I think he's down to his last 2 nades now as well. Yeah, that's all the stock he's got left. Cooking this right down towards the end. Last one's going to be prime. Sideline chip damage over. They don't want to run into this and throw away one player. Ooh, but Top will get the shot on the peak. That's what they were setting up for.
Good watch from Top there. Holding in the background, has done that quite a few times there for Alpha Game, and he's forced to pick up the pieces when the front line heads on in. But for Alpha Game, very, very important match for them, right? They want to climb that leaderboard up to 53 points on this match. Powers finding Ida from R8, and here's Intense Game. Pretty long range on this one. Long, broad, open spaces. Rosemary down as well. Alter Ego probably want to chill this one out.
Yeah, I think that was the team name from the backline. So the splash damage knocked him back down into his last legs. They have the smoke to at least reset, block vision, see if they can try and cauterize this one a little bit. Obviously, intense game. We're looking to really backdoor into this quite some time ago. Gamax as well. They get thrown into the fight versus Alpha 7. We were setting up previously. Silence fires shots back over. Ooh, this is starting to look messy in the lobby, Blank.
Yeah, not easy. With the circle, actually, hard shift down towards the southwest side, towards farm as well, which is an uncomfortable area to play on the map. Alpha Game find themselves a prime position to play this one from after removing Falcons. But for Alter Ego, they got Nongshim Red Force looking to rotate in from their northern side. If they can get rid of Intense Game, there's still going to be Weibo to deal with shortly afterwards. So we'll see how Alter Ego actually figures this one out. They're going to make a rotate off towards that eastern side, which is wild, by the way. They're going to go straight through Weibo. We'll see how this pans out. Intense Game takes that moment to regroup back down with Adrian on the south side of the map, and Alter Ego gets past.
Meanwhile, you've got Squash's POV here as well inside of the compound. The only one that remains from Alpha 7. He was on a slight deviation from the rest of the squad as a solo. Casting nades back over right now onto the trio of R8. Alter Ego are still getting punished here. More players popping up in the Elim feed as the knocks are coming back through, and they are absolutely sandwiched with squads.
A lot of teams are struggling to make their way into this one. Fair few of our squads on the eastern side, and we're on board with one of them in R8. They try and rotate down. The remainders of AX move to the fields, just on the north side, pick up a compound to play inside of. This area of the map can hold quite a few teams, but I would say that Alpha Game currently have one of the stronger positions inside this compound. Plenty of sightlines to work with. They're not cut off on the windows.
Gamax, obviously. They were the ones to kick off the fight between Alpha 7 and themselves. On the rotation path here, they go straight past Squash and down towards the crosshairs of R8 that are just trying to play towards the edge. They've got a vehicle close by to make their getaway. For Squash, it gets a whole lot more uncomfortable. Long-term rotate for him, and Power Gaming are ahead. They've got the next position to try and guard some of these teams as they make their way in.
Origo, after that Elim from earlier as well, did break the triple digits. Up to 100 total. Still chasing that 111 for Thrive to pick themselves up first place here. They lost Daybot. Weibo just about caught him on his rotate down in towards farm. This rotation's not going to go too well for Gamax. That vehicle is very close to exploding. Surprised Demand doesn't just go for the full send on the spray either.
Couple shots back over. Optics of it doesn't look too great for him, so he'll try and tuck down. It's actually easy. That's what we're saying. It's Power Gaming that we're in a good position to try and guard all these teams as they make their move. Meanwhile, as that one goes a little bit quiet, we can show you back, of course, on the fight that kicked things off between Gamax and Alpha 7. This is what resulted in only Squash being the last remaining player. On his solo mission, he's at least found himself some safety inside of the zone for now. He's gone. All right.
Yeah, for Chudo, some good nades over the top, honestly. I quite like that. Corona with some more over towards E-Arena. Somehow Gamax is able to get a little bit more done. Horror versus Ida now. Aaron steps up to the plate, nade over the top. We'll find Jiggle. This elimination feed is just popping up time and time again. Weibo taking shots over towards Nongshim.
Yeah, the Red Force taking damage. More on the push-up. Close the gap between these two teams and make it uncomfortable for Ida. A lot of pins pulled on the nades, trying to get one right between the both of them. Spacing looks good on that. It's a clean tag. Sky gets blown over because of it. Nongshim Red Force taking so much damage from the side as well. Trying to turn it around. You can see Tizzy there with the DBS. Back over onto Weibo.
Yeah, Weibo's suffering, but they are making it work. But Intense Game wrapped back up again from where Adrian was playing. Is looking to pick up the pieces that were left behind by Weibo. But Ida's doing a great job to hold this angle. Held out Power, held out Horror as well. Those nades to keep going through. You wonder how many more they've got left to work with. You can see Dark in here running with the level 1 vest, level 1 helmet. It is not ideal.
This is the rough part for Power as well. At one point, it felt like they had a good position to try and hold back some of the other teams. Now the shoe's on the other foot. It's only really Al-Haji that has a chance to make a getaway play as a solo. Rest of the squad were pinned in, play zone, nipping at the back of them, and they've all just been picked off one by one. So he's just got to bail on the rest of the squad, look for a later survivability game from this.
No fear, just got to hold his angle. It means versus 4. Ida's got to push into him. It's a good initial knock, and a second potentially.
Oh, No Fear goes down, and you can see they at least deal with the first man that was in front of them. Quick reset on this. They've got time to pick each other back up. No one else there to instantly third party off the fight at least.
Origo's going for something a little bit bold here, moving up into the northern sides of Farm. Alba's looking to move further in as well. This is a replay from earlier between Nongshim as well as Weibo. Good nade down there as well.
Actually would be quite a nice storyline as well if we get this fight here between Origo and Alpha. The way we can set that one up, the dynamics, you know, the two sides of how they play, complementing each other or fighting against one another. Nades over the side for now.
Man.
The fact that that is right on target, the kryptonite for him, blows him away and fragments the team. The advanced scout now down.
It bounces off the tree, by the way.
Wild rebound.
Yeah. Straight back in. It might have gone a little bit further. Rosemary, 3 nades. These 3 nades need to be real effective here. With Daybot down, it's just 2 that they're running with for Alter Ego. Krypton does get flushed out. Alva versus Alpha. Here in Farm. Alter Ego would love to get a little bit further, but Reefus finds Rosemary. He crawls his way through the grass, leaving just Alva behind now for Alter Ego. Looking for placements. We'll see how long Alva can sit in this position.
Al-Haji was found as well, of course, after bailing out as a solo quite some time ago. He was spotted in center circle and has been dispatched to Power Gaming. Exit stage left here at the 4th game of the day.
For Alpha Gaming, though, this is a big one. This is where they can make their chase for top 8. Most eliminations right now for Damar, you can see. Quite a big total there for R8. Marth and Damar still alive, direct center. But Ida is just flowing through. That is until Xing will find Darkin on the front line there. Pops him for 1. Nades continue to pour across. And Emirate's just going to wrap. They're going to give up Darkin. I like this, you know. You see there, the boys from TT are looking to move in, but this is a dangerous cross.
Oh. Going for the quick but jump in the vehicles, try and have some cover for the reach. Oh my. The Bison lets it load, but they're able to handle themselves on that one. Dispatch R8, keep themselves in a good spot. And like you said, that Elim feed has not slowed down. Consistent bouts, it's constantly going.
But with that, Ida makes it into top 8 over Nongshim Red Force, so they bounce them down into 9th here. Weibo moving up now into the smoke, directly on top of Ida. You got he who moves in, but not for long. He is not him. Eren will put him down. Up to 5 elims on the game. 9 total. Jumping up now past Alpha 7.
It's a massive game from Ida. That's what we were saying. It looked like they were maybe a bit of a periphery team, but now they want to be at the forefront. Straight into the smoke with the bonnet. Hello, Eren, and goodbye with the DBS.
Pick up Emre there. Takes him a while. Nade goes over the top. 33Z's able to sidestep that bad boy. Continues to take chip damage. That one should be on target and do just enough. And Eren will put another one up for Ida. The solo soldier in the middle of a broken field of vehicles. Thunder Talks versus Alpha Gaming here, Jackie. Likely to be the concluder. Intense game on the sidelines, have been huddled for a long, long while. Eren continues to take pot shots, but Xing will finally take either out of 4th place, though 10 elims. I think they'll be very pleased with the result on that game.
Yeah, grinning from ear to ear. Trying to reposition right here, right now, though, on the move up. There's the damage back over from Alpha Game. It's Rayfus that's able to get the spot onto him. Always on these roofs, playing these individual shots. Barraging down the bullets from the barrel, keeping them pinned in.
What?
Oh, hello.
What is Doc doing? I mean, AJ constantly plays anchor for the team. We saw him on top of Observatory. Now he's playing over towards this loot crate, using this impromptu bit of hard cover to his best ability. And he's making it so it's very hard for the boys from Alpha Gaming to start moving up. Won't be surprised if he's able to get an angle over towards Reefus, potentially. Another loot crate comes dropping down a little bit further in. Creates even more cover towards the center of the map. And with that shift on the circle, sending over towards Thunder Talks, they took the opportunity, but a nasty spray down in the midst of it.
Oh, that is absolute filth. He's been playing this roof to a T. Every peak on target. Luckily enough, it wasn't the double spray. Could have cut them in half instantly. They can tuck back behind the rock, reset from the fight, but it is uncomfortable. Vehicle on fire. They got to bail back, hop in the car.
Man, if he got that explosion in the vehicle a little bit sooner, could have been nasty work. But AJ, once again, at distance. Shin goes down, Doc stepping up, and Alpha Gaming refused to lie down from farm.
They've at least got that backline, the protection. Trying to hold him at arm's length. This is AJ. He's making some important plays, but up close and personal, that one's going to sting onto Doc. Was not prepared for the close quarters engagement. The cheeky peeks through the smoke are going to end right here, right now. Intense game, just consistently being hit from the side. They can't peek up against it.
19 bullets left in the mag here. It's the big machine gun in the back pocket here for AJ. Not sure how effective that's going to be at range. There's 19 bullets, got to count on that 5.56. Bob's looking over. They do get Doc back up again. A disgusting single nade from King over the top will shut down the hopes and dreams of Intense Game.
That is a max man grenade and a half. And you mentioned it, the switch to the last weapon he has with ammunition. At this point, just trying to create space for the team, and they are going in. Straight in the vehicles, looking to close the distance.
This is a great wrap from Alpha Gaming. The lineup as well is beautiful to see. AJ's position is now compromised, dropping the smokes, hiding behind the vehicle. Zhol zigzagging his way over, and Doc is relentless on this position.
Oh, Jin was so low. Mid-fight trying to top himself back up. Big damage as well. Further impact found from Doc. And from the side, they've got to try and pick this one back up. Only a duo effectively left at this point with a double knock there. AJ at least gets the shot back over. That was the flank from Zol.
For Thunder Talks as well, it's an important game for them to ladder up over the top of Alpha 7, which they should do on the placements alone, but they'd like to go further. Alpha Gaming are absolutely ruining the chances. Top starts to move up, a nade up the top, bounces off the top of the vehicle on the explosion, will finish the job. And now just AJ, he's done so much, but can he do any more? Just the machine gun in hand at long range, and Alpha Gaming, they hold all the space.
An unfathomable nade on target and blows them to bits. The last man left alive can do nothing to defend himself. Alpha Gaming take the chicken dinner.
The first real good game I think I've seen from Alpha Gaming so far as well. There's been matches where they've been putting up elims, putting up points, but that felt pretty calculated. Once they found that good spot over towards Team Falcons, they used that confidence, that capability to take the compound away from them, and then they play slow off that position. They're not too hungry for elims. You know what? I would say even Doc calmed things down. Tiny bit.
He actually did though, like he kind of reset mid-fight. Yeah, there was some risk taking, but it wouldn't be him if he didn't, right? So the fact they were set up off it and were on point in the final there, it's nice to see, Blank. It's good momentum and it's a great point to steal a chicken dinner right now.
Top here. The babysitter of the team, I would say, honestly.
Tugging up the reins, tugging up the reins. But if you want more exciting action, you know all you got to do is stay tuned in. So we'll see you in a couple minutes' time for more from us.
I'ma get
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC avatar frame, ESPORTS Passion set, ESPORTS Passion parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Cop from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
뛰어가자 형. 건아 너가 오른쪽 집 째줘.
그대로.
확인. 건아 밑으로 뛰어야 돼 왼쪽으로. 나 폭난다. 밑으로 네 집 뒤에 붙어 있는 거 있나 확인해도 돼. 나이스. 집 안에. 네 집 안에 하나 있을 거야. 내 집 안에 하나 피 먹고 있대 형들. 라스 하나 나오는 거보다 건아 나 폭 갈게. 아 자신 있게 이거 어차피 우리가 먹었어. 먹어 그냥. 막게. 까비. 야 나오는 거 봐. 나이스.
자, CR10. بمشون كيزي بمشونا يب
بشو كيزي
نايس باقي لاس فوق السطح ببيت لك
تروح
دور ثاني حجي دور ثاني
بس خلنا ناخذ السلاح ايزي
نايس حجي نايس
يلا يا ايوه نكمل 야 다시 하기 전 라스 하나 천천히 해봐 피
그래 우리 3명이야.
라스 하나 어딨어? 야 이거 좀 오른쪽 무리야 오른쪽 단차 좀 무리다 이거
애덤이야. 나오면 살아.
살릴게 살리면서 하자
왼쪽만 잘 봐줘야 돼.
왼쪽 뛰어오는 거 보는 중
얘들아 이거 잡으러 갈 때 양쪽으로 앵글 걸리면서 가자.
아 뛸게 공방한다 맞춰 잡아 나이스 좋았다 조용
It is crazy to see what one of the best teams of PMWC can achieve when they actually end up playing as a team, Max, man. I mean, APG finally getting their first win.
This is their best game of the tournament so far, and as you said, they're playing as a team. It's amazing, it's beautiful, it's unexpected because Doc is on a team, but actually we're sticking together, so I'm very, very excited. And definitely a well-needed chicken dinner because they were in the middle of the rankings, right? They weren't quite in top 8. I think this game might have been doing just enough for them to actually put them in top 8, but can they remain there until the end of the day?
I think with this performance is definitely going to up the pressure to some of the other teams, because remember, we're done with Erangel, Neptura. We're going to be going into Miramar, usually Alpha 7, one of those teams that ends up saying, you know what, we end up performing a little bit better there when we go to Miramar. That's a team that needs to perform.
It is a team that needs to perform. I think we're going to see as well a lot of teams that are very good. Oh, hang on. We got an end game, Max.
This is actually going to be the time they leave farm, and Alpha Gaming have an amazing game plan to just overwhelm all of Thundertalk, because their players knocked, they're wounded, they're not ready for a crash. And actually, Alpha Gaming just don't go for the normal play that a lot of people would go for, which is crashing the rocks. No, they take this massive spread over to the east, not only controlling low ground, but also taking the high ground angle away from AJ, forcing him to kind of play more passive so he can't get shots on the player low ground. And then, as you can see, 1-2 players low ground eliminated. Only AJ remained. He was also extremely low in terms of ammo for his M4, so long range, he couldn't get involved. That is the only way Alpha Gaming win that match, and it was pulled off flawlessly.
And on top of that, Seal just being able to just kind of get that high ground, gave him the big opening. I'm surprised that Thundertalk even allowed that with this game right now. I mean, Alpha Gaming, 21 points. I can't wait to see what that's going to mean when we go to the overall. But Thundertalk, I mean, that's another team that's also being able to put up some points up there, Neptura. 16 points for this squad.
That's really nice to see them start to perform as well. And what I really love is how they were able to capture that high ground towards the mid phase of the game, right? I think that rather than what a lot of teams would do is just go for all those fights again and again and again and get that CQC, I think Thundertalk really just held back and was like, we're going to wait for all these other teams to start fighting. And then once they're done, we'll pick off the stragglers and then move into that space like we claimed it for real.
I love how the final spot of Thundertalk, it was initially Al-Hajj had it 5 minutes before that fight happened. Then it was taken away by Damar from R8. Then it was Ida that took it. And then it was Thundertalk. Like, Al-Hajj had the good idea. Unfortunately, as a solo, he couldn't quite defend the... What?
That's an interesting tactic right there for Nonchalant Red Forces saying, all right, we got 2 wins. Can we actually keep it going? Wake myself up. I'm like, I can't do it. If not, then I'll end up just hitting myself with the microphone. But I want to deep dive a little bit more into some of this games. Intense game. That was another team that we expected a lot more out of. It hasn't been that way for a very long time, at least for the past 2 days. But it's good to see them finally being able to step it up here on the final day for group stages.
Yeah, especially I love the way that they played a very difficult zone, right? That zone was not easy for any of these teams. But I love how they actually were able to stick together and then move, but still be mobile at the same time. So you did have those players that were going up off to the north and then back down, but they just, by keeping mobile and stop and preventing any stagnation happening, they were actually able to end up being one of the last ones in the zone because they weren't in one place at the time.
That's right. I mean, we were talking about this 2 teams earlier. I want to take a look at a bit of a SMB head-to-head between Alpha 7 and APG, because now APG is in the hunt, and this is going to be the stats for today. See who is currently outperforming who, as well. I'm pretty sure we'll get a chance to see them there in a bit. But for Alpha 7, this has to be a massive, massive wake-up call, Max. This is the time for them to actually start reacting, and it has to happen in Miramar. If not, this could be the defending champions going to survival stage.
I mean, it's scary because Alpha Gaming getting a win there. Don't forget, they were just below them. They're going to look to overtake. And actually, one team we didn't talk about too much, EDA. They've been silent, but they've been climbing the ranks slowly. They've been approaching the top 8. I think they've been going top 8 a little bit early in 8th position, if I'm not mistaken. They have 2 teams overtake them out of the squads that are playing today. They're not in top 8. So they need to be careful. That's going to be their main threat, both IDA and Alpha Gaming.
And for IDA, I'm actually happy with what I'm seeing out of this squad because they're being a little bit more aggressive. And not just a little bit more aggressive. They're being very aggressive, taking on fights with R8, taking on fights with Hora Esports as well.
Yeah, I think the adjustment from yesterday to today has been huge for them. It's been really, really nice to see them be more aggressive, but not just aggressive with the CQC, just aggressive in general with the positions they're taking, with the rotations they're making. It's really nice. I do want to say just tiny nitpick criticism. They took too long on that fight with Hora, but at the end of the day, yeah, I really like what we're seeing from them.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what these 2 teams are going to be doing here, especially going into the final 2 matches of group stages. There's so much at stake. You can either get a chance to go directly to the grand finals or have to battle out against 16 teams at survival stage. Let's take it over with the first Miramar out of 2. with Blank and Jackie.
Thank you, Seven. Can't wait for this one. The kick-off. Alpha Gaming, fresh off the back of an absolute banquet of a chicken dinner, Blank.
It was an APG win, which is always good to see. I think for the desk, they're highlighting that, yeah, this is the first time they're really, linked up as a team properly. And I would say allowed Top to do his job. A lot of times they get away with themselves, but we're heading away over to the desert here on Miramar for our final 2 matches of the group stage.
It's where that tagline reigns true. Who's going to beat the Heat? Who will show up here? Seen some great showings from a good few collectives of our squads today, but things will change now in the last 2 games.
All the players here. We saw some of them hyping themselves up. Everyone wasn't actually sat down with Ida for a second. I was worried where he'd gone. He just took a quick lap around the arena.
Trying to keep himself in it.
Yeah. Because they're doing well. 6th place right now. They would need a few teams to jump ahead of them. Alpha Gaming, Alpha 7, Nongshim Red Force, Weibo. For Horror, I think that 51 points are a little far out at this point in time if we're Ida's having the same kind of performance each time. Then again, a 20-point game would shoot them up the rankings. But with the way Horror's performance has been today, it's not been a horror to watch, but it's not been great either.
No, it feels like there was signs of them being able to really blossom. Some of the plays we've seen from the compound crashes, the way they've been playing with the tempo, it's been nice to see, but I think you're right. I'm a little bit worried. Don't know if they have that same level of caliber, of course. You never count them out though, Blank. It feels like that team can just turn it on sometimes, so you'd love to see it, especially here, right?
Last 2 games make it happen. We get a Western shift on the circle over towards Team Falcons, who I think right now, 2 matches to go, they're not making it. Especially going down so early versus Alpha Gaming just on that crash. They look pretty weak at the moment. Weakened. No, it's a lackluster performance from the Falcons. Not really got off the ground just yet. Nongshim Red Force losing Benny early here. Engagement versus R8, and I think he is alone.
No real room for anyone to assist on that one with the split, so R8 able to easily grab onto it with both hands. I think it was another knockback over into Kino Trope as well that was finished off there, as we saw Power Gaming and them landing quite close to one another. They took a clean elimination off the back of that. So already a couple of scraps breaking out. Zizzy tucked in, belly down on the ground, listening for the footsteps at least.
I think your issue is the Nongshim Red Force losing a player early into Miramar, where it's a map that massively favors 4-man teams towards that end game. You're struggling now. You're 11th place. Those good games from earlier in the day, you'd set yourselves up nicely to get in towards that top 8, get that free ride through to the final, stamp your ticket. But it's all gone a little bit wrong. Here's that replay, Al Hadji. Damn!
He nearly did it.
Stabbed in the eye.
God, he was quick with it. Smooth moves on the blade. The Wicked Skangman was here, but Al Hadji deals with it. Not a fan, not a fan.
So I'm backing up though, he's terrified.
Yeah. I mean, you would be.
Yeah.
He was quick, he was chicaning with the blade.
This fight's going to go on for a while though. The big difference maker right now is that R8's working with 4 players, 4 angles, compared to the 3 coming through from Nongshim Red Force. And I'd like to see them make it out of alive, but it will be a tough task. R8 trying to get further up the rankings here and a little bit more money perhaps. Good pick.
Yeah, I mean, nade through the window. They take the peek out. Good timing on the fight. You're able to reset as well. Med pack, so it's not going to be too bad for you. Complete health back in. Dives away as well, so he's quick on the reposition, so DeMar can't get the shot back over to capitalize off of it. Still got the nade in the back pocket. Looks like he's going to set himself up for that on the response. Cast it out with a little bounce. That's kind of cheeky.
And he's jumping out of it. This is a big play from Doc C. Let's see if it actually works out, though. He's getting peppered. Somehow makes it back into the building. It wasn't for long, though. That was a bold maneuver, a brave play.
You've got to give him props for the way he approached it, but unfortunately in the melee, it's not going too great. Response back from Zizzy with the big boy, letting the bullets rain through. And R8 trying to compose themselves off the back of this. I know the angle from the stairwell is going to be problematic, trying to focus up on it. Good spray back over. And Tizzy can't get the clutch Elim in to keep them in it. So Red Force go down.
That's a big blow to Nongshim Red Force. Only one more game. Capitalize on those points now onto our final Miramar. Not looking good for them. And again, I have to stress, it was a great start from Nongshim Red Force earlier in the day. Korea, that was a fantastic opportunity for them, but not meant to be. Alpha Gaming with the 9th place now after that last match. A real big improvement. Boys from Power hunting down Kinotrope. Another one bites the dust there.
Even Weebu as well, finding an opportunity to take some fights over. Doesn't really go the way they were hoping it would, though. So Kinotrope, as much as it has been a rough affair of being thrown into fight after fight that's uncomfortable for them, they can at least reset from that. So it isn't the full wipe that could have been. Quickly grabbed the vehicle as well for the impromptu cover. At least had some supplies to top themselves back up.
That they are. But I don't think they're going to be in the finals, unfortunately. Alpha 7 on your screens. 10th place at the moment, 70 points. It's roughly around this barrier as well. It's real tight. It's real close at the moment. You know, 70 points up to 76. Very interchangeable right now between these 4 teams. Thundertalks overtake Ida. The chicken dinner advantage as well. They will go up 1 placement despite drawing, tying on that scoreline. Horror spots the rotate coming through from Alpha 7. This is dead center, right? They're trying to get up towards some high ground to work with. Horror currently has a big old split across Creative Fields and the ridgeline that sits over in that position. Those mountains are very, very nice to work with.
And this is the fight that has not given up. Power have just been consistently stalking Kinotrope for so long at this point, chasing them from compound to compound. Looks like AX take a knock as well with intense game, being able to isolate them once again. It's been uncomfortable in the previous 2 matchups.
Gamax taking on Falcons and losing Koa again. It's these slow decisions, slow rollouts coming through from Falcons, allowing teams to backfill them time and time again. They got to figure something out. Add some security cameras to the back of the kit, essentially.
We did lose 1 player over from the side of Alter Ego as well, from a very quick bout between them and Thunder Talks. Both teams then repositioned and called it quits on it. Seems like this might finally be the moment to strike. They bait them round the corner. It's a good crossfire. Able to hold on the doorway. Panic stations now to reset from this. The last man unable to pop off as a solo dolo. Al-Haji will handle it, and they finally close it down.
Yeah, Ozi-san attempts to the triple step up the stairs. Not going to happen, though. But Power consistently put a performance there. Looks a lot better today. We haven't had that champion moment for them just yet. Towering above everyone else so far, but it's a nice game from here, honestly. Chrono will finish off Koa. Again, I think losing Koa is a big deal for the Falcons. I think he has been the one stepping up time and time again for the team. He's trapped out in Monte Nuevo on that northwest side. Circle centers up though over towards Ida, which is very good for them in terms of their point scoring, staying within that top 8. Currently playing over towards some high ground too on the roadside, so plenty of vision around them to work with.
This was Thunder Talks, of course, that backed off after their slight scrape they ran into with Alter Ego. Worked out far better for them. Been able to take extra time to loot it, wrap around the periphery of the zone and start to make a move for the late rotation down.
there's a good chance for Thunderdogs as well. If they want to wrap down towards Graveyard, then just scale up the ridge that sits over towards the eastern side of San Martin. You know, you do break off a lot of LOS in that position. You know, there's not much line of sight available to you there. The issue is getting across that plateau. That is towards Power Grid. Very, very open. So I'm curious to see how Thunderdogs play this one out. Looks like they're heading out into the blue here.
AX as well. It's back-to-back games where it's been very uncomfortable for them in terms of the isolated fights they've had to work their way through. 3 players alive for now at least. It's Henry up on the hill, firing off a few warning shots at least. Meanwhile, down in the Gulch, you've got Alpha 7 Esports.
Alpha 7's not in a terrible spot, honestly. In these concretes, works well for them. They are surrounded by a lot of height, though. It's pretty terrifying looking up towards, but you know, keep them safe a fair long time. And the vision is not terrible from this spot either. You can see as Mafioso's looking around, likely he'll spot anyone trying to move up towards them too early. Ida, on the other hand, playing this high ground, going to play pretty smart and slow with it. Creo wandering around the edge here, and Darkin just continues to just siphon off that info from the team that he knows is undoubtedly underneath him. He wasn't on island though, Jackie. That's the only thing. If he goes down, it will be hard to get the res off towards him, so he needs to be very careful. Pretty much just have his ears open and listen in.
Yeah, it's that risk versus reward. Obviously such a powerful angle if he's able to play it, and this is why. Bullets come across. Similar kind of story as well. I mean, you're so far out, so Revo's just going to get the full magazine dumped into it. Dispatched already, so he's hard gone. 3 players remain for Alpha 7. Of course, Darkin's position's compromised, but he can bail out now. You're more panicked about it.
And if anyone wants to take the buggies up there, like, it's going to take a while, and it'll be pretty obvious when they're coming. Frida, it certainly is Vamos here. Trying to push forward over towards that top side of the lobby, take over Thunder Talks. They move in from that eastern side. They take a player from R8 as well in the process. So cut back in over towards San Martin. So a little bit of a different rotation they went for there. Frida, great pickup over towards Alpha 7, directly pushing one of their competition further down on that leaderboard. Currently Alpha 7 in 10th place, and we're chasing.
Ada could squeeze so much out of this, man. It's really good heads-up play of how they've been ebbing and flowing throughout the course of the day. Some great gun skill on display. Heads-up calls as well. Obviously for Darkin, like you said, the amount of time, you've got clear vision for it so he can reposition. Spots over in the distance, the 3 players from AX that are looking for a quick getaway. The distance unloads. Let's try and get a few shots on target here.
Slightly dangerous play from Darkin, I think, holding this angle for that long, especially using up all these bullets as well. Somewhat unnecessary, I'd say. You know, he's down to 60 in the chamber.
I think you're right with that. That's the bigger issue, right? Because obviously if he continues to commit to this isolated angle, he could at least guard from Alpha 7 on the move up, but you're starting to run low on the resources.
Solarigo. One player down. Playing around the warehouses on that eastern side. Not bad area to play around with either. AX just moved over towards him. You saw just then either taking shots. Again, pretty long range. Very unlikely they hit those shots anyway. Nice little bounce at the stairs though. Trying to rebound that one. Instant Molotov. I'll take those.
It seemed like he was hoping to try and force them just into the vision of the nade from King as well that was setting up to support, but luckily enough, not close enough towards the stairwell. They're able to tuck in, keep themselves safe. Goes in to clear out the building now, sees the feet. Ooh, rebound off the wall.
It's a lot of damage.
Ooh, the timing on it as well. As he pushes up, it's the reposition. So Demar just not ready for the instant dive in. Able to get it. That's the last of R8. Obviously, this was a rotate back out for Thunder Talk, specifically to hunt them down as well. So they get what they want.
Can't tell if, you know, he'd left that nade and that Molotov on the stairs like a bait. I'd try and get your boy to walk down the stairs and pick him up and then take the shots. I don't know how many players at this level are going to fall for that, but I don't know. Try to lay out some candy.
It's a fair theory. Gaming there. Shot in the back line from Gamax.
Yeah, Gamax is kind of causing problems on this western side, but again, that's sort of a dock issue, honestly. If we look where he goes down, like all the way on that western side, he's split off from his team. Can't deny the amount of eliminations he's been able to get for Alpha Gaming, but still, sometimes a little bit overzealous. The babysitter in top not able to pull back on those reins quite quick enough.
I couldn't get a grasp on it.
Too fast.
It was a lot of strength, a lot of strength. He loves it.
You know what? I think it's absolutely justified the sighting goes down there for Thunder Talks. I don't know why he was on that split all the way down towards that south side, especially when you know players are going to be wanting to rotate him through Picardo, through Power Grid. Sure, he provides information back, but probably could have just garnered that later whilst moving through those rocky outcrops on the eastern side.
It was interesting as well for Thunder Talks. It almost felt like King was trying to get them to go back over to take the fight versus intense game. But then again, like you say, it just resulted in them being fragmented. It doesn't really work out the way they were hoping for. Down to the trio to reposition in. And it's close grouping ahead of them. You got a bit of a scout out from Padrino, who's going to get the info over towards that side. Rest of the squad holds further back, of course. AX and Alter Ego. All quite close together. This was Horror that were taking shots down from the top of the mountain range. So Alter Ego, the Alpha 7 have just been taking so much damage from up on high consistently. Oh, get the knockback over onto Squash as well. Fragmented into both of the compounds. Got to tuck in and find some cover.
Yeah, it's been really hard for Squash to move across the Creo now. So he's pretty much dead meat.
Yeah, there really isn't much you can do on that one. It's unfortunate for him. Okay, so Thunder Talks, they have committed for the push back up. Obviously, you already had the compound set up for Alter Ego, so they handle that one with ease, it seems. Ooh. That's a
explosive arrow! No way! Oh, what a launch from that one!
Oh, we've heard legend of it.
We have.
But now we see it. It took me, my brain was like the synapses have connected.
Where was this shot from? That's from across the bloody road.
That's insanity.
Through a tiny gap. Is that Legolas?
Oh my God, the archer.
Okay. Tengu's in the building. Good to see. Don't give me a replay of this. I don't want to see this.
Let me see that explosive bow. Wow. Man, you felt that one in your chest.
I was like, that's not a nade. I didn't see anyone near him. Oh, the pull and release. Woof.
He's good with the drawstring.
Yeah.
Lines it up and knocks him down.
And no relief.
No.
The boys in Alpha 7. That's a rough way to go as well. You've been humbled.
You'd be fuming.
Damn. Okay. Pinpoint precision. The boys on Weibo bring a new meta to the game. I don't know if it's meta yet. It might be a little bit off meta, but I'm always down for people doing a little bit things funky.
He's an innovator.
Yeah.
Can't doubt that.
Straight inventor. Alter Ego on 3. To be honest with you, all things considered, I like that Alter Ego has slowed down their pace in this game. They know they go down to 3 early. They get 3 elims, which is still pretty good, to be honest, over towards Thunder Talks. As they rotate in, we did see that replay. Thank you, production. We do appreciate you. And it was good. It was good. Being able to hold that is nice. And that kind of comes off the back of Thunder Talks losing Sighting as well. You know, if they had 4, that might have been a very different story. If you got a 3v3 there for Alter Ego, they can handle themselves on that. You got E-Arena down towards the south side, looking to push slowly but surely up over towards Alter Ego.
Yeah, I think that one was almost paralysis by analysis for Thunder Talks with how the decisions were made. So came back to haunt them. Sleepy still up top. Such distance to play with. A little bit of ammo left in the pocket as well, so just taking shots when he gets opportunity to keep him pinned. See the split from Alter Ego as well. The team trust each other so much. Speaking to Rosemary, you can see they all just play for one outcome. They're just looking for that win. They're not bothered about who's playing well. He said it himself, where he was just like, look, it doesn't matter if I'm playing well. I know my whole team can, and they certainly can.
Bala's going to try and Get out of there. I think he is the last player of the team, and Falcons just drop like a bag of rocks. I don't really know what more to say. I don't know if it's pressure. I don't know what's happened, because technically they're not always the most entertaining team to watch that way. But they are consistent. Consistency is good. When they pop off, it's just very, very cool. But most of the time, it's just slow but steady. Right, they're the turtle to Origo's rabbit right now. But at the moment, the rabbit is very firmly winning this race.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Turtle's got lost. Rabbit's focused.
He's on.
There's an 80 grand carrot at the end of the race here.
Yeah, you definitely want to nibble down on that one, so you won't be stopping. Especially with how good they've done today. How amazing they looked yesterday as well. Great results for them. And I think that's, like you say, man, just being able to play with that pace, knowing when to dial it down. Even when they lose a player or two players early, it just doesn't really affect them mentally the way you see it start to rattle some teams. Gamax have been the problem maker of multiple times on these backdoors. Obviously looking for revenge for Doc here when he was taken down by them. Exchanging nades from either side, cast them over the top, just trying to keep them pinned. Bullets from the side. Ooh, couple tags there. That's actually Al Haji from the top side with the backup of the rest of the power squad.
Yeah, Ragnar's getting involved now too. Let's find APK. Some good nades from APG, by the way, there. Gets them down to around about 20%, so kind of unfortunate they're not able to land them as well as they'd like. And there's another that just lets the first aid kit go through, so they're just off target. Now they're hearing these shots coming through from the side from Power, and even Weibo now sending down slightly. Got Order, legendary player from the PEL region, looking to push over towards that south side.
Oh, mate, so brutal. So many sideline angles for Power, and in front of you it's Top and Zol that are able to just keep you pinned in position. Quick shot back up. Zol loves those fast engagements where he'll burst you down. Easy over the top again though, trying to keep it uncomfortable for them to actually close the gap and play off one another. It's isolated 1v1s.
He's always been nasty with these nades. He's just laying them on top, and Zol knows to back it up.
Oh, mate.
Can't quite see him.
Choreography of PUBG Mobile you need on this one has got to be pinpoint. He's trying to bait him in with the quick shots towards Ragnar up on high so he can switch to the DBS for the close quarters engagement. Off the nade, it seemed like Easy wanted to completely commit to it. They're actually doing a good job of handling themselves.
I'm surprised he invests the first aid kit there instead of the bandage. Plenty from the back pocket. It wasn't really all that low, and just going to lose a lot of HP from that. Top consistently taking shots there, and Order finally steps up from the sidelines.
Order was biding his time.
Calm guy, his Order. Just will wait things out. Real stern look upon his face as well. Will lay down the carnage. Zol's going to try and go for something a bit cheeky, bandaging in the vehicle as he goes.
Gets himself at least into some safety for now. High ground round the ridges of the rock face.
I guess that's why you don't want to use the bandages, so he can continue to use them in the vehicle. That would make sense to me.
It's a fair point. Saves his life.
It does. Multitasking.
Unfortunately for him, I mean, the rest of the team gone. So looking for the back-to-back momentum carrier towards the end of today. That's not going to be there. We haven't seen Alter Ego for a little bit, but when they show up in style. Goodbye, Ida. That's how they go down. They've been able to play a relatively passive game on this one. I mean, only 2 elims as well, so Rosemary snatching that away pretty good. And you look at the difference there. 5 elims alone on him, 6 for the team overall. It's compounding, Blank.
I mean, Alva sets him up on the tee, and like Happy Gilmore, it's Rosemary to take the shot. For Alter Ego, they've done enough to 107 points. They are really not far off that first place spot in this game now. They just need to go a little bit further. They've just got themselves into placement point range, but it is just 2 players out on this north side versus the full 4-man squad of Horror. Rosemary will step out, get slapped back by the M249, and Alva immediately dropping smokes, but it's not enough. That will be Alter Ego going out. It's a short run to go for Alter Ego, but there is that chance of the last match. They don't make it, Jackie, and they won't pick up that 80 grand.
That'd be gut-wrenching as well.
So close yet so far.
You do not want to leave that fate up to another team. Take destiny into their own hands right now, though, to dive in onto AX up close with the DBS, showing us they can wield these shots. Ooh, showmanship. But unfortunately for them, it's E-Arena that step foot and, like gladiators, walk out with their heads held high. Backline from Easy. Sees a target and seizes the opportunity.
For a little bit more there, I mean, Iron was able to get a nasty double nade over the top there in the midst of that fight, which took down the backline coming through from E-Arena. That's why Tiny K actually had to move towards the front there. Tiny K, the budget Tony K from
Oh,
dear me.
Strong branding. It's strong branding.
Really,
you know, play to your strengths.
That's funny.
Tell you what, though, man.
I can't make fun of it. I feel bad about that. Tiny K.
You issue in the apology on that one.
Oh God, sorry.
Fair enough. We'll let you off. You get one. You get one.
I can't say it.
Compose yourself, Blank. Ooh. We're back in the room. But for Sleepy, I don't know if he will be for too long, realistically. I mean, he was trying to go for the heads-up play in, causing a bit of chaos for the rest of the team from the side. It's not worked out as well as he would have wanted. The rest of the squad have to bail on it as well. They're pinned in between E-Arena to now make their move down with intense game setting up inside of the zone.
Intense game, yeah. Actually, not a bad position, but just not a lot of players to work with. Just the two here. It's a lot of angles, you know, be going off. I'd love to see a Weibo win. After that lovely shot, bullseye from Sook. Yeah.
I loved it, mate. It was impressive. And what a day it would be for them as well if they can keep that momentum going. Sook shows up. Hell, the cinematics on it if he gets another one. At the minute, though, intense game, like you said, so fragmented in the manpower advantage. Can't play off one another, so it's just isolated fights. It's easy as you shut one down. Weibo actually are in a pretty good spot, especially with Order playing the way he is right now.
Yeah.
It feels like he's just controlling his squad. Such great effect.
It's a good high ground that they're playing off the back of, and it's a very interesting arena that we're finishing things off on here, where it's very open, but it's mostly just these rolling hills that are keeping these teams in check. And you can have a fair few teams here, because even on these slopes that move round on the circle, you still got cover there. Horror, with 3 players, looking to take down the intense game, but they've waited a while to move in towards this circle now, Jackie. They need to sweep through to Tony K.
Turn the tempo on. Do the Horror Classic where you expect them to play slow. They suddenly hit you with the fast right hook and you're just not ready for it. They dive in the vehicles now, go for the aggression up towards Weibo. See if they can dive on. It's Order that would be the first fight. Instant flames thrown at the feet. The SMG. Oh, is he on the hills? He's still alive. Finds that one to knock back over with support in the rear, but the DBS replies. 1-for-1 trades on the fight.
Meantime, Rapper tried to get involved from the backline. Sky immediately ducks back with the M249. Just a stun grenade in hand, just back and forth. That nade looks good, goes a little bit too far, and he just has to step out. The DBS will not make it happen. I think Order was expecting a little bit of a slower push, but it feeds back into what you were talking about, Jackie, is that Horror shows them something a little bit different, something they weren't expecting. That initial knock changed everything over towards Suk as well. E-Arena, Power, Big Al Haji, and Fahiden looking to make this work.
Slower pace rolling over the battlefield now. That is until Power Gaming start to bring it back into their camp. Peek up from Easy. He's had some good shots. The damage distribution between all 4 players has been on point for the team. And they go for the opportunity to push up now, knowing they're fragmented. Close the gap. Easy with the scout protection in the back. See Arena losing out on so much here. Just trapped in with Mormon. No fear on the side.
Power Esports, 77-point game on the hands here, right? getting, well, not just from this one match, but getting the 22 points, getting, in fact, it'd be a 23 if they were to clear everyone out, which would be a massive result from them. Shoot them up big time on the table, give them a chance at that last game to get into that top 8. But just like that, Power loses tons.
How have they given that one away? On a platter. The push-up into the 1v2. Looking to play off one another, just couldn't commit to it. They go down, now left in a position where that big advantage you had, like you say, to clean house, make out like bandits, it gets harder now. And Hora thrive in these kind of positions as well. Sky and No Fear, they've had some great heads-up calls so far.
Last circle. Right now, I'd say Power has more control over the circle. See if they can get this done. A win is going to be enormous for them in terms of their point scoring, right? They go down here. Last game becomes hard. Ragnar starts things out nicely. Over towards Sky. A Grozer in the hand and No Fear. Another Molotov towards the backside. He's burning out, and it will be done. And Power, despite a little bit of a shakiness towards the end there, are able to clean it up.
There might have been no fear from their opponents, but Power certainly lived up to their name. Kept it clean at the end, and that's what you'll remember. Walking away with a chicken dinner on that one.
Absolute massive amount of points there. We'll see how far that does send them up the rankings. But easy, calming the team down.
You love to see this. Some teams, like we said before, especially now with one last game to go, building up that anticipation. The fact that if you let all of your energy and adrenaline spike too early, it could throw you off. Intense conversation between them. Trying to break down what went wrong and reset it. Sometimes just unpacking the bag and then going in fresh again.
Little wink at the camera as well. You love to see it. Easy has always been a pretty good member of the team, honestly. When Al-Haji did fall back a little bit, it was always Easy stepping up. But we're going to take a step back in the meantime, head over to a break, back with the desk, 7, Max and Netura real soon.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC avatar frame, ESPORTS Passion set, ESPORTS Passion parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Cop from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
Power with the win there in the first Miramar of the final day for group stages. An impressive win too, Neptura. The way this team was able to just control that whole circle, the 8th circle especially, it was amazing.
It was amazing. I think they took many notes from the previous game with APG, because that's basically was the exact same split over on the east side, and it worked so well for them. Able to take just so much of that control, so much of that ridge of the zone of everything, and had all the angles at their disposal. Little bit iffy of a push going over towards EA, a little bit, but you know what? They brought it back. They got a big win from it, and they're looking very good now.
Mormon, easy 1v2 right there. Like, they just give 2 1v1s in a row, so that was very easy for Irina to secure. So very happy with those 2 eliminations going over to the side of SEA, allowing them to jump up actually in 3rd place when it comes to these match rankings, but 21 points for Power, actually getting 2 wins today. Is it too late, though, to get into the top 8, or is that going to be maybe allowing him to cross the finish line just at the end?
Honestly, don't know, because we've seen what Nonshim was able to do earlier in the day. We've seen what now Power might be able to do when we end up looking at the overall. Alpha Gaming as well. I mean, that's a team that ended up passing Alpha 7. Alpha 7 hasn't really been doing much. Anything could happen here, especially going into the last match. We'll end up finding out which 8 teams are going to be moving on to the grand finals and which 16 teams will end up actually going to the survival stage. Intense game. Once again, being able to get like at least 4 points, but Weibo Gaming, 10 points.
Yeah, actually, I want to go on possibly the second page in a little bit, because Alpha 7, look at, what, bro?
0?
They're slipping. I said it 4 times. They're slipping. Really
I think they might be slipping.
I think they might be.
I think maybe they're slipping.
Yeah.
Possibly. I'm not sure,
I agree.
though.
That's a good point, guys.
Yeah.
This is
This
good
performances, though, you know what? Let's just say it here. Let's just get it out of the way. Do you think that they're going to have to go to survival stage?
Yes. I think that there's no momentum. Well, there is momentum. It's a bad momentum. A bunch of 0 and 1 point games from Alpha 7. That's what we're witnessing so far. I think they just lost everything right now. They're just not feeling themselves, and they're being overtaken by your Thunder Talks, by your Ida, by all these other squads are just performing today, and they are just not.
I mean, what are you going to be doing whenever you have Legolas, Sook, with the explosive bow? I told you, it's something that you can definitely use, and this man is one of the best ones out there, using that explosive bow to his advantage and making it happen too. At some point, I want to see more people starting to use it. If we can just increase the damage that the explosive does, the explosive bow does, and on top of that, just the range.
I'm sorry, Alpha 7, it makes sense they had a bad day. Like, you're encountering Sook with the explosive bow. You know what? Everything is excused. It will make sense.
I want to get your take on this, though, Neptura.
Yes.
Do you think with the way that Alpha 7 is playing, going into the last match, even though usually Miramar tends to be one of their best maps, right now they're just throwing?
Yeah, I think it's just bad game after bad game, and that's got to do a lot for the morale, particularly a team like A7 that really pick up from how they're feeling and put that into their games. When you're a highly emotional team like that, having a bad game is going to be something that will hinder you. So I feel like if they had their second day yesterday, they would have done a lot better coming off of their great first day, but having that break just hasn't worked for them.
I mean, we know Alpha 7 usually has an edge team. They're just always teams in the edge, but a little bit ahead of them, and they're just getting gate kept.
I think
they
that's
cannot
the thing.
enter the circle.
It's the thing you keep talking about, team spirit, is that they're really slow, actually. The edge play is good, the rotations are good, but they're just too slow to do them in this lobby.
Yeah, it seems like it, unfortunately. It's just not working out, unfortunately, today.
Something that was working out during that match, Nepturo, was the 3-1 splits that a lot of teams were doing.
There were so many. I was really surprised by that. And what really got to me was, wait, they're actually using these 1-3 splits as an anchor point. The one split or the solo coming up onto the high ground was on that high ground. So rather than a full squad, wait.
Hold on. We'll
Hang
get
on.
to that
We'll
point.
get back to that.
We got to take a look at this
Hold
here
on.
as Alter Ego. Are they going to be able to make it? Are they going to be able to get in that first place? Because remember, there is some money at stake here when we end up talking about the rankings for group stages. First place will end up getting $80,000. Second place, $77,000. Third place, $75,000. But I want to keep going down that list because now you have Thunder Talk. With the way that they have been playing, that team has pushed up in the top 8. Yangon Galacticos gets pushed out. They're going to be going to none other than Survival Stage and Weibo Gaming. Look at them, how close they are. It's going to come. I honestly don't know who is going to be that A team. Alpha 7 Esports with just 70 points. Max, you were talking about it. They are slipping.
Look, I said at the start of the day, I was like, I don't expect it to happen, but it could. You know, it's a possibility. Worst case scenario here for all the Brazilian fans out there here for PUBG Mobile Esports, and they've been having a really, really bad time, unfortunately. Going on to this third page. Last game, nothing's going to really happen. If you're down there, you're going to survival. You'll have to try once again to reach the finals.
They could play a bit of a spoiler role for some of these teams. We've seen it happen in the past, too. Even though it is group stages, they might just want to try something different. You already know that you're going to be going to survival stage. Why not try to get a highlight?
You're coming with me. Drag them down into the abyss of the survival stage. Hey, it's a strat. It's a real one. Yeah.
Out of all these teams, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually does end up happening. We've seen some of the other teams starting to step up. Intense game. Obviously, for most of these teams, it's just going to be a little bit too late to even do anything. But those improvements are taking points away from some of those other teams actually hunting down for that top A spot. But something I want to take a look is none other than Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
That's the first time I saw that intro. That was great. Max Man's Grenade of the Day is coming your way, and this time around, it's none other than No Fear from Horror Esports, getting a double nade right in front of your beautiful eyes. Here you go. It was happening in the area of farm. The guy's waiting, lingering in the shadows. The nade comes on through onto Nongshim, Red Force, and they get absolutely battered. Nongshim sent right back to their home region.
I like that.
Thank you.
That was good.
That was a Molotov also, I think. That was
the close-up, everything about that. And also, Horror Esports has been a team that they start performing as well, especially in that last match. We saw Sky being able to put up some good amount of eliminations.
We sure did. I really liked what we saw from Hora. One thing I really want to see from Hora, though, is they're like 10, 15 points away from actually making top 8, pushing other teams down even further. If they can get a really good game this last game, they're looking really good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has come down to this. We'll be finding out which teams will be going directly to grand finals. It's going to be close. We don't know who's actually going to be going, who's maybe going to be getting kicked out of those top 8. Be ready, though, because the last Miramar is here. Take it over. Blank and Jackie.
Thank you, 7. The stage is set. Our team's in position to get that sweet first place prize, Blank. That lion's share, the $80,000 on the line, and one team that's only a few points away. If they can deliver an incredible performance here, the chance that you could see 4 thrives lapped by Alter Ego, the opportunity, the narrative, the intensity is building. The group stage is coming towards its close. Dial yourselves in, turn up the stream, and get ready for the last game.
We are gassed to be here. The final match of the day, match number 6 of day 3. It's Miramar. It's coming your way right now. Alter Ego on the precipice. Teams battling it out, just mere points away from one another on the leaderboards. So getting into that top 8. Weibo Gaming 76, APG 77, EDA Esports a 78, and guess what? It's Thunder Talks a 79. It's all to play for here at the final match of groups.
The shift could be ginormous. The opportunity for so many lies at their fingertips. All you've got to do is seize the opportunity when it is presented on the battleground. A tight lobby blank, it's exciting. It's exactly what we'd want for this environment.
For Alter, a little bit worrisome. Teams could be hunting them. 5 points needed to make this one happen. Not a lot required.
The devious lick of single-handedly targeting them just to steal that additional prize money, the rub salt in the wound, surely you don't take that risk.
Surely not, right? It's a terrifying one, honestly, for Origo. Do you jump on top of them if you're going through that survival stage? Do you make that happen? Do you ruin the lives of 4 players on one team? Or would you want to incur the wrath?
You would make an enemy, and a very powerful enemy at that. A lot of potential. If they go down early though, you better hope you wipe the entire squad, because as we've seen, they've been able to reset and pick up the pieces even with duos. The talent on that roster has been here in full force, but just keep it in the back of your mind.
So we're looking at 108 to 111. So yeah, 4 points. 4 points is what they need to overtake. Nongshin Red Force, as the boys were saying, slipping down that leaderboard. Started off so well. They could only hold on for so long. Now we're in dire straits for them. For other teams towards the top, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th. Oh, jostling for position here for Alpha Gaming, where things, look pretty bad at the start of the day for them. They really have turned things around here. 77 points, just shy in towards that top 8. For Alpha 7, a bit more of a difficult task to jump up. Right now, we closed it out. The Thunder Talks, EDA, and APG moving through, with Weibo Gaming and Alpha 7 not quite making it. There is still a chance, though, for Nongshin Red Force. They started off well, and they close out the day well.
Sam and R8 that are close together, but more than enough space to play around, so not instantly thrown into a bit of a hell in the cell matchup between the both of them. They can keep each other at arm's length, not wanting to run any risks there, but for R8, far less to lose. And of course, Nongshin Red Force, when you look at the point differential.
Take a look at where we're sat on the map right now. Up towards Hacienda del Patron. Kind of similar to what we were looking at before, but a little bit further off towards that eastern side right now, giving Alter Ego a little bit more chance to play it. Luckily for them, not a single player lost at the start of the game here, so it starts off fairly smooth for them. Thunder Talks down towards their south side though, and there has been some scrapes, some arguments between that team, but it's Nongshin Red Force to find Damar to start things off. The shoe's on the other foot right now, but Biddy immediately knocked.
And this could be problematic. Like we said, their fate's in their own hands right now, so you want to reset from this. Quick vision on the jump up. Oh, trying to go for the play as the bullets are shot back towards his face. Both of them feeling relatively uncomfortable. You overcommit into the drop, instantly hit by the buckshot, and you'd be taken down. Prime on the nades as well with a quick follow-up, so if you do peek off the back of it, you'd be hit by the secondary.
Clearing them off the angles, clears the corner, but Nongshin Red Force is afraid to move up into this one, letting their teammate bleed out. In the meantime, Prestige will find one, and R8 making it happen for Nongshin Red Force. The dream dying in front of their eyes.
They're going to try and revive things right here, right now. Quick response back from Tizzy on the dive in, the shutdown prestige. And they do save themselves the misery that they would have been feeling. Get each other back up, no full commits, just knocks.
Benny crawling on the outside, desperate for a pickup. Just about gets behind this crate. But Marth is searching. He doesn't find him. Playing a game of hide and seek. Just about manages to move out of the eye of Marth. But look at that. Nongshim Red Force nowhere near. And despite the slick maneuvers, it's not meant to be for Benny. And Nongshim Red Force will play on with 3.
It's rough, man. No one in position to play. Medic getting back on his feet, like you said, even with the heads-up plays from the knock state. You might not find him, but you'll snatch away one anyway. R8 with a single elimination. Marth knows he's being hunted now.
I can't believe he managed to crawl around that crate, have the wherewithal to come back around. Henry going down, that's to Alpha 7 right now. We're getting a real group up over towards the central side of the map around Hacienda. Not an easy position to play around Graveyard as well, very open, Jackie. The Valley of Death on that side. Sticky sent in, over towards Marv. There's no quarter here. Nongshim Red Force want to put the final nail in the coffin to the team that really ruined their chances last match.
And for Marth, it's just more of a question of how can he handle himself under the pressure. Single molly in the back pocket. They come for the run up through the stairwell. He's got some area denial. Shotgun for close range too to respond with when push comes to shove. Doc C looking for the reposition over the top with the movement.
Not quite making it happen though there. Stun grenades in. It's a good molly on the window. Marth's around the side, but it's not meant to be with a strong spray there. Laying down the bullets and Marth's got nowhere to run to. R8 is now out. And we'll have no more games to play.
I think light frustration there as well. Shots onto the loot crate at the end, so you can see losing that one player, it could come back to upset them. Showing a bit of the emotion. Marth looked relatively amped in the spot as well though, man. So there's always a chance it could be even worse. The fact they at least put a lid on it, reset from that for now. They're going to have to play a very clean game from this point forward and hope that the other squads above begin to struggle.
Rodrigo right now in the front of Thunder Talks. Mormon up against Silence from Intense Game. The vehicles run away from them, but the point does not. It's back in the vehicle. Rodrigo, they're in front of Thunder Talks right now. Again, it's 4 elims. We talked about it. It's 4 players on Thunder Talks, Jackie. They could clean it out right here, right now. And unless there's one of the biggest games we've seen on Miramar, they're not likely to get overlapped. But with that circle, there's a chance for Rodrigo to wrap back and just have a bigger game. A nice and easy approach to it. Gamax down towards the southeast side, one of the only teams in position to make that happen. Power coming in from the west, but a big migration from tons of teams. Intense Game looking for a little bit more over towards Kino Trope. Ozzy Sands decide to get out of there, but it's Alpha 7 taking damage. Rosemary picking up Mafioso.
He's able to get himself back into cover as well. Took a hit from the sideline with Carrillo trying to assist the squad. Frustrated off the back of losing his brother in arms. Oh, you don't want to be up against this man though. Alpha's been on point. What a wrap round.
Leo knows that he can't sit around here for too long. In comes the sprays, tries to get away. No wheel getting taken out just yet. Leo remains unpopped here. That could have been 1 extra point. Pull them up to 110.
Here's the thing, push back from Alter Ego, but potentially thrown in to Aura. Get the slight reposition from them. Really just trying to create space, get away from that. And like you say, that's one of those points already found. It was the sandwich between Thunder Talks in the back line, now for 7 coming in from the forefront. Heads up engagement from Rosemary. All 4 players still remain.
10 minutes in now, still 15 teams, 57 alive. It's a lot of players to be working with. Most teams did have awkward starts to the game in terms of the positions they were playing, so we got some slight variations on the rotates coming through. We're heading over towards Truck Stop. Kind of a similar terrain to what we saw last time around. Just a lot of defilades, little ditches, rocky outcrops to play around. There's still that potential heads over towards that western side, down towards Levandita as well as that open field. You do not want to be playing down there eventually. That's where we're currently watching APG on that southeast side, continuing to have a little bit of a rotate, just keeping it calm, collected, smoothing the vehicles, staying hidden, our side.
Ida taking a little bit of chip damage from the sideline there as they make their move up towards Alpha 7. AX just behind, and of course that last duo just coming in over the ridge side. It's a reposition with Nonchin Red Force coming down.
Ida's not safe by any means, right? Look where they are on the map as well. Alpha 7 to their right, Nonchin Red Force off towards their left. They got AX in front of them, so Ida's got to make a quick wraparound. They could head over towards Graveyard quite comfortably, especially with this circle heading over towards the west, the east, and then coming back over towards that western side. Ida can be quite confident that a lot of teams have sent further out towards that east, and this western portion of the zone could be open. So they've got to make that quick rotate now. AX is also feeling the burn. Right, the time is ticking down and they're heading over towards a similar compound. This is a big moment now for Ida.
Gotta make the most of this when push comes to shove. See how that develops. Weibo as well in position. Meanwhile, more going the way of Alter Ego. It's back onto Alpha 7. And this is what we were talking about. One elim at a time. Building their way up towards that lion's share of the prize money, but response back over. It's not entirely free. Damage onto Alba. One player fragmented from the squad as well. Krypton up on high, trying to assist Moana further back.
And Krypton actually went down there. And it's not a good player to have go down in this situation. I think for Krypton, maybe a little bit overzealous. You need to provide that information back to the team, and going down up on that hilltop, it's hard to get your buddy back up again. In the meantime, Horror starts to move over the top. Senses the nade, sees it go through. Rosemary now have another look to put it on target. This one looks fairly decent. Does half damage. Gonna look to do the rest of the work with the DBS. And that's it. 3 elims.
Tucks himself back in. Looks to stay alive. Rosemary surviving for now. A critical position. They know how big this could be. They've almost completed the task they set out for inside of this lobby in the final game blank.
See if they can finish the mission. Come home victorious. It might be a little bit of a lackluster game from them, but they've done what they needed to do. Yesterday was an absolute banger. Alva's finally going to try and rock up over towards Krypton, but he's finding it fairly difficult. Darking down for Ida. Just Rita and Eren now. And this is the team that really wants to hold on to position. Weibo Gaming, the team chasing over towards Ida. This could be a great nade though, down towards them. Instantly orders backing it off, but they will lose Suck.
Oh, quick peek up as well. Goes both ways though. You got protection in the rear, the shots over the side, keep him pinned back in so he can't commit to it fully.
Fantastic work though, dropping Weibo down. I think that's it. That's it right there, over towards the arena. Alter Ego take first place and the 80 grand. Fourth Rise cannot catch up to them.
Came into it knowing what they had to achieve. And with those 4 eliminations being found within the first 15 minutes, they guaranteed themselves that. It's just a matter of how far can they go now. have shown us some stalwart gameplay consistently throughout the entire group stage. But they know their heads can lie easy, at least from this point.
Weibo, 3 plays alive. Either just needs to live this one out. Eren has the angle over towards AJ. Sandwiched between 2 PEL teams. Eren not quite out of his depth though. He relishes in these moments of intensity. Longshin Red Force still going 4 elims now on the plate and looking to make that more. Hello? There's no way.
Oh, mate! Surely not anymore. AJ with a drop down. See you later, Falcons. You would be furious.
I looked away for a second. I saw Ralph pop up there as well. Nades flowing on down. More damage done. Koa on his last breath. Narvalo trying to do the work, but doing more damage to himself in the process.
Panic stations.
And he knocked his teammate as well.
Oh! Took him out of the fight. Makes it uncomfortable if it wasn't already. And that was just Narvalo alone, tucking in to try and stay alive. Ida, it might not be perfect in the battle of attrition, but 2 players could still make a world of difference for them. The most they could squeeze out of this, see if they can keep on going. Alpha 7 have made enemies in Alter Ego, and they are still finding knocks and elims from that.
What an odd final match this is. Looking like my hotel room, because it is messy right now. Falcons with just Narvalo up, still kicking. Rita having a wander. Jumps off to the side. Now they have information on. Eren's going to look to back him up. Back behind safe, solid concrete.
Such awkward sight lines as well, so the fact he's revealed himself, it works out better for them. Meanwhile, down towards the bottom side, compound between the 2 of them. It's Nongqing Red Force, of course, went down to 3 players early. They're going to try and build some points from this one, but they're not being given any blessings whatsoever. Doxy in a world of hurt. Tizzy down, no opportunity to pick him back up. You got the split from Kino Trope, Nade being primed as well. Tucks himself inside of the building with the smoke. Mark commits onto that one to completely remove him.
For Nongqing Red Force, I think that this might just be game for them. Not making it to that top 8 really does suck after today had been so good for them. Depends if Doxy can pull something magical out the bag. Horror, Sky finding a shot over towards Alva, but for Alter Ego, do they even care at this point? I do not think so.
Their main quest in this lobby is completed. It's all just about the side objectives for them. And for Gamax, leading on to this one, of course, like you said, it 100% guarantees there's no opportunity for enough points to be accrued for Nongqing Red Force. Doxy just trapped on his lonesome. So they push up close. He's got the DBS prime for the entryway on the door.
For the reigning champions, Alpha 7, they're out, they're done. 70 points was their mark, and they will be going through the survival stage. Have to show some more heat over there, because not joining the 8 others over towards that finals. It's Weibo Gaming, Nongqing Red Force, which honestly at this point in time the chance is looking very slim at them making into that top 8. But Weibo chasing over towards APG.
Rosemary up on the hill, dialed in, eyes like a hawk, just looking for the opportunity to be presented from this skirmish between Gamax and Doxy. Fires out the bait shot, tucks back in for the close pre-nade. He's still got a couple to work with, but from the side, it's Narvalo, the Falcon solo.
Nongqing Red Force down and out, so just one chance now for Weibo. Realistically here, Power could go for something absolutely marvelous. Go for the back-to-back on both Miramars and send themselves up the tables, but unlikely. The teams we're looking at now, pretty much Weibo, APG, either. and Thunder Talks leaving this game at 79 points with just one player remaining in Xing over towards that northeast side.
Gamax on the backup, trying to play off one another. Rosemary on the move. He's got to be swift about this. Boundless bullets being fired his way. Somehow still dodging from them, being able to stay alive. Heart pounding.
He's down. APG versus Power. This is a big one. Power looking to cut them short here. Open up a path up towards the top 8 already. One down in the front lines. Yol's able to find Easy. They are not making this one easy for Power. And Gamax again constantly chiming in on these important engagements.
Yeah, there's no breaks. Everyone just throwing themselves into the fight right now, making it uncomfortable for these teams. Oh man. Bullets from the side. Top gets the shot onto Ragnar. Power, if they wanted an opportunity, it is getting ripped away from them. And of course, who else but Alpha? They're the ones to commit to it. Good work from Zol. Top assists as well. Squad still alive.
A huge moment for them. Power going down. They don't have the opportunity for that back-to-back. They tried to take it to the Alphas. It was not meant to be. And it is now coming down to it. Just one realistic slot available. Weibo in a marvelous position. Central, 3 players. 33Z, he, Order, all looking to head through to that finals. Stamp their ticket alongside with Thunder Talks would be a massive result for the region.
They can play passive from it. Great cover, good position to be in. Information from either side as well from the rotation in. Alpha Gaming give it a wide berth with the 2-2 split. Doc breaks off from the squad. We're back up this time. Zol and Top make their move in slowly as well. Scouting out on this one.
APG continue to move up. The journey's not done yet, and they know it. Either might be behind them in the rankings, but those 2 players, they're cemented in. I don't want to leave this game too early. Alva, Moana, still pushing through. They lost Rosemary in the midst of it all. Narvalo steps up for nade. It's a long one, but it is Order to finish the business, and that's more points accrued for them. Gamax, Chudo making the long run. Orders pretty much on target, but bullets zipping past his head. They're able to get in towards the ditch there. Very nadeable. Devotees close to it.
Into the shallows. Here you go. This is why they split up. As soon as they catch whiff of potential for the elims, they start to dive in. Wave goodbye to Thunder Talks, and Alpha look to claim more from this. You are trapped in position. The nade is enough, blows them up. One goes down. Moana from the side falls as well. Alter Ego lose a player. Horror with opportunity to strike back and slow down Alpha. Zol with the response.
Losing Top though does feel rough here for them, but they will finish off Horror. Alpha Gaming just looking to put more points up on the board. It's been a big run for them today. A lot of expectations on this team. Quite literally a mythical roster, this one. I think many fans would have been sad to see Alpha Gaming not make it in towards the finals itself, and right now they claim 5th place on the leaderboard. Chudo goes down, they continue to rack up those points.
For Weibo, they continue to sit pretty. Happy in their positioning. Order with the shot into the back line on Narvalo. He was harassing towards Alter Ego as well, so Ida got the information from that, and they're so close together. They know about these angles. They've had to break off from one another once again. Moana and Alva that remain.
I think in the midst of all this, Jackie, you do have Regnum Kaya sitting here. Believe they were towards 6th place now, potentially 7th place. That's where we're seeing Regnum Kaya lie. There's a potential for Ida and Weibo to move in. It's Regnum Kaya to get cut out from the top 8.
For Gamax, of course, hunkered down for so long, no real room to move. It's the split from AX that would find them on the push-up. Everyone taking their time, knowing the points are pivotal.
It's 2 points for Ida. That's all they need. They need 2 more points here. Eren standing up versus Alter Ego, has the nade in hand. They can just get over Regnum Kaya. It would secure them in their position. Moana goes down. Rita will find him. They're up to 3 now. They just want to hit that 7th place. And then even if Weibo does get this massive game, Ida is still in. An up-and-coming Turkish team taking out one of the Turkish Titans will be a storyline and a half.
They're looking good for it right now. Smart plays, but look at this. The dive in, intense game, looking to turn up the heat, but the response back is critically clean. Instantly engages with the shotgun from the side, down 2. You got the nades running in from the top.
1.
He just needs to get it on target, and that's enough.
That should push them over into 7th. There it is. Anita just about make it. They hung on over towards the concrete and the girders. And they were solid as steel in that position for such a long time as just a 2. Doc steps out a little bit too far, and Order will lay down the gavel.
This is his courtroom, and he is claiming respect again and again with the stabs in the back. He has been so smooth. The aim on point, the gun skill being shown. Quick setup off the info from his team as well. They get the read back over. It's the late push up from the solo from Gamax, trapped in position. Nades from either side.
Just a couple more points here for them. 33Z will find Arthur, dropping up to 5 elims. I think they've made it on placement points alone. I think that is Regnum Kaya now out. 9th place. Weibo making it in off the back of this. A real fortification in both mind and spirit to get through. Join Thunder Talks in that finals. What a result for PEL.
An intense game. They thought they were going to crash in, rip away the dreams from Ida. It did not go that way. They were the Sandman on that one, and you're put to sleep from the sidelines of AX. Living on borrowed time in this one, but from the setup and consistency we have seen, it's Weibo that are looking to close it. Order has been popping off. Last 2 squads remain, 3 on either side.
I mean, Weibo will get a good chunk of change off the back of this one as well. If they can finish this out, it will be a nice result for the special invite in AX as well if they're able to finish off with a chicken dinner. And again, we talked about this team starting slow on day 1, coming into day 3 and feeling a little bit sluggish as well. Finishing off on a chicken dinner will reignite that team. Give them the motivation, that little bit of inspiration to play on in that survivals. Find success.
You got to take it into your own hands now, though. Show us what you're made of.
Ooh!
Nitro down into the back line. The blow on Order hits heavy. Ordnance in front of him as well as he's trying to reposition on the knock. You're able to peek in from the side, convert onto that one fully. So the pressure starting to build now for Weibo. AX in a good spot on the push-up.
33Z, he up to the plate. Devotee on this sideline. This off angle has been absolutely sublime. Running out of bullets. The resources running low. S12K in the hands, just spraying it at range and makes it happen. The shells hit eventually, but he is down. And somebody's got to stand up.
Got the wrap in from the side as well. 33Z, last man in a position to try and snatch this away and take it home for Weibo off the back of what's been a big game for them, but it's a 1v2. Would need to be a clutch. No opportunity to play off. He's out of position, tuck in behind the car. Bullets around the corner. He gets one. The DBS rattles off on the edge. He's trying to straight into this as well. The drop down below the car. He's ready for it on the peak, and it's enough to steal it.
Arian able to get that game going from the end, and AX will finish it off with a chicken dinner, going into survival stage, feeling strong, but Weibo don't care at all. A wondrous result. Get themselves into the top 8, they're happy, AX is happy, Ida striking off the Turkish Titans in Regnum Kaya and bringing them down to the survival stage. It's Alpha 7, not able to go through, but more importantly, it is Alter Ego.
A ridiculous fare. Going into that one thinking the difference of a few eliminations, 8 grand on the line for it, they make it work. Not a full start. A great set of games every time we saw them on the stage, and the lobby standings just continued to shift throughout the entire flow of that one. So close in the groupings going into it, but as the dust settles, we know how things are looking. The squad's going to survival, and the teams that get a watch on, waiting, knowing they've achieved victory for themselves. Join us for the breakdown after this.
As Blank and Jackie were saying, Alpha 7's not going to be making it straight to grand finals. They're going to be going to survival stage. Alter Ego, Neptura. What a performance by this team. Not the exact same of what we saw out of their day one, but doing just enough to make sure that we're able to get and jump up to that first place.
I mean, I think we all wanted to see them double the points, get 160 and do all that, but they didn't need to. They had that first day. Now they were able to just keep it consistent, keep it quieter, but keep that consistency going, get enough points on the board, and they still top the leaderboard. Maybe, probably, right? So it looks like they've done very well for themselves. They're going straight to finals. I think this has probably been the biggest performance from any of the teams we've had today, this in the group stage.
I mean, let's take a look at this. We got to give some props there to AXTMG, the special invite team, getting their first win. It is going to be a bit of a confidence boost. Keep in mind, though, that team is going to be going towards the survival stage. They got 18 points, but I'm going to be looking at Weibo Gaming. Was that enough for them to actually secure a spot in the top 8? Non-Sim Red Force as well with 7 points. Alpha Gaming there with those 9 points. We don't know what that top 8 going to the grand finals are going to be looking like, Max.
Yeah, Nongshim getting 7 points, Ida getting 5. I do think that it's going to be quite close to our top 8 from earlier. We might have just a little bit of a push with WBG in particular, because Thunder Talk did not get a lot done this match. Unfortunately, you see it only getting themselves 4 eliminations at the bottom. Yeah, Alpha 7, bro. Bro, I got very personal. Bro. I'm very surprised. Like, I'm going to be completely honest. If we see what we witnessed from Alpha 7 going into the survival stage, they might even miss out from the survival stage to make it into the finals. Like, this is not the Alpha 7 we expected. Of course, Squash is a new addition, so like they're maybe still trying to fix a few kinks in their armor going into PMWC, but we don't have a lot of time. Only 2 days worth of action going into the survival stage. Alpha 7 need to fix it. You got 1 break day tomorrow. You better be on the ball coming into the next stage.
And it's interesting to even think that, right? Because after day 1, with the way that this team was performing, we were not expecting them to come out on day 2 and only get a 15-point day. That is just absolutely ridiculous when it comes down to the defending champions. And for some of the other teams, for APG, I'm keeping that in mind. I'm hoping that they did enough there to go to the grand finals, but we need to start seeing them get the docketing. You need to fix that before we even go to grand finals. Every single time we saw this team being together, wonders happen. But before we even talk about more of the APG, I want to see what that top 8 is looking like. I want to see who's going to be going to the grand finals. We know Alter Ego's there. Ida Esports, Thunder Talk, Team Secret, Alpha Gaming is also going to get in there. Weibo Gaming, DRX, Sport Thrives Esports, and Alter Ego. Max, Neptura. A lot of teams got pushed out.
I want to see how close it is, actually.
Hang on. 3rd and 4th, tied. 5th and 6th, tied. 7th and 8th, tied. All with, what, 6-point difference?
Wait, do we have a tie on 83 points with 9th place? Now, that would be
wild.
Rough. We'll see who's going to be down there.
DRX maintaining a 3rd place.
Oh, Regnum Karya, 81 points. Nongshim, even with the 2 wins today,
didn't do enough.
It was just not enough. They slowed down way too much after those 2 wins, Nep.
they did. Those last 2 games just weren't really in the cards for them. I saw them playing well. They were trying to play the exact same way, but I think maybe they were trying to play an Erangel on a Miramar where all the other teams had a specific Miramar strategy. That's kind of what it felt like to me. So yeah, you definitely had that thing where they just kind of slowed down.
Max, another team that was able to get 2 wins today, Power Esports. You were wondering earlier, is that going to be enough? Is it a little bit too late? That turns out to be the case.
Yeah, they didn't make it. Quite unfortunate for them. I mean, very good step up. I especially like their 3-1 splits they were doing on Miramar, and they won chicken dinner a little bit earlier on in the day. That was very well executed for them, so hopefully they can maintain that kind of composure in the matches going into the survival stage. So the last page here. Now, these are the teams we need to see a big step up going into survival, and one team we just need to highlight. It has to be Team Falcons. What has happened with this team? Like, I'm sure that PMSL Europe is a different caliber of play, but they played so much better over there, and here the synergy just looks null and void. I just don't see them playing together. They're split. They get picked off 1 by 1 by 1. The pushes 2 by 2 are 2. Team Falcons, this is the lowest I think I could have ever expected to see them, and even then I am shocked beyond belief that they're that low.
I mean, I think I had them squarely in my predictions for top 8, so it does make sense. They've had such a good year so far, but to see them not do that and okay, they're like, well, we wouldn't mind playing survival, this, that, the other. And I'm like, okay, well, it's good that you don't, because you're now going to be playing it. But yeah, I think it was a shock. I just don't know. It kind of felt like something happened that broke kind of the momentum, the mindset that they had, and it kind of fell apart from there, playing very split. The synergies kind of cracked in some way that is easily repairable, but just maybe not so close to, the next game.
What do you think that was, though? If we were to speculate.
I know.
Oh,
they wanted to play survival stage. Again, I hate that comment the team made. No. But I hope they can take some teachings out of the group stage and actually try and improve upon it going into survival. But Falcons, after especially the meteoric rise of this team throughout 2024, the start of this year, PMGC to get 3rd place with Nigma Galaxy, 2nd place going into PMGO. They have had so much hype behind them, especially since they won PMSL EU versus 15 Turkish teams, one of the best teams out there, and unfortunately was not close enough for them to qualify in the top 8.
And once again, just if you're tuning in, if you missed out when we were looking at those overalls, these are going to be the top 8 teams that are going to be advancing to the grand finals. They're just going to be sitting pretty, watching what's going to be happening in survival stage, taking up all those notes. What is it, Max?
I do want to say one very big surprise out of the Turkish teams. No Regnum Karya, no Fireflux. We get Ida, the underdog team out of Turkey. That is a big surprise. I do have to give big props to Eren in particular. This guy played with Zeus back in PMGC. No, maybe not too experienced on the global stage, but Ida able to eclipse the 2 other teams of his home region. Now that is a massive surprise for me, set up to go into the finals.
And for Ida as well, one thing that we saw out of them today was just so much more aggressiveness out of this team. And now for the teams that are going to be advancing to the survival stage, absolute shockers, to be completely honest. Regnum Karya, you on top of that have the defending champions Alpha 7. Team Falcons, like you were saying, Max. And to be honest, I'm really surprised to see teams like Influence Rage in there, the champions out of PMSL America's intense game, not even putting up a good performance. Maybe today we saw some flashes here and there, but besides that, nothing.
I'm really surprised that Intense Game were not placed higher than they were, because they have been very consistent today. You saw some really nice splits, some really nice control on the side, one side of zone, something like that. And they're constantly in that top 8, top 7 position. But to only get 45 points, it does show you that you need to be consistent on both days, because one day just is not going to cut it.
It came down to the first day. They were just non-existent whatsoever. Kind of along the lines there of what was happening with Power. We saw those teams going to survival stage, Max. We saw the teams also going to grand finals. Out of everything that we've seen, I know you gave me some already that surprised you and whatnot. The team secret surprised you at all, being in the top 8, moving on to grand finals, because they were such a secretive team. They were so quiet.
It was enough to make it to the finals. So, big props. They played using the rule sets and turning them into their favor, which is a very smart strat. You secure your spot early on. GG, well played. Now, I'm going to be completely blunt. That is not going to cut it if you want to be champions at PMWC. If you want to be podium on the podium, it's not going to be enough, right? We need to see this team be more than silent. We need to see this team reach the late game, having 3-4 players alive, holding strong positions, looking to defend, looking to breach. I want to see more proactiveness out of Team Secret because, again, it was enough, but for the finals, it will definitely not be enough for the next stage.
Yeah, for the finals, there's going to be a massive step up when we talk about just gameplay overall, strategies, rotations, even the gunfights. I'm hoping that we get to see some maybe of Sook explosive bow. As we take a look here at the Kirilla top plays for the final day of group stages, we started off with Nanshim. I mean, Nanshim just gave us so much hope there in Neptura throughout the day and then just fell down slow.
Yeah, it's another classic case of day one didn't do well and you need to be consistent on both days. They had a really good day today. If they had backed that up with a day one that was similar, not as going all out, right? They don't have to win twice in day one. They just need to maybe have a consistent top 5, top 6 position day one, back that up with 2 wins on day 2. They're looking golden, but as it was, they were so silent in day one. It just did not help whatsoever.
Continuing to talk about teams that did a step up in regards from day 1, they weren't really that impressive. On day 2, they were a little bit more impressive. E-Arena, I feel like, was one of those teams. We started to see a little bit more out of them. We started to see them being even more aggressive as well. And I feel like, Max, I don't know if you agree with me on this or not, but this current lobby, it definitely rewards aggressiveness.
For sure. Like, if you are a passive team, unless you're Team Secret, you are going to be struggling. That's like the one issue is Team Secret, but otherwise you're going to be struggling quite heavily. It might be enough to make it in top 8, but if you want to go the entire way, if you want to make history here at PMWC 2025, you are going to want to be both passive when needed and aggressive when the circle requires you to do so. So I think a lot of teams are going to try and add to their kind of their gameplay strats handbook in terms of what they can try and achieve and pull off in these games.
I feel like yesterday we had a pretty obvious Sony hero of the day, the MVP. So far today, I honestly don't know. Before we show it, we got to take some guesses. Make sure you guys let us know in the comments below who you think this Sony hero of the day is going to be. I'm going to go with you first, Nat.
Oh, of course you did when my mind's gone blank. I'm going to say it's probably somebody in... Oh, God, I don't actually know.
Max, who you got?
Binny.
Okay.
Oh, Binny, really? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. You know what? I'm going to go Rosemary again.
Oh. Makes sense too, actually. That's not a bad pick.
Okay. All right.
What about you, Seven?
Yes, Seven.
I kind of want to see somebody from APG. I feel like it's going to be Seal. I was really impressed with the way he was able to play today, the way that he was able to get angles as well. So you know what? Stop teasing us. Show us who is it going to be. Oh, Rosemary, 15 eliminations, 3,600 damage. That's what you like to see. Consistency.
It's awesome. Yeah, that is really nice to see. I thought it might be him because we did see 5 elims in one, like halfway through one of the games. I thought, nah, this guy's got to be MVP again, right? Some really good stuff, and it just goes to show you how much work they were really doing, even though they didn't really get any wins.
It's going to come down to that consistency. Rosemary, you were able to do it 2 days in a row. Now you get a chance to sit down, relax, go back to the drawing board. We didn't get that 5,000 damage. We got close to it though, Max.
But same limbs, right? Like, you got 15 yesterday?
I think he ended up getting 18, if I'm not mistaken.
Was it 18? Okay, but like still close despite getting less damage. Yeah. He's still very impactful, still able to back up the results. And we said it right, it's been a long time since we've had an SEA MVP. The fact that he becomes the hero of the day twice in a row for the group stage is very impressive.
It's been a while too since we got an MVP back-to-back. I feel like it has been a minute, especially when we talk about group stages, when we talk about global events. I can't think of one right away, so it's good to see that the consistency is there for Rosemary. Now they got to continue. No, it can't just be Rosemary. It has to be the whole squad. That's how we've been saying. We're going to have to wait it out a little bit to see them again. Indonesia, I know you're happy that you currently have a team that's performing. We got to talk even more about those teams that are going to be going over to that survival stage. And Rosemary, I mean, continuing with the honor domination role. And this is for players that got 3 or more eliminations in a match. He was able to do that 3 times. I think yesterday he was able to do it 4 times, Nat.
Yep, that is entirely correct. It was 4 times yesterday. So very, very similar results coming in from Rosemary. Similar performance there. Your prediction of Binny actually wasn't far off. Binny's not on this list, but 2 of his teammates are.
Hey, Binny, Tizzy, I misspoke. I meant Tizzy.
Sure.
Erin's up there. I talked about him. He's going to be the standout newcomer of Turkey. And he's been doing really good. The order, be careful, Paraboy.
Yeah.
He's coming for that MVP MVP status. I knew where you were going with that one, Seven. Order. He's chasing down history here because we did chat about it.
Yes.
If WBG win this, I would have to agree and say that Order's the new PUBG Mobile Esports GOAT. I think it would be
for sure
a good statement he would make here by winning PMWC.
100%, and it's good to see for Weibo Gaming that currently one of their top fraggers is starting to perform leading up to the grand finals. You want to be able to see Order put up the numbers. He's going to be able to do just that. Now, out of the teams that ended up qualifying, I kind of want to put you in the spot a little bit here, Max. Which one do you think it's going to be a breakout player going into the grand finals?
A breakout player.
We have already seen some teams end up surprising us. I think for Four Thrives, just to remind you, even though they weren't here, Naki has been really good. We always talk about Flock, we always talk about T24, what IQ is able to do as well, but Naki being able to have that clutch factor for the squad, that's one that's really outstanding to me.
I was going to say Noki. I just thought I knew. Yeah, so yeah.
My boy.
Noki. I'm taking Noki. How about you?
I got to say Alva.
You know what? Yes.
Yes.
You know what?
Alva from Alter Ego.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I stand.
Are you vibing with him?
I'm vibing.
Are you
big time with
vibing?
Alva.
Yeah. We're standing and vibing.
He raised up the lobby.
The vibes.
Really good.
The vibes are good.
Kalaris
You know what
is
else?
loving this.
You know what else is good? Don't forget that from July 25th to July 27 and August 1st to the 3rd, log into Summon Airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, from July 25th to the 31st, vote for your favorite airdrop partner for a chance to receive special gifts from them. Don't miss this year's airdrop carnival and unbox your surprise because we have already gotten a bunch of surprises here, especially in the group stages. Defending champions gonna have to struggle, gonna have to go to the survival stage. I am happy though, not gonna lie, I'm happy that that's gonna be happening because I haven't been really impressed with the way that Alpha 7 has been playing. Even going all the way back to PMSL Americas, one thing that this team was able to do, they barely qualified to PMWC. It came down to that last game.
That's not a really good precedent, is it, though? Really? I mean, barely qualified to get here in the first place. Barely just about not quite make it to top 8 for finals. And now you're looking at, survival stage. I mean, I think everybody has kind of decided they're going to be a shoo-in, right, for finals based on survival stage, based on the way the other teams have been playing. However, we saw big step-ups from teams like EA. We saw big step-ups from teams like Nongshim as well. So those teams who are also going into the survival stage, I'm kind of like, A7, I mean, at least today, those teams outperformed them by a lot.
I hope it's a wake-up call. I hope it's a big wake-up call for that team because I feel like, they have been having fun. They have been testing out different stuff, but you can't do what you do in PMSL Americas here in the global stage. It's just not going to work out that way. And before we end the day, Max, is there anything you want to tell the viewers in regards to going to survival stage? Maybe some teams to keep an eye on.
You need to get ready because what we just witnessed from teams such as Alter Ego, Four Thrives, DRX, like they are going to play in a very similar fashion going into the finals. You need to be able to match, if not exceed, those kind of plays that were pulled off by those teams. So you better get back to work because otherwise, guess what? You're not making it to the finals and you're definitely not going to be taking home that trophy.
A big step up for some of these teams, especially the teams that are towards the bottom of Neptura.
Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of those teams that are down there. I mean, you've got G-Maxes down there. We haven't seen hardly anything from them. They are going to the survival stage. If they want another chance at those finals, then they really need to put in a lot of work because we've, over 2 days, have not seen anything from them. There's a lot of teams that we could say the same thing about. So definitely there's got to be some research going in there. Something's got to change.
Yeah, and we both agree Falcons is like the outlier.
Falcons.
Please, Falcons. We need to see more presence in these games because right now, I'm going to be brutal here. I'm beyond disappointed. I wanted to see way more, and we know they can deliver. So I'm just hoping that we're going to be seeing their S-tier gameplay here going into the survival stage.
This is the thing. I was promised a new jersey from Falcons because I have the one when they were with Nigma Galaxy. I've been promised one now they're with Falcons. I would love a jersey from a PMWC finalist team. Guys, do it. Come on now.
I was trying to see
believe
where
in
you
you.
were going there with that one. I was like,
makes sense.
Is she just pitching the idea for them to just give her a free jersey? You know what?
Also,
While you're
there's
at it,
that.
make sure you give all of us a jersey. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see what's going to be happening in survival stage. I'm excited to see how these teams are going to be progressing. They're going to have a day off, luckily. They're going to be able to go back to the drawing board, do that VOD review, talk to their coaches, talk to their analysts, do everything that they can to set themselves up perfectly to not just succeed in survival stage, to also improve when they go to the grand finals. My name is the 7WG, joined by Natura and Maxman. I do hear, though, that we have an interview with none other than Barney in order from Weibo Gaming.
Welcome back to the main stage. You might all recognize this man on my left. It is, of course, Order from Weibo Gaming. What a final match for you guys. I kind of want to dive into how you felt during that final game. Did you guys know that you had secured a place in the grand finals directly? And what were the comms like? Were you guys nervous?
首先就是很精彩的最后一局，就想问你，当时最后一把的时候，你们是已经知道你们成功的晋级了这个总决赛了呢，还是当时可能队内还是可能比较紧张一点的，以及你们当时最后一把的队内的沟通是什么样的？
当时就想着先我一个人拉右边去嘛，但是不知道他们是一个买迷队。我们当时场上情况是因为我们进了一个独狼，我们没有记清楚就场上的情况，然后以为是个3打2打1，然后就是出一点失误嘛。然后分数的话，我们都一直是不担心的，我觉得我们都是稳进。
I would say that generally we were pretty self-assured in the sense that we knew that we were definitely gonna go into the grand finals early on. But for the final matchup when we were up against the final remaining team, there was a bit of miscommunication. We saw that there were like 3 players alive. We thought that it was us 3 against 2 teams of like 2 players and a single lone wolf. However, it turned out that it was like a full team, so we had a bit of miscalculation there, and we made some misplays. I think that if we were in a calmer or more focused state of mind, it could have gone the other way.
Well, nevertheless, you guys made it into the grand finals, so congratulations. You've got 4 days now between here and the grand finals. What's the plan? Are you guys going to, relax and reset, or is it straight back into practice and creating strategies for the grand finals?
那现在你们成功晋级到这个总决赛，你们有4天的休息时间。你准备这4天功夫大概做些什么事情呢？你们战队是可能更偏向于休息调整，还是可能更加刻苦的训练呢？
因为我们版本还是不是很适应嘛，所以我们需要花更多时间去练习。
Well, we think that we're not exactly very used to the new patch right now, so we're definitely going to spend this 4 days practicing a lot more.
I like that. We look forward to seeing you guys in the grand finals. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview, Order. And with that, the group stage is now over. The survival stage will be beginning on Tuesday, and it is going to get spicy, I can assure you. Thank you so much to all of the players, production and talent. You guys have been fantastic over the last 3 days. But of course, thank you so much, mostly to you guys, the fans, for watching and supporting all of your favorite teams throughout this. We've got more games to play. The survival stage starts on Tuesday. We'll see you then.